Beats in the hood.
What it good be? Hoping it's what it should be. This is your boy N.O.R.E.
What up, is DJ EFN.
And it's Military Crazy War, Yappy Hour, Drink Champs, Yappy Hour. Make some noise! Now, when me and EFN started this show, we said that we wanted to highlight icons. We wanted to highlight legends. We wanted to highlight people who paved the way for us. Now, when we talk about this brother that we were about to introduce, in a lot of ways, if it wasn't for him, there might not be a Drink Champs because of the DJ, you following the DJ, I following the MC, and us, you know, somewhat calling ourselves, you know, a different version of them. These people they come from my barrel. They come from my hood. One of my first inspirations, I remember me buying a fake leather jacket. It was pleather. I didn't know there was a such thing at the time. I put it on, and it didn't feel right. I had the fake shit, but I was trying to imitate them. I went and got gazelles. I went and did everything. I went and got the hats. I wanted to be like them. And in a lot of ways, if it wasn't for them, it wouldn't be me. There wouldn't be this show. These guys are legends. They are icons. They are tycoons. They are the definition of hip hop. They are the definition of keeping it real. They are the definition of legends. They are the definition of icons. When I think of this, when I think of these people, that's who I got. My dictionary, when I look up icon, that's who I see. In case you don't know who the fuck we talking about the one, the only, motherfucking DMC from Run-D.M.C. Make some noise!
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie.
It's crazy.
What is this? Okay, I want to start with this.
It's a comic book.
This is a comic book.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
It's a comic book I made for a song that I did with Chuck D, Ice-T, and Jazzy Jeff. Produced by Bumpy Knuckles.
Freddie Fox.
He didn't rap on this one.
He didn't rap.
He didn't want to. He was like, yo, I got Ice-T, Chuck D, and DJ Jazzy Jeff and DMC in the room. I don't need to be on this.
Wow.
Because he was like a fan. Like he couldn't believe the moment.
And the song inspired the comic book? Or the other way around?
The song inspired the comic book, Because Bump was like, yo, you guys are my superheroes.
Yeah, you guys are my superheroes, so let's make some noise for that. Let's make some noise for that. So let's take it from the beginning, right? We just had Leo Combs on, right?
Yep.
And Leo Combs.
Me and Leo used to share rooms. he was our road manager.
Yes, he said.
He mentioned that.
And he would only sleep with me because I was a neat, clean one.
So we had him on, and his claim to fame, or his first, thing in this music business was, he said, road managing you guys.
Run-D.M.C,
and then I asked him, I said, how did you become road manager for Run-D.M.C? And he said, simply because he had a passport.
Yeah.
Was that how it happened?
Well, yeah, because our first manager got fired.
Oh, wow.
And then we needed a road manager. And Leo was like, I'll do it.
Right.
And it was like, do you have a passport?
But what was he prior to that?
Well, Leo was in L.A.
In the West Coast, he said that, yep.
Promoting hip-hop parties.
Really? Did he have long hair? I feel like he had long hair. I don't know.
No, he didn't have long hair. No, he was just a younger version with darker hair of this guy, and he had this hip-hop club in L.A.
Wow.
And once a week, he would throw hip-hop parties. So he booked Run-D.M.C. And when he booked Run-D.M.C., we played the show. Jam Master Jay, rest in peace. He was like, yo, come hang with us. So Leo just started hanging out with us. And then I think he booked us again. But here's what's crazy. After he booked Run-D.M.C, because look, now he got Run-D.M.C.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And
it's very hard to
everybody. I see this and that.
Okay.
But we were like we was the ones that had all the hope to
part
the Red Sea for hip hop. So Leo was funny. every day, he would call Def Jam after he booked Run-D.M.C. What's going on? This is Leo, this and that. People hang up on him. He called back. There's a nag Russell. Yeah, for persistence. So what had happened was he just woke up one day and just came to New York, showed up at the office.
Wow.
And he would go to Def Jam every day, show up at the office, this and that. And Russell was funny. Russell would just give him crazy shit to do, assignment, and he would make it happen.
Right.
So we had this, one of Jay's friends was a road manager, but he got fired because he was smoking crack on the plane.
Damn,
this
make
is
some noise for him smoking crack on the plane.
Went 0 to 100 quick.
You say smoking crack on the plane?
But this is like when crack first came out.
Like weed, I guess?
No. Remember when crack first came out? He was smoking woolies.
Yeah.
So a lot of,
I was a kid.
a lot of normal people, but when it started turning to crack, they was able to stop.
Right.
But in the beginning,
like dirty, you mean?
Yeah. Jay's friend road manager was a crack fiend the first day he smoked it. So he had to smoke it on a plane. So he got fired.
But this was the time where you could smoke cigarettes on a plane.
Yes.
Okay.
I've been traveling since there was, and that shit made no sense because everybody's right there. Like, what the fuck is
I remember
smoking
that.
cigarettes? That shit was, remember
Pan Am.
Did you get Pan Am? And remember the other airline, USA Express?
Okay.
Was directly to LA. Do y'all remember that? You would just take all your shit and get on a plane. So long story short, our manager got fired and Leo was always around.
Okay.
First he would call every day and then he just came.
He showed up.
Just hanging at the office. Now, for anybody listening, that's very
aggressive.
Yeah. And admirable too.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because look where
He was
he's
a
at
man on a
today.
mission. Right.
Yes.
A man on a mission. So we needed a road manager. Leo, I'll do it.
All right.
And the question was, you had a passport, and then ever since then,
wow.
that's how it's, you know what I'm saying? For me, it was like a blip. It was like Leo came to New York, was my road manager, shared movies with me, and then the next day they called him an executive.
Wow.
Which is a beautiful thing.
Now, when I signed to Def Jam, I remember me walking in the building. I remember N.O.R.E Gotti telling me, he's like, "You signed to Def Jam?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Well, don't celebrate because you ain't win nothing." I was like, "Damn, that was harsh."
Wow.
And then I went to Leo's office, and Leo had this picture in his office with a bloody nose. And I say to Leo, "Did you have a fight?" And he goes, "No. I did so much blow that night." He said he was in a row with y'all.
A lot of coke, a lot of coke, like a whole lot of coke. Wow. And my man Combat Jack.
Rest in peace.
Yes. Break Soul, this and that. And Man Cow from Chicago.
Okay.
Big radio journalistic personality. Me and Combat and Mancow, we said, please, people, little kids, boys and girls, don't take this the wrong way. And he set it up. Mancow said it, and me and Combat, we verified this on his show. Yo, the coke in the 80s was real good.
Did he say the coke in the 80s was real good?
I'm keeping it, right, for people that don't, it was like they cared about the buyer. Now,
did it influence the music though?
No. The coke was everywhere.
Right.
For Leo to say that shit was everywhere. Right. We used to just go to radio stations to give the program directors coke to get.
I don't think it was even illegal when it first came on the scene because they didn't even know what it was.
It was an upscale social. It was champagne.
Right.
So, I mean, it's wrong for me to say this. So it's like me saying, yo, the champagne back then was very good.
Right.
Now, champagne has gotten better.
Yes, that's right.
But Coke has gotten worse.
But
for Leo to say that Coke was everywhere, like it was everywhere, man. It was crazy. Oh, man, when we came here on the Raising Hell tour, we didn't sleep for 3 days.
To Miami?
Wow.
Run-D.M.C, Houdini, LBC. But L didn't get high, but the people that was doing it, LL was in the gym every morning lying and said he had it was hereditary. Mine is asshole. He said, I get it from my father.
Like he didn't work out. He's hereditary.
Getting ripped like that. But no, the coke was everywhere. For Leo to say that, well, I sniffed a lot of coke. A whole lot of coke.
All right.
Like, Dad, I keep it real, too. I don't care where I'm at. Like, it could be at a high school. If you was able to go back and talk to the young Daryl McDaniels when you first started DM, don't spend so much money on drugs.
Right.
Spend a lot of money on drugs. Like probably $500,000. No, not $500,000. 372,000 maybe.
And sure, a lot was given to you for free.
On
On
cocaine.
On coke and shit.
Let's make some noise for your drug dealer.
They got too much of this money. Let's not make noise.
DMC looked at me like, I'm not sure.
And I feel like cocaine's gonna come out the walls right now because
But for Leo to sit here, he sniffed a lot of coke.
But one of the things that's so mysterious is I might have lost this argument. I never realized that you guys wasn't on Def Jam.
Yeah, Rush.
I always identified.
Everybody thought we was on Def Jam.
So
we were Def Jam. Who wore the coats? Right?
Yes,
we were.
that's what I'm trying to say.
Exactly.
Like from Crust.
Because what had happened? What had happened? I think Dr. Dre, our Dr.
Ed
Dre,
Lover
and
Dr.
Ed
Dre,
Lover
yes.
was in the room when Russell went to go start Def Jam, and it was basically, okay, Mr. Simmons, you're Kurtis managing, and why should we give you a record deal? All he did was just show a picture of the 3 baddest things in existence at the time. We was never able to get on Def Jam. Cause world, understand, we were signed to Profile Records. Y'all remember this before the albums.
Yes.
This is on Profile
Records, exactly.
Yeah, right there, Profile.
So we was always on Profile Records.
And so it was Rush Management.
Right.
Which eventually became Rush Management, became Violator? Or
no, I don't think so.
Is that years? It's years? Okay.
The Violator became a part of
Rush Management.
Yeah, that whole thing. But Run-D.M.C was always on Profile Records. We came out on Profile Records with this like that Sucker MCs.
Okay.
Put the record out, it hit, it worked.
All right.
Sucker MCs. Now, a lot of people think it was, Rockbox was the first hip-hop video on MTV.
Yes.
And it wasn't Walk This Way, it's a tongue twister. Walk This Way, the first rock rap record isn't Walk This Way. The first rock rap record is Rockbox, which is a thing that put hip-hop on MTV.
But y'all record Rockbox.
Yeah.
Okay.
But what I'm trying to say is, our abilities started with Sucker MCs, because if you remember hip-hop, everything was very musical in the beginning of hip-hop.
A lot of bands playing that
Everybody would just sample the hot record on the radio. Oh, let's do Heartbeat. The R&B record, this and that. When Run-D.M.C came along, we didn't use Good Times. We didn't use Ring My Bell. We fucking came with boom, tet, 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 and just a beat. And I remember that year the record dropped, hating my own record.
What?
Because everywhere I went,
don't fuck about childhood now.
Me.
Wait, which record?
That's it. See,
it's about childhood now, DMC. Be careful.
So what you was doing is what I was doing for the Treacherous 3 and the Funky 4.
Okay.
Those were the records that I want to hear. I don't want to hear my shit.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? So when my record started playing more than bands and flashing, it hurt. It bugged me up. Run knew what was going on, because what people don't know, Run was a professional rapper at 15. He was the son of Kurtis Blow. Run saw the business that exists now in his living room. As a kid, he would come downstairs and Kurtis sleep on the chair. Jimmy Spicer's over there, Houdini's over there, Grandmaster Flash laid out in the bedroom.
Queens in the crib?
Queens, because Russ, who was Rush Productions, was a party. He was a party promoter.
Right.
And he would hire Flash and Bam. So Run saw hip hop. What the world is seeing now, Run saw that in his living room before Rappers Delight dropped.
On a personal
Run
level.
was there. So Run knew the business and this and that. Run knew entertainment, show business. Me, I'm just a fucking kid hearing this hip hop shit. Me and Run didn't meet until 8th grade. We didn't grow up together. Wow. My best friend growing up was this guy named Douglas Hayes. That's who I ran with. And that's how I met Jay, and that's how I met Hurricane. Jam Master Jay.
So you met Jam Master Jay before you met Run?
Yes.
Okay, continue.
I met Jam Master Jay through DJ Hurricane.
Oh, wow.
Who was MC Hurricane down with Davey D and had a group called Solar Sounds out in Queens.
Wow.
So, but the thing growing up, the way what Run-D.M.C. was how Jam Master Jay and Hurricane was dressing in high school.
Ooh.
Kane and Jay was going to school with the Godfather hats and the mock necks and the Adidas and the leather in high school.
Right.
So that's where our style came. But what I wanted to say about Sucker MCs, when Sucker MCs dropped, it was the game. And a lot of people in hip hop say, yeah, that's true. It was the game tape because it was just the beat. It was the tape.
Right.
We didn't want to do records. We wanted to, me and Run had this thing, we make beat jams. We make what's on the Harlem World tape. We make what's they doing in the T Connection. You know what I'm saying? So when Sucker MCs came, it was a game changer.
Right.
And then everybody said, oh, wow, you can do, because the greatest hip hop rappers in history, the greatest period in hip hop is the history before recorded rap. Now, I can say that because I lived it, I understand it.
Are you talking mixtape rap?
No, like the park jams?
The park jams,
just before Rappers Alike. Before we started making records, that was the best period of hip-hop, which nobody even cares about now. They didn't even bring that shit up during the 50th year celebration of hip-hop. Because think about it, 50th celebration of hip-hop only celebrated record-making motherfuckers.
Right. Yeah, they didn't.
Not even fully all elements either.
It wasn't the 50th anniversary. It wasn't the. Oh, they said it was. It wasn't, and I can say this, it wasn't the 50th anniversary of hip hop. It was the 50th anniversary of recorded
records.
Go back and look at all the things that
and
happened.
Crazy Like said that on here. He said that.
It wasn't about DJing, MCing, breakdancing, graffiti, and the whole shit. So this is what I'm talking about.
You said it wasn't or it was?
It wasn't.
It was.
It was only about motherfuckers that make records.
He said the 50 years.
Oh, you talking about
the celebration of it is
Look
only.
what happened in the Bronx.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I want to see the Fantastic fucking Five.
Right. We talking about the Yankee Stadium?
The party I did. We shut it down.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie.
I didn't want to go.
I was so happy. I was so happy watching y'all perform together. How long was that since y'all performed together? Since?
No, we was doing shows here.
Oh, yeah, okay. I wasn't seeing it.
We was Run-D.M.C. was only doing festivals.
Okay, because I heard a rumor that you guys wouldn't perform together since Jam Master Jay had passed. Or
we didn't want to.
Okay,
but some of the checks were very nice.
You know what
I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that was it. But what I wanted to say about Sucker MCs, it was just about making beat jams. And we wanted to do, when we came in hip hop, we knew we had a responsibility for this. Anything that is holy or sacred to a nation or community or people will get diluted, polluted, and destroyed once it's commercialized.
Right.
And a lot of the commercialization of that is very good. It's, you know what I'm saying, financially and this and that, for the expansion of it. MTV and us being on records aided in the expansion of hip-hop.
Right.
But if there was no music business, we still had hip-hop.
Right.
So when Run-D.M.C. and Jam Master Jay showed up, we wasn't thinking, yo, let's have hip records and get money and this and that. Run was doing it a little bit because you see how you Bentleys and stuff like that. But our things was to be the best DJs and MCs that people would ever see forever.
Right.
Why? Because the people before us, that art form.
The Melly Mel's.
Right. So see, everybody only knows Melly Mel for the message.
Right.
But I got tapes of Melly Mel and Scorpio when he was Mr. Ness, rhyming like me and Run.
Can we borrow this tape?
Nobody knows Melly Mel was Melly, M-E-L-E, M-E-L, or Melly Mel, y'all. Or rock well with echo chambers and flash dropping beats and shit. See, y'all don't, nobody knows that. I know that. That's all this record making shit don't excite me. So what, you had a fucking triple platinum. That shit don't mean nothing because you didn't play Harlem World, motherfucker.
Wow.
So me and Run came from that. We said we're gonna do, and that aided in our success. Everything we did was, we was imagining it was a cassette recording of us live.
Wow.
So we wanted to make rhyme routines. So when we did Sucker MCs, it gave permission to everybody to, oh shit. We don't got the first rappers are the greatest rappers ever, but what was their flaw? They had no rappers to look up to. So when the first rappers got into the music, you gotta understand what happened to our culture. We were a culture that is eternal, that never changes, that innovation gets better and better as we grow.
Right.
Not that shit when you're 35 and 40, you can't rap. No. Is anybody going to go to Stevie Wonder and say, Stevie, you're 50 now, you can't sing?
Right, no.
Is anybody going to go to Patti LaBelle and say, excuse me, Patti, you're 50, you can't?
Or Mick Jagger neither.
The Rolling Stones gonna have a fucking tour when they die.
Yeah,
when they die, they're gonna come out the grave and go on road.
Them niggas 105 right now.
So we knew that before the shit that was going on that we were doing before rappers, the light, that shit is fucking eternal. They could never take that shit from us.
Right.
So we said, we're gonna do that shit on records. And that's the thing that made Run-D.M.C. Jay never used the DAT machine. They never, it was, when we played Live Aid, motherfuckers, that shit was vinyl on the turntables and us rhyming. So, from Sucker MCs,
right out, you can't even hold it.
MCs to fucking Jam Master Jay when we did Hard Times, it's like that was Russell in the business. You gotta make a commercial record. It's like, so what we did with It's Like That, we took, because if you remember, the message came out first. So the message was the message. It's like a jungle times, broken glass everywhere. But after that, hip hop was able to say, we can take y'all to where y'all need to go. So Bam and Soul Sonic Force and Soul Sonic Force, Africa Band by the Soul Sonic Force, they made Planet Rock.
Right.
So when we made It's Like That, we said, you know what? We tired of shit being separate. Let's put the message and the vision of Planet Rock. We know a place where everybody's eating and it's safe. Let's do it like that. So when we did that with It's Like, if you listen to Planet Rock, we was trying to make, if you listen to It's Like That, we was trying to make Planet Rock. Zan, 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 zan. But we wasn't good at it.
Oh, shit. I would have never put that together.
Nobody did.
You got me with
But
that
we
one.
was just trying to make raw beats the way it was done in the streets. If you listen, you know what's the key to Run-D.M.C success? It's like comic book Easter eggs. It was right up under your nose when we made Adidas. We took the beat from the street and put it on TV. As it is, in its form, no explanations to the shit. Take the beat,
Run
turn the mic
uncut.
on, DJ.
Right.
But by us doing that, what the fuck were you? Nobody had never seen what we did in hip hop because
couldn't believe
the
it.
people before us that created it didn't do it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Mel and Kaz and all of them was mad at us when we first came out.
Wait, what do you mean?
We was fucking, who the fuck is it? They
had on spikes?
Who the fuck is these motherfuckers from Queens with this badass attitude? And they had on spikes, but you understand, that's what I wanted to say to you, N.O.R.E. The first MC, the first hip-hoppers in the game had no hip-hoppers to look up to. But who were their idols in show business?
Right.
Rolling Stones, Rick James, and Parliament Funkadelic. So because they coming into the music business, and a lot of people do this in all forms of art and all forms of creativity. Now I'm in this Hollywood bullshit, so I gotta change who I am. But they rightfully so, because what did I say when I first walked in there? This is like Soul Train.
Right.
Because this is what y'all are my Mike Douglas show. I don't think you're that young. Mark Griffin show?
Yeah.
So that's what y'all are.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So when the first hip-hoppers got into hip-hop, there was no fucking cool motherfucker, because they were the cool motherfucker. But because it was show business, I need to dress like Bam and them. I need to dress like Parliament Funkadelic. When we came doing the shit that they created, Russell being the showbiz guy, entrepreneur, you know what I'm saying? He's hitting me and Run every minute. Y'all need stage clothes. Y'all need get. Me and Run was like, yeah, we do, Russell, but we ain't wearing that shit.
But is it true that he told y'all to dress like the drug dealers from around the way?
No, he didn't say.
Who?
He wanted
Russell
us to.
Or Jam Master Jay?
He wanted us to. Our look came from this. There's a famous picture of me and Run at the Fever with checker jackets on, no hats. Y'all might have seen it. Me and Run, no Jay.
The way you're
Run
doing
DMC. Yeah.
Look at his face.
He looking picture.
Is that how you felt, bro?
Yeah, we didn't know. So we should rhyme now. Russell got us at the fucking Fever. So I used to go in my father's closet. Okay, take this suit jacket. I ain't got no fucking money in this and that. So what had happened was when we put Jay down as the DJ, Jay's not in that picture because our first show at the Fever, Jam Master Jay missed it because he went down to Jamaica Avenue to shop for gear. Rebel Knox, Central, BIM. So he didn't know about this thing called sound check. So we played a Fever. Damn, at 6:30 we had to leave Jay. So Jay cried all night, he said. So the second time we played the Fever, Jay wasn't going to be late. But when we pull up to pick up Jay, like in the beginning, I was wearing Pumas at shows in the beginning. Blue Puma, blue suede Puma with the white stripes, black
fat laces?
Fat laces.
Okay, cool. Okay.
Blue suit jacket and Kangol. I was wearing Kangol. Run was just his curly hair, sideburn, fly. You know what I'm saying? Sexy motherfucker look. So this show, we pull up to Jay's house on 230 and Hollis, and Jay, we beeped the horn for Jay and Larry Smith, the greatest hip hop producer ever that nobody knows about. Larry Smith, who held down 4 decades. I mean, 4 years of hip hop by himself. He produced the whole Run-D.M.C. album by himself. He produced the King of Rock album by himself. And he produced Houdini's groundbreaking album, Fringe Freaks Come Out at Night by himself. So Larry Smith needs a movie. And he needs a documentary. And he fucking needs a fucking Rock and Roll Hall of Fame award.
Let's make some noise for that.
Talk to Dre. Talk to Premier, talk to Dr. Dre, talk to Pete Rock, talk to these DJs, Larry Smith. Our success was on Larry Smith. So long story short, we pull up to Jay's house. He comes out the front door of his crib. He got the Godfather hat on, right? He got the black with the white stripe Adidas jacket on. He got the black Lees on. He got the brand new white Superstars with the black stripe on the side, and the tongues are sticking up like tombstones. And he got the 4-speaker JVC box. As soon as he stepped on his stoop, before Russell said, "That is your," me and Run was like, "That's our look." So Jay was not only the sound, he was the
stylist
of Run-D.M.C. Me and Run was all over the place. All over the place.
Because you said your first was a seersucker, a checker.
All type of shit. So, but I was a cool motherfucker though, because I knew BVD nylons.
BVD?
I was that motherfucker.
Oh, the BVD?
Like, my shit,
yeah, I used to wear BVD. I used to sweat a lot though, so I used to be like,
they were the worst for that. But BVD, I had my red BVDs and all of that shit. But me and Run was all over the place till Jay came along and brought us together. Jay brought it all together.
Now, was the Gazelles a part of that?
This is funny. I love this. Because you said you never knew we wasn't on Def Jam.
No, I never knew
something else up.
Okay.
I never wore Gazelles.
Never?
The glasses I wore were Ultra Goliaths. They had the shape of the Gazelles, but I never wore Gazelles. Go back and look at all my pictures.
Really?
And before the and Leo had something to do with the Ultra Goliaths. Before the Ultra Goliaths, they were just my basic Cohen lenses that I was wearing to school.
Whoa.
And Run was actually the guy that told me to wear the glasses because I went to Catholic school my whole life. So I'm funny. I was always in the smart class. Run was always in the other class because it was like 1-1, 1-2, 2-1, 2-2. It's only 2 grades for each class. So Run was always in the other class. I didn't know Run. The only reason I knew Run and knew me is that when they do the roll call in the morning and they sounded the students' names, you know what I'm saying? Deborah Hamilton. So the whole school looks, oh shit, that's Deborah. That's how you identify. So I remember one day it was Joseph Simmons. Everybody, oh, that's Joey, the curly head motherfucker. And then John McDaniels, the big head motherfucker with the glasses on that read comic books and know how to draw. So what had happened in 8th grade, this is how me and Run went. In 8th grade, and we went to St. Pascal Baylon Elementary School. It was the last Catholic school in the hood of Hollis. The nuns and the priests said, we can't give up on the black kids. We got to stay here for them. And they trooped it. We had a cool fucking basketball coach named Father Rudloff who fucking left the priesthood because he found a black woman in the hood. So shout out to Father Rudloff.
Shout out to him. Go ahead.
You know what I'm saying? He was like, I ain't trying none of this Pope shit and stuff like that. Comrades abusing the kids and shit like that. Shit, I'm gonna go out and get me some. You know what I'm saying? But so we had one rim in the back in the schoolyard, and for the Catholic school kids, you couldn't go nowhere unless you went home and put on your play clothes. Because in your uniform, take your money, smack you upside your head, kids are fucking mean. They would take other kids' shoes just to fucking take them and all that. So in 8th grade, David McGeachern comes to St. Pascal's, and he's like 6'3", and he dunks on the rim and breaks it. So all the Catholic school, we cried. Because we can't go to the party. Hold up, yo, I got the best parents in the world. Son of Byford, brother of Al. Banner's my mother, runs my pal. It's McDaniels, not McDonald's. These rhymes are Daryl's, those burgers are Ronald's. I ran down my family tree, my mother and father, my brother and me. I had the best parents in the world. My father put a rim in the backyard. So now, don't cry, kids. The McDaniels family got your back. Now all the kids after school could come to my house, which is like a 5-minute walk from school.
Wow.
So every day after school, it's about 30 kids from school playing ball. One particular day, it's just Joseph Simmons alone with his basketball. Comes over, I'm like, yo, where Doug, where Craig? Doug got to go to the dentist. Oh, Craig is on punishment. Okay, it's just me and you. So we play ball, right?
One-on-one.
Play one-on-one.
I need to know who won this.
Run. Run and Jay were the ballers. I couldn't play. I just played like, you know. I just played
the basket.
Well, I'm trying to be cool. I'm a comic book reading nerd. I'm trying to fucking fit in. You know what I'm saying? I'm only playing ball for the same reason that I started fucking smoking weed and became an alcoholic. Yeah, I didn't know. I could have said no. So we play ball. You know, we would get out of school 2:10. My mother and father, they get home from work at 4 p.m. So when you was little, what was the rule when your parents wasn't home? No company.
Yeah, no company, that's right.
Can't no company. So what I usually do is, when we finish playing ball, I go and get the jug of water, and you remember Dixie cups. Are they still in business?
Yeah.
Dixie cups?
Yeah.
You sure?
The
If
cups?
they're not, I'm gonna be Daryl makes cups. Bring back fucking cups, throw away disposable cups. Is Dixie still in business?
Yeah.
This how I did the cookies and comic books. I would just say shit, motherfuckers would say, do that shit. And I say, okay, I'll do it. So Run is the only kid there. So instead of bringing the water to him, I say, come in the house. So he comes in the house, he sees my brother's turntables. And he goes, yo, do you do that? And I go, no. Because that was hip-hop to me was my little secret thing. But then he goes, yo, my brother's Russell Simmons, this, and they starts laying out the 411.
And Russell Simmons was known at this time?
Huge.
Okay, go ahead, continue.
Huge. Rush Party, he was like, do you own the telephone poles? You ever see the flyers and the posters of the Rush Party? So Russell was huge. Russell was known for that. Russell was getting money, you know, back then. He was like, I'm the son of Kurtis Blow. So what we would do is, before my mother and father would come up, we played one game of basketball and then go in the basement and DJ. So that's how he knew that I had skills.
Right.
So when he was going to make a record as a solo artist, because he was the son of Kurtis Blow put out The Breaks. The first Christmas record, do y'all know before Christmas in Hollis, there was a
That was Kurtis Blow.
Christmas rapping.
Yeah, Christmas rap. Yeah.
So Run was always in Russ, let me make a record, let me make a record, let me make a record, let me make a record. Russ was like, no, you're too young, you're too young, you're too young. So Joe was persistent, and Russell says this to Joe, okay, Joey. That's what Russell when he gets mad. Okay, Joey, you show me a high school diploma, I'll let you go in the studio and make a record. So Run was like, okay, I remember that. He was in, 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade. Here you go, Russell. So Run was going in the studio to make a record. He remembered the kid with the big head and the glasses in the comic book, DMC, Daryl McDaniels, got some rhymes. So he calls me up, puts me in a group. That's what got me sitting here today. Wasn't like I wanted to do none of this shit. I wrote rhymes for me, N.O.R.E, not for you to hear them shit.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and I didn't want nobody. That shit was like my diary.
So you telling me
This damn near happened by accident.
Run had a chance to go solo. He had a chance to do whatever.
He had a record called, he came over my house. He would come to my house and play me tapes. Yo, last night I was with Zulu Nation. Last night I was with the Crash Crew. Shout out to the Crash Crew, one of the greatest groups in hip hop that they always forget about. He would show me these tapes of live stuff. So I'm a fan and he's doing it.
Right.
So I'm looking at him in awe and respect because he was with Flash last night. You know what I'm saying? When he was going to make his record, he had a record called Street Kid. I'm just a street kid, street kid. I'm just a street. Remember how rap used to be? Trying to make it in the groove, and the music would play and shit like that. And he had his whole record and Run out his whole raps. And I was like, go, Joe, and whatever. But then he said, nah, fuck that. DMC. I wasn't DMC. I was Easy D.
Easy
Remember,
D.
they used to call me Easy D because I rapped on the mic so easily. But now they call me, I didn't become DMC till Run put me in the group. Because then I had to go up another level.
Okay.
But that's a whole long story. So Run was going to be a solo artist, had a record and everything.
What's his name, Run?
Yeah, it was DJ Run.
DJ Run.
DJ Run.
Okay.
But then when he was about to go in to get the deal, he said, nah, putting my man down. And he called me up and he was like, yo, D. And he told me this in 8th grade. D, whenever Russell lets me make a record, I'm putting you in my group. Now, I remember that when he said that shit to me, it was like a foreign language. The fuck you I don't do this shit. You, Mo, y'all motherfuckers do this. And he said, watch. So this was 8th grade. 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade. We went to totally different schools. Run and Jay went to Andrew Jackson in Queens.
Yep.
AJ, known for the ball and shit like that. I went to a school called Rice High School.
Called what?
Rice High School,
Okay.
124th Street and Lennox Avenue. It was an
uptown,
all-boys
Manhattan.
Catholic school.
Yeah.
Power Memorial, Rice High School. So during that time, Joe is getting his deal together. I'm just in Rice High School, but the beautiful thing for me, what happened to me is the reason why I'm so passionate about hip hop. I understand there's a dichotomy with our culture now.
Right.
There's the music business, and then there's the culture.
Right.
I'm 150,000% culture that just happens to be in the music business.
Right.
So that's why I didn't talk that much in the beginning. Let Run do all the talk. I'm just going to say my rhyme and go the fuck home. So what happened to me was this, though, N.O.R.E and E. I get to Rice High School. It's 124th Street in Harlem. All boys Catholic high school, congregation of Irish Christian brothers. But what is so unique about this? Now, I don't know what's about to happen to me. This is purpose and destiny. I just go to Rice because my best friend Doug told me, we going to Rice, motherfucker, okay. So I get to Rice, but I get to Rice, the boys, because it's all boys school, they would go to Rice. They're from the Bronx, they're from Harlem, from Manhattan. So when I get to Rice in 9th grade, they got all of the performances of hip hop before Rapper's Delight. So Terrence Washington would come at the end of every school week with a cassette tape holder, open it up, and he would sell the tapes like it was drugs. And it would be...
In the school?
In the school.
Shit.
And what was beautiful about the congregation of Irish Christian brothers, to connect with the black kids, this is a lesson for the educational system of our... They let us do our hip hop. They let us do our graffiti.
That's crazy.
They wanted our, right on the, do all that shit. And by letting us doing that, we had great students.
Wow.
No trouble. All the troublesome kid was a straight A student because he got to rhyme and beat on the table. He got to do his art. But Terrence Washington would have, Funky 4+1, 1979.
Wow.
Kurtis Blow, 1977, when Kurtis Blow was Flash MC. Oof. Grandmaster Flash and the Furious 4, because Raheem wasn't in the group yet, because Raheem was a member of the Funky 4. So I'm saving my allowance because I didn't have a job, and I'm buying all of these tapes. So from 9th grade to 12th grade, I'm getting a first-hand course on how to be this hip-hop shit. Not how to do it, how to be the shit. So long story short again, 12th grade, I'm graduating. Sent out my resume to all the schools. I get home from...
To college? School?
College,
Okay.
yeah. There's no emails back then, you know what I'm saying? They're still using payphones, all that shit. There's a letter. It says St. John's University on it. I open up the letter. We're proud to inform you, Mr. McDaniels. And I felt good that they called me Mr. Just, you know what I'm saying? Like, whoa, shit. But I was also scared because that means I got to grow up.
Right.
Mr. McDaniels.
And St. John's is still in Queens, correct?
Yeah,
okay,
still there.
That's right.
Still there. Fucking Lucana Seca and fucking Walter Berry.
Yep.
I said, oh, shit, I got accepted to St. John's University. I run past my mother and father with the letter, down into the basement to my turntables, put on Apache, and I write my rhyme. I'm DMC. Not go, because I wasn't in it. I'm going to St. John's University. Since kindergarten, I acquired the knowledge.
And that would just
from my book. Then I walked back upstairs.
You go too fast. Hold on.
We just got the play-by-play of how he wrote that.
Wait. So you got the college letter, and you go downstairs and you premeditate
and write a rhyme about
holy shit!
And an iconic line.
That's
too.
iconic. Word. That's iconic, bro. Continue. I'm so
then
sorry.
I go back upstairs. Mom, I got accepted to St. John's University. So I get in St. John's University and stuff like that. The phone rings. It's Joe. Run.
The same day.
No, not the same day. Okay. I get in. This is probably like the first week because I'm in orientation for college. It's Joe. Yo, what's up, D? Remember 4 years ago when I said if Russell lets me make a record, grab your rhyme book. We're going to make a record. We go to Green Street Recording Studio.
Damn, I remember Green Street.
We make It's Like That and Sucker MCs. Russell goes around the labels. Every label tells him no, except this one independent called Profile Records.
Wow.
Profile Records takes a chance with us. Here I am today.
Make some noise for Profile Records, goddammit. Holy
How crazy is that? And then we made singles. Remember, hip-hop was just singles.
Right.
So then we made another single called Hard Times Jam Master Jay. And that's why I brung Russell in with the commercial thing.
And you doing my whole interview.
Like that. Everybody say I do that.
You doing my whole interview.
Everybody say I do that. So we made Hard Times. Check this out. This is how deep this shit is. We made Hard Times, which is a Kurtis Blow song.
Whoa.
It's one of the first hip-hop remakes. Heard it,
cover song, right?
Yeah, it was a cover song. Kurtis Blow had a song called Hard Times on his album where he rapped it. We took it and did it, It's Like That style. But at that time, when we made It's Like That and Sucker MCs, we didn't have Jay yet. That's why the group's just Run-D.M.C. So after we put It's Like That and Sucker MCs out, the record's getting hot. It's blowing up on the radio. Sucker MCs is killing the street. And It's Like That is becoming a hit across the nation. But people thought we was an R&B group.
Oh, shit.
No way.
They thought we was that kind of like that Timex social club type group. We go on the shows. We're opening for Marvin Gaye.
God damn it.
We're opening for Parliament Funkadelic.
God damn it.
We're opening for ZZ Top.
How was the reception in the audience? How were they?
All right, I'll tell you, we had 20 minutes. We was open for the Barcades and Confunction and the Gap Band and all that shit. So we had 20 minutes on these big stages.
You the only rap?
Only rap group.
Yeah,
and that is because It's Like That. It's on the radio. It's like that. So they thought we was a band. Russell was getting his calls and he sent us. We'd show up at sound check. Me, Larry Smith, Run, and Jay with 2 turntables and a record bag.
That's amazing.
And they wouldn't let us in.
Because they didn't
see all the equipment coming in.
We Run-D.M.C. No, you ain't. I mean, we talk, word, knocking 3 and 4 times where the bouncers go, motherfuckers, if you knock on this fucking door again. But we're Run-D.M.C. Go get the fucking promoter. The promoter came to the door. Well, this is him. But the promoters, we was getting like...
Because they didn't know how y'all looked. It wasn't a promotional Yes.
So you understand what time this was. This was crazy. And the promoters would always go, you mean to pay? I'm paying you. And $2,500 was a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
Then,
yeah.
The promoters would be like, we paying you $2,500 fucking dollars just to play records? We say, yep. So you want to know what the reception is? We got 20 minutes. All right, Jay go out there. Ladies and gentlemen, Run-D.M.C. Crowd is like, okay, where the fucking band? Yo, what's up, yo? My name is Jam Master Jay. Boom, boom, boom. Put your hands in the air. Boom. Somebody say Run. Call me. Call DMC. I call Run out. Yo, killing them. Killing them. To the point where sometimes the whole audience, we have 20 minutes during the Marvin Gaye show. No, bring them back on. We want to see more. How crazy is that?
Hell yeah. Holy
That must have felt amazing, though.
It felt fucking crazy amazing. And we was opening up for fucking Marvin.
For Legend,
Parliament. Yo, it's crazy. So that's also where our great showmanship came in. We was like, yo, this audience is like loving this shit that we do. So we're not trying to be the best entertainers. We're trying to be the best DJs and MCs motherfuckers would ever seen. Which set up all of that exhilaration and influence for everybody following us.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because now here we are. When we was doing that, we knew, damn, we representing the fucking culture.
Right.
And Jay was like, we always got to watch what we say. And we would never go for any fake shit. No fucking saran wrapping, no parody shit. We always got to be live. Like, it was a huge responsibility.
Like, it was so dope. I'm sorry to bounce around.
No,
but it was so dope to see you Run on stage. And then it was even more passionate, and it almost made me feel like my childhood because he distinguished that this is not Reverend Run on stage.
Right.
He started cursing. I was like, oh shit.
Everybody knows that.
No,
Yeah,
but you know what I'm saying? Like to see that, and it was like my childhood. You know what I mean? Like
I could understand that.
Yeah,
right.
like I just was like, it felt so right, like to see y'all together. You know what I mean?
And the way you want to see us.
Yeah, exactly. And headlining goddamn Yankee Stadium.
No,
for 50 years.
before we went on, Run was like, yo, D, I guess we did something. 'Cause all these motherfuckers want us to go on last.
Yes. That's what I think we can make the noise.
You know what I'm saying?
Make the noise to that.
And you know, and it's just the thing that we feel that thing that makes Snoop, that thing that makes Scarface, is the thing that might not have been there if it wasn't for Run-D.M.C.
Yeah, that's a fact.
It would have died with Flash in them.
Right.
Even to the point where, like I said, Flash and Mel and all of them was mad at us until they started seeing our interviews. And we would talk about them.
And when you say they was mad at you, you saying because of the commercial appeal that you guys was...
Because of the shift that they created.
Yeah, we changed the shit. We came with fucking Adidas, angles and gold. And you could go find, there's pictures of Mel and them with sheepskins and shit like that. Even Kaz always says, damn, man, if we'd have put those routines on records.
Right.
1981, and before this year is done. Yo, them motherfuckers had, it's crazy. Cass said, and this is good for this time. What he say? Anyone can write a rap. He said, this is what a rapper should be saying now. He said, anyone can write a rap and say yes, y'all, but a real MC you do not call because you can't write a rhyme at 1:45 to be a real MC before the jam is through. For all you MCs that are like that, you gotta take a lesson from the good old Cap. You need a voice that is clear, a DJ like Chase, a good imagination and a strong, steady pace. You gotta have both feet on the ground and you can't be a duck. You gotta be down. You gotta represent the hood at all times. Plus, you gotta have tough and original rhymes. Put all that together, and you know what it brings the Grandmaster. And I'm a running thing. So JDL, got over Big Beat. So we was like, we're gonna do that shit. We're not fucking doing no hip hop. You know what I'm saying?
And you were really influenced by them. That's the thing. You made the shift, but it was influenced by them.
Yes, we Peter Piper picked peppers, Run Rock Run. It was a party night. Everybody was. Come on. Imagine if that was Mel and them national record before the message. Then they would be able to be doing that record and then the message.
Right.
So that's why when we came along, we didn't want to separate what hip hop is. Right. You know what I'm saying? Even Mo D, before he battled L, most people know Mo D from when he was a recording artist. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Right. But before that, Mo D and the motherfuckers was beasts.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like the old school isn't a time period. The old school is a consciousness of how you present yourself. And that could be as a DJ, could be as an MC, could be as a graffiti artist, could be as a breakdancer. But if you break it down, could be as the music, could be as the language, could be as the art, or could be as the fashion of it. So we knew we always got to be those elements.
Wow. Let me ask you something, because at one point, like when you hear like Eric B and Rakim, like the DJ came like before the act, and the DJ was so much important. And then at some point, it almost seemed like the DJ was obsolete.
Yeah,
it almost seemed like nobody cares about the DJ no more, as opposed to your era where the DJ came
every
first.
minute. I was going to say, we made Hard Times, right? So now we doing all of these shows, Barcades, Confunction, and this and that. So the question is, okay, I know that's Run and that's DMC, or okay, that's Run, that's D, where's M, where's C, where's the band? So there was confusion. They would see Run-D.M.C. and there's 3 people on stage. Who's that back there? Why is that guy back there? Oh, y'all need to know what this shit is doing. So I'm the Run put me in the group because all I did was eat, sleep, hip hop. All I did. Eat, sleep, hip hop tapes. Who's the new tape? Who's the new song? He hated me because I would listen to the corny shit. But I wasn't trying to let
studying.
anything get right. Exactly.
Right.
I was like, this shit is on a record. There's got to be some reason why this should be on a record. And it might not even have been the rap. It might have just been the beat or the sound. So I was like the scientist of the group. So everybody was asking me, why is it 3 people? Don't worry, Jay, I got you. When we put Jay first down, he was Jazzy Jay.
Jazzy J.
You can't be Jazzy J. I go to write, so Jay, you can't be Jazzy J. That's biting.
Right.
Yeah.
And Jay's, Jay's keeps looking at me. This weird motherfucker there. I'm like, that's biting. You can't do that. Don't worry, Jay, I got you. So I went home and I was like, okay, what we gonna call Jason? I was like, okay. If you remember, the jam had 2 meanings back then. Yo, DJ, play my favorite jam.
That's right.
Which is the record.
And then the
jam,
that
the
jam
party. Last night.
The party, yes.
I'm sitting there, oh my God, Jay's the master of it all. And it just so happened his name was Jay. Right. So when I say he can't be the Grandmaster. We got a bunch of those motherfuckers already. Definitely can't be Grand Wizard. Like you can fuck with Grandmaster.
Right.
You got Grand Wizard and you got Grand Mixer. Right. I'm like, my whole thing is, I gotta take, even now at 59 years old, we gotta take hip hop one more step that nobody hasn't done. So I was like, we're gonna name him the Jam Master. So I go back to Jay and holler, yo, Jay, I got it, drum roll. Your name is gonna be the Jam Master Jay. You see the way that hit Jam Master Jay? And then Jay's funny, he says it to himself, like, this gonna be in a movie. The actor playing Jay gotta go, Jam Master Jay. And then you should, motherfucker went out and got a JMJ bell. You know what I'm saying? JMJ chain. You know what I'm saying? So all of it's like you said, all of the pieces were just falling in place.
All right.
Wow.
And you used to DJ as well?
Before Run came in my basement, I had every Marvel comic book in existence.
All right.
Stan Lee, shout out to Stan Lee. No, I'm gonna tell you why. My brother still got his. Stan Lee created DMC. Wow. Here's crazy. Stan Lee and the Cold Crush created DMC. But I had a huge all I used to do was read, collect, draw. Read, collect, draw. Batman, Flash, Green Lantern were all cool. But what was bad about DC was, like, I don't like fake shit. I hate fake shit. So DC was cool to superhero, but DC had a fake Metropolis and a fake Gotham. Them motherfuckers were trying to be New York. Stan Lee blew my fucking mind. He put the superheroes really in New York. So that shit is real to me.
Yeah, Spider-Man was from Woodside, Queens.
N.O.R.E, I wasn't shouting out Queens my whole record career to rep the fucking hood. I was shouting that because Spider-Man comes from where I come from. Peter Parker. When I found that shit, I was like, oh shit. Yeah, I understood.
Yes, that's real.
You know what I'm saying?
That's real.
But shit, I'm not a hood dude. And shit, Jay shouting Queens. I don't know that shit. I can't lead a block. But all I did was recollect and draw comic books. So when hip hop came over the bridge from the Bronx, my brother's older than me. 15, the kid's 15 to 18 years old. All of a sudden, everybody's getting turntables in Queens, in my neighborhood. And I remember Anthony Wallace was the first of my brother's friends to get turntable, but he had the makeshift setup. He had the BSR turntable, but the other mismatched one from your mother's hi-fi stereo shit. Anthony was dope. He would take all the speakers and make his own sound system. So he had a Crater Records. He had all that BAM shit. You know what I'm saying? I used to call it BAM shit. I didn't know what it was. And he wasn't hip hop yet. And then Booby Long, my brother's other friend. See, Booby had it better than me and my brother, because you couldn't get no turntables back in the days if you didn't sell reefer. Not weed.
Reefer's marijuana, guys.
Reefer, yeah.
All right, cool.
I'm trying to put people there. You don't sell reefer. You're not a stick-up kid. You don't rob houses, and you don't steal cars. So me and my brother, we Catholic school, suburban Queens motherfuckers. We ain't got no money. But then my brother goes, and it was for him. He comes to me one day, yo, Daryl, man. He's we, but it's really him. We gotta get turntables. Right? And he's like looking around the fucking attic at my shit. And I'm like, oh, no, we don't, motherfucker. He's like, yo, come on, man. We gotta get turntables, this hip hop shit. Everybody's doing whatever. So I give in. So we do a comic book sale.
Oh, shit.
Right, now check this out. This is 7th grade, before Run even came play ball. We do a comic book sale. The McDaniels brothers is doing a comic book sale. So the doorbell was ringing all day. All we need to do is get one turntable, because we had a hi-fi system, and a $40 Gemini mixer, up and down one. Remember the lowest one? It didn't even have crossfade. So we got to get that. The doorbell's ringing all day. Kids from our neighborhood, kids from our school. Doorbell rings, it's Joseph Simmons, the other kid from the other class. Comes in with his friend Harold. He buys comic books and he goes home. A year later, that happens. So we buy the turntables. We get the turntables in the basement. Everybody's DJing, right? So I hear a Grandmaster Flash tape of him spinning Good Times. You know what I'm saying? When I'm 14 years old. So I hear this Grandmaster Flash tape. The thing that caught my eye was Flash in the comic book. This motherfucker names himself out of Flash. Attention now. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
It probably was always there, because it was block
Not
party.
Flash Gordon, though, right? Not Flash Gordon.
Not Flash Gordon, the Flash in the comic book. Which was my connection with that. So I hear Grandmaster Flash tape, and he's spinning Good Times. Good Times. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Now, usually, prior to the hip-hop, the DJs at the block parties were the older DJs who would just play the records all the way through. Play the record all the way through. So I'm hearing this Flash tape, this Good Times, break comes, then it comes again. Now, there's no video of this shit. It's just on the box playing. And it does it again. Good time, good time. And he makes it go, good, 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 good. I'm like, I got to learn how to do that shit. So my brother, when we brought the turntables, he tells me. That's
scratching, you say?
With my, no, that came.
Nah, he's bringing back the beat.
My brother, who used my comic books to get this turntable, tells me, this is big brother shit. Yo, when I'm not home, don't touch my turntable. What the? I'm looking at an empty attic. And I'm like, what the fuck he mean my turntable? I don't say this, I'm just thinking this shit. But did I let you know?
He sold your comic books to get it.
Yeah, every time he would leave, I would go in the basement. And I'm trying to figure out how Flash
So like
do that
Step Brothers. You see the movie Step Brothers?
Yeah, I would go down in the basement and touch the shit. So I learned to DJ Good Times. I learned to DJ Super Sperm, Soup. I learned to DJ Paradise is very nice. Paradise.
You're learning the routines, basically.
I got nice. So in my basement, N.O.R.E, before I was MC Easy D, because like the MCM shit didn't come yet. I didn't hear that shit yet. I was Grandmaster Get High in my basement.
Grandmaster Get High?
Yeah, because you didn't
Somebody
need
need to call themselves that right now. That shit is hard.
You didn't need reefer or alcohol to get intoxicated, because my music would intoxicate you.
Wow.
So I was Grandmaster Get High. So when Joe came in my basement, I showed him what Grandmaster Get High could do. Me writing rhymes to where Joe discovered it when he started hanging with me came about because of this. I had heard Spoonie G. You say one for the treble,
Philly, right?
for the time. No, Spoonie G. Spoonie G. Boom, boom, boom. You say one for the, yes, y'all. A freak, y'all. And I was driving down the street on a stormy night, and then up ahead, it was a terrible fight. It was a big finale. So I heard Spoonie G's first one with the whistle and the bass on boom, boom, boom. So I had heard that. Still didn't care about it yet. Then, right after I heard that, I heard Rapper's Delight. So everybody is getting turntables, and all of a sudden this record, Rapper's Delight, is everywhere. But I still didn't care until I hear Big Bang Hank's rhyme about Superman. Oh, shit. Like, I didn't care about hip-hop to hip-hop, because Mo D talks about this too. At that time, I didn't notice, there was an older hip-hop and a younger hip-hop. There was the DJ Hollywoods and the Eddie Chibas and the Pete DJ Jones and those dudes. There was the disco DJ rapping man. Clap your hands. I'm in the disco. It was all disco. Disco D. I'm a rapping man and I'm a handsome. There was those dudes. You know what I'm saying? So Rapper's Delight. That first rhyme was that to me. But then I heard Banks' rhyme, not knowing that I would discover later on when the Cold Crush tapes came out. The dude that wrote that. But his was different. Imp to Dim, the ladies pimp, the women fight for my delight, because I'm the Grandmaster with the 3, because he was Grandmaster Caz, and he was a DJ and stuff like that. So long story short, I hear Rapper's Delight. And the only reason I listened to Rapper's Delight, put it on a record, listened to it 3 times, knew it from start to finish. Wow. But that got me in trouble, because now all the bullies and the hard rocks, you know, thugs and gangsters, they were called hard rocks back then. So they got fresh nigga and they walk hard. They watch out for the hard rocks and shit. You know what I'm saying? Don't go down that block. That's me. But now, by me knowing Rappers of Life from start to finish, yo, motherfucker, come over here. Sing Rappers of Life.
Right.
Because if it wasn't a box around or nothing, so I was that dude. So this happened, though. My brother brought Rappers of Light home. And I tell the story at the time. It was very attractive, light blue label with the rainbow. Yeah. So it stood out. A couple of weeks later, he brings home this bland, it was a white cut case and a red label. It just said enjoy, right? Wow. So I'm busy doing the Grandmaster Flash shit. I read the label. It says Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five. And I'm like, oh shit, what the fuck? Like, I'm trying to do now he got other motherfuckers with him. Yo, slow the fuck down. Shit is too much more. But I didn't know what was about to happen to me. It was Grandmaster Flash and Furious Five, and I was like, okay, my brother put that shit on the turntable. The needle. Now, if you put Rappers of Light on, gloom, gloom, clock, gloom, gloom, clock, gloom, gloom. But it was dope because nobody was hearing it. Like, when you first heard that shit. But it ain't this shit. My father put that shit on. This shit said, it was a party night. Everybody was breaking, the highs was screaming, and the bass was shaking, and it won't be long till everybody knowing that Flash is on the bebop's going. And then it goes sha-na-na. Now, if you listen to Rappers of the Light, this shit is a long-ass record.
Yeah, it is. 8 minutes, right?
With 3 motherfuckers rhyming individually very long rhymes. Right. Yeah. One motherfucker go, second, third, break, and do it all again. This shit says sha-na-na, and then the voice says this. This blew my mind. I had heard Eddie Chiba, shout out to him, one of the first hip-hop radio shows. He was on WFUV. I couldn't get it in Queens unless I turned the antenna a certain way, but it was still statically. So I had first heard Eddie Chiba say a rhyme. He said, when you mess around in New York town, you go down with the disco Chiba clown. You go down, go down, go down. You just keep the pep. It was very inspirational, too. Like, keep the pep in your step. You don't stop till you get on the mountain top. And when you reach the top, you reach the peak. And then he says, that's when you hear Eddie Chiba speak. And I'm like, this motherfucker on top of mountains. I'm a kid. I don't know. I'm just looking at the box. But this shit says, sha-na-na. And then the voice goes, Italian, Caucasian, Japanese, Spanish, Indian, Negro, Vietnamese, MC, disc jockeys, y'all, fly kids for the young ladies. And then the beat dropped, and this motherfucker said, introducing the crew, you gotta see to believe. 5 different voices. Where 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 MCs. The first motherfucker said, I'm Melly Mel and I rock it so well. The second motherfucker said, and I'm Mr. Ness because I rock the best. Third dude said, Raheem and all the ladies dream. And then the fourth dude said, cowboy and I make you jump for joy. Then the fifth dude just yells, Creole. The other 4 motherfuckers go, solid gold. Kid Creole, they go playing a role. And then Mel says, dig this, we're the Furious 5 plus Grandmaster Flash, giving you a blast, a show enough class, so to prove to you all that we're second enough, we're gonna make 5 MCs sound like one. I went running. Get me a pen! I'm running in the house now, get me a pen. So that day, this is how it became Easy D. In my basement, I'm Grandmaster Get High, but that just taught me the DJ, the Grandmaster has these rappers. So I also became MC Easy D. I was my own MC in my basement.
Oh, shit.
So by the time Run called, all of that shit was piled up. That's why Run said, grab your rhyme book, we're going in the studio. So all I had to do when it was time to make records, Run had the idea for us like that. Yo, he called me up. Yo, we're gonna write a record about how the world is, because I was a straight A student. Just write a bunch of rhymes about how the world is. Cool. So we go in the studio, we make it like that. Unemployed, switching off, stuff like that. Russell's still not impressed with me. People don't know this. Originally, I think
he's not impressed with you.
Yeah,
or
Search,
both of y'all.
I think Search talked to you about this on the show.
MC Search, okay.
Originally, I saw that episode. He said Run was originally a solo group. What Russell was going to do is, remember the early disco records where the fat black lady would sing, but the pretty model girls would go and tour with it, Martha Wash, and stuff like that. So Russell let me make and perform in the studio. It's like that with Joe, but he was going to tour by himself.
Goddamn.
And it was lucky I was Run-D.M.C. because if I didn't work out, it would have been Run-The.MC. So, but this is what happened.
Okay.
We do this like that, cool. And Russell was like, yo, D, go sit the fuck down, get out the way.
He was about to be the first ghostwriter, or not the first, but a ghostwriter, basically.
Exactly, 100%.
Okay.
So Run goes in there, he got Sucker MCs already written. Why do you think he rhymed 3 times on a record? That was one of his solo records for his career. So he go and drop the rhymes, and then he comes out the booth, and he says, D, go in there and say a rhyme. And I go, nah, man, you're trying to get me in trouble with Russell. Because Russell would come in, after I made this, like, Russell would be on some shit like that. Yo, you still here? Like, you know, so management shit, because his whole shit was for his brother. He had this whole shit, Kurtis Blow, you're gonna go to Europe, this and that. Matter of fact, here's what's crazy. Run's deep, and one of the reasons Run wanted me in the group, and he was crying to me, Russell was gonna have, she's documented, in London, there was a DJ named DJ Lady Blue.
Okay.
And she was one of the first people to play hip hop. Russ was gonna make Lady Blue Run's DJ, but Lady Blue had a pantomime pop dancer. Yeah, crazy shit. A pantomime pop locker dancer, and Run was good. You gotta be in the group, please. He says, "Oh my God, I don't want to be with the pantomime." You understand? Back then, it was like, So Run says, "Motherfucker, just go in the booth and say your new rhyme." So I go in the room. I'm gonna pass the mic with you. DMC in if you're ready. The people rocking steady. You're driving big cars. Get your gas from Getty. Say something, motherfucker. So I'm in the booth. Okay. He go in there. He lays it. I go in the booth, and then what did I do when I got my acceptance letter? He said, say your newest rhyme. I'm DMC, and the place to be. I go to St. John's University. And since kindergarten, I acquired the knowledge. And after 12th grade, I went straight to college. I'm light skinned. Now, what's really funny, people say, D, you ain't light. Back then, I was like, lighter. I'll show you pictures. Because you ain't light skinned. No, back then I was really light skinned. No, I was red. Like you could touch my skin and I was light skinned. What happened? So I kicked the rhyme of Larry Smith, Roddy Hugh, the engineer at Green Street. They fucking losing it.
But hold on, let me stop you for a second. Do you know how legendary that rhyme is? What? So you telling me that's your first rhyme on record? Can we say that rhyme from the beginning one more time?
The whole one?
Yeah, okay.
I'm DMC, and the place to be. I go to St. John's University, and since kindergarten I acquired the knowledge. After 12th grade I went straight to college. I'm light skinned. I live in Queens. I live in Queens. I love eating chicken and collard greens.
Right there. Hold on.
Yeah, nobody was doing that shit, right? That was like
I thought I was the only nigga eating chicken collard greens at that time.
Yeah.
And I said, wait a minute, there's other motherfuckers eating chicken and collard greens.
That was the beauty of my rhymes. You know what I'm saying? I dress to kill, I love the style. I'm an MC, you know, who's versatile. I say I got good credit. In your regards, I got my name, not numbers on my credit cards. I go uptown, I come back home with who, me, myself, and my microphone. All my rhymes are sweet delight, so here's another one for y'all to bite. When I rhyme, I never quit, and if I got a new rhyme, I'll just say it, cause it takes a lot to entertain, and Sucker MCs can be a pain. You can't rock a party with a hip and hop. You gotta let them know you'll never stop. Your rhymes gotta make a lot of sense. You gotta know when to start, when the beats come in. That one verse was like my introduction and my solidification.
But here's the $1 million question.
Yep.
Did you have good credit back then?
And I had no credit.
He was a kid.
I
had no credit. N.O.R.E, but the beauty about hip hop is people don't realize how prophetic it is.
Right.
All of before recorded rap, what did Furious 5, Funky 4, Cold Crush, Fantastic 5, Crash Crew, Treacherous 3, Busy B, Starsky, Lovebook Starsky, Spoonie G, what did they all prophesy? Rock, shock, and amaze, and make you feel shame. One day our names will be found in the Hall of Fame.
Love attraction.
Yeah, they predicted it.
Yeah, man. So speaking on prediction shit, my whole shit came from Stan Lee.
That's right.
Because if you look at Wu-Tang with the alter egos, Tony Stark, all that shit.
Yeah.
So we are all products of pop culture.
Right.
All of it. As I said before you, yes, I'm Cold Crush. Yes, I'm all the metal songs that are there, but I'm also the Brady Bunch and the Adams Family
Right.
and the Flintstones.
What you grew up on, right.
All of that shit is like a part of me. So,
And the Jeffersons.
And the Jeffersons.
Okay.
And Archie Bunker.
And Archie Bunker, yeah. He was from Queens.
The fucking, yes. The Honeymooners.
Yeah, the Honeymooners.
And we had no
yeah.
choice but to watch these shows.
On Sunday.
And what's my girl? Lucy. That's the first Cuban on TV.
So, exactly right.
So let's make some noise when you being Dominican too. Let's make some noise.
No, I'm not.
He's
I'm not.
You found out.
He's not. No,
We can talk about
You
that
didn't get
on
the
this show
recap
too.
of that.
Your ancestry and me was wrong.
No, it was wrong.
He was about to say I'm your cousin.
He's so disappointed all day. He was like, my Dominican brother.
I thought I was for the longest.
Wait, but hold on. Before we get into that part,
let's finish
before we leave the Stanleys, did you get to meet Stanley before he
Yes,
passed?
I met him 2 times. We became homeboys.
And it's crazy that because obviously this is, comic books were a passion, that you sold stuff that was your passion for another passion.
Yeah. Right.
And then come full circle and now come back and be able to do something that you were passionate about.
And not planning none of this
That's crazy.
shit.
That's wild.
But Stan Lee came out and he taught. I go to schools and I talk about this shit.
How did you meet him?
At Comic-Con, I said, I gotta go meet Stan Lee.
Comic-Con.
Yeah.
Did he
You really a nerd. You're like, that's Comic-Con is some nerd shit. I ain't gonna lie. No, listen, if you go for comic books, that's some real, you gotta know about that weekend.
Yep.
you gotta be in tune to know about
I
Comic-Con.
took my kids recently to the one in Miami.
You know what? I'm gonna be honest. I watched Entourage, where they went to Comic-Con.
No, it's changed a lot.
Everybody is dressed like the superheroes that they like.
It's superheroes, it's comic books, it's TV shows, it's Star Wars, it's all of that shit. But Stan Lee taught me something that set me up greatly to fucking prosper in this shit. And I tell kids about this. Stan Lee taught me, like, when I was reading the comic books, and I'm a school kid, so I was like, what the fuck I gotta know what an adjective is for.
Right.
But the fact that I got taught what an adjective for, I noticed, if you notice with all the superheroes, they ain't just who they are. If I say the amazing, you'll say,
Spider-Man. Oh,
if I say the invincible, you'll say
Incredible Hulk? No?
Incredible. If I say incredible, you'll say the guy with the hammer. If I say mighty, so Stanley taught me, say,
Thor.
Obviously,
before
we're not very
you tell the world who you are, find an adjective that's powerful, productive, and positive, and put it before it. So I get to Rice High School. Spider-Man's amazing. Iron Man's invincible. Hulk is incredible. Thor is mighty. So I get to Rice High School now. And I'm realizing, this shit ain't just about making records. This is like some real cultural way of life shit. So I'm buying all the tapes from Terrence Washington. And this is 12th grade now. So 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm spending all my money on these tapes. Hearing the beats. When I was a kid, I grew up loving 70s rock radio. I'm hearing Theodore and Bam and all of them use break rock records to rap over. Run-D.M.C. didn't create rock rap.
Right.
They did.
Right.
We just did it on a record and got all the money.
Well, you popularized it.
Right.
Okay.
So I get to 12th grade and there's one tape in the middle of the cassette thing. And it says $12. I'm like, damn, I ain't got $12.
Was that expensive back then?
Yeah.
Okay.
What was the tapes? $5?
The typical tapes was 3 to 7.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow.
And that's good. Just to get caught, but you get in.
Imagine being a kid, $5 in that era.
Right.
Yeah, there's no fucking money. You broke as fucking shit. I'm lying every day. My father was like starting to bug out on me. It was like, how come every day you fucking need a book? Dad, I need something for English. Just an extra money.
Are you buying tapes? Okay.
So I'm buying tapes. But there was one tape in the middle, and that shit said $12. And it says CC4 versus the Fantastic Five at Harlem World. So I asked Terrence, what's that one? You can't have that one. Terrence, you don't even pay attention to that one. Why? And then he hits me with this.
And CC is Cold Crush?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't know that yet.
Okay.
I'm like, what's the CC4? Because I'm used to Treacherous 3.
Right.
Funky 4+1.
Right.
Fantastic 5. Furious 5. Double Trouble.
Right.
He goes, that's the Cold Crush 4. Now, I had never heard a group. Fuck, it's the Cold. Now, why can't it be the Fantastic Four?
Right.
He says, you can't have that one. Now, I want it.
Right.
That's from that.
That was just,
It's like telling us now, what are you going to do, boy? That's what you want.
Yeah.
Cold Crush 4 versus Fantastic 5 at Harlem World. You can't have that one. Yo, I gotta have that one, man. Yo, I got $8. He was okay. Here, take this shit. You owe me $4. Get the fuck away from me, like type shit.
Right.
Like, I took that shit home. Now I had heard Yes, Yes, Y'all, To the Beat, Y'all, Apache, Super Sperm, Kumo D with the super duper party pooper man with all the super duper disco, fast rhyme and all of that shit. I heard Melly Mel, I heard Sha Rock, who inspired me.
Shout out.
Yeah, Sha Rock. We just met her the other day.
Sha Rock's amazing.
Yeah.
I got my style using the echo for Sha Rock, a girl.
Right.
Female MC. I heard her go to all of you. My name is Sha, not a millionaire. I want to do that, Jay.
Right.
So Jay
Wow,
said it.
that's a big deal.
My name is DMC. See, all-time great. Busting most rhymes. New York State. Say before this clock. Producer Sha from Sha Rock. I had first Sha Rock. Dude.
I ain't gonna lie, you never smoked weed. You remember everything.
No, I did smoke weed.
And he did copious amounts of cocaine.
Yes, that's the picture. Look at that.
He wasn't wrong about it.
You know what I said? You did You know what I'm saying? We didn't know to go get down like 42nd Street. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry.
So I take this tape home, and I remember when I played it for Joe too, it had the same effect. I put the tape on in my brother's Sanyo box, not two speaker, just single one, 4 boom boxes. Right. You know, hip hop's crazy. Earring, Dookie earrings.
Right.
Lugo
Everything big.
So this is before the boom box.
Boom box. Okay.
Everywhere. So I put this in
Panasonic?
my brother.
Is it
Yeah.
Panasonic?
My brother didn't have enough money to get the boom yet.
Okay.
So I put this shit on. This shit goes, what's up, fly girl? No, what's up, fly guy? Hello, fly girls. It's the big throwdown at Harlem World. Cold Crush 4 versus Fantastic 5. They ain't no comp. We'll eat them alive, because we're the best when it comes to rapping. And like the flyer said, it's bound to happen. So the time is now. Let the battle begin, and let the crowd be the judge of who win. Because we don't need tuxedos, because all we want to do is do Kevin Dot, Master Robin Whip, and Ruby D like we always do. Say what? We battle Fantastic, and here's a little gift. So before they go, they all can know just who they're fucking with. I
got chills on my body right now. Yeah.
That shit, like, whoa, what this is? And then it was where Charlie, Chase, Tony, Tone, and I never heard this, the crushing motherfucking tough-ass 4 MCs.
Charlie Chase was the Puerto Rican?
Yeah.
Puerto Rican DJ named Charlie.
Yeah.
Once again, N.O.R.E, give me a pen!
Right.
Give me a pen. I'm changing all of that. Live in Queens and this and that shit. I'm getting ready to fucking destroy motherfuckers.
Right.
Devastating my controller, DMC, and kill like they should. But here's what the reason why I made the comic book, Amazing Spider-Man, Incredible Hulk, Invincible Iron Man. On that tape, they had names. The Hut Maker JDL, the Almighty KD, the Girl Taker Easy AD. So I'm in Rice High School. I'm listening to this tape, I'm typing, and at the end of a letter, you're supposed to type your initials, right? So I'm still Easy D. They drop Rocket in the Pocket, then they go, we're not talking about your mother not talking about your uncle not talking about your father not your mother, no other. And then over Rockin' in the Pocket, they start doing, all the other MCs can't deal with us because we are the 4 known as the Cold Crush, putting fellas on a jock, making fly girls rock. You know we got a funky song, and you can come and sing and dance. We got the 2 DJs on the wheels of steel. Charlie Chase and Tony Tone at the top of the field, telling all the competition got to be for real. We rock a party to the break of day, and this is our sound one we play. We are the 4 MCs with the most respect, and if you want to throw joints, you gotta come correct. We might have to take you out and keep your crew in check, because the CC4 is #1. You got to walk before you won. Well, hell, the initials of my name are GMC, and it's going goose, 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 the higher power body rocket in the galaxy. Oh my God. Then L comes on. The initials of my name are JDL. I want to go to heaven before I go to hell because I'm pushing more power than a Duracell. Better than the oldest and the newest. What's your name? My name is Jerry D. Lewis. Then this killed me. The initials of my name are EAD. The baddest thing to hit New York since OE. I lost it. So I said, Daryl McDaniels is the initials of my name. D from Daryl, I'm becoming DMC. Because of GMC. And Cass hated me, but then when I met him and told him that, he almost cried.
Grandmaster Cass.
Yeah.
Wow.
I became DMC because of GMC.
But he hated you why? It's Grandmaster Cass. Oh, I'm just
I'm getting
it right. Yes.
Holy shit. That went over my head.
They all hated us because they were like, who the fuck? N.O.R.E, because now we had areas in Queens. Left Rock was more known than Hollis.
No way. No, I didn't know that. No.
Right. Left Rack was known. Hollis got known.
Right.
Hollis started to get known around when everybody was saying, do a die bed style.
Okay.
But we was this little clique. We was little, and we was only like 10 blocks and stuff. But we started getting known because we was fighting we was fighting all the South Side.
Right.
This is South Side. This is Hollis.
Right.
That little juggernaut.
Right.
But what I'm trying to say is, they were like, who are they now? If you listen to Step Off by Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five, they were talking about us. Saying, oh, you Sucker MCs are perpetrating the fraud. Well, what did Mel say? What did Mel say on it? Step. I was sitting on the corner just a waste of my time when I realized I was the king of the rhyme. I got on the microphone, and what do you see? The rest was my legacy. I was born to be the king of this bebop thing, to have stallions in my diamonds, big diamond rings, hold a mansion in a rock, few minutes ago. Because rap is the game, because I can like Shakespeare, I'm a pioneer, because I made rap something people wanted to hear. Because before my right now, he said, little pieces of a dream is all you mean ever since you stepped on the MC scene, biting your moves, taking fake awards, saying everyone else was perpetrating a fraud, but you're nothing. Mel says that on there. Mel thought, he told this to
y'all won awards?
We were getting all the awards. We got the New York Music Awards. We was getting all the time.
You guys were the
in '85. We was getting all of those fucking.
Melly Mel never seemed happy.
No, he's never happy. But that's Mel. But Mel said he thought Run was talking about him on Sucker MCs.
You didn't feel good though that they were coming at you? I would have thought them coming at you would be like, damn, that's kind of dope.
No, I was scared to death. This is new to me. This is that. Like. And they were just, I didn't know it was that level of
competitiveness.
Yes. And it was almost like Run got real mad at me. I was like, I gotta stop rapping.
Oh shit.
And he was like, wow, because Mel,
come on, man.
No way.
But I don't know.
Okay.
I'm a bedroom rapper.
Right.
So this is Mel and Mo, they mad at me.
You're like the real dudes is mad right now.
Yeah, it's like the shit where you growing up in the hood and the dudes say don't do that shit and you don't do it. Like the sucker shit. Like, so it's like, I can't do it no more because they don't want me to.
Oh, shit.
Run was like, you Run rap. Motherfucker, there was a time we was at the New York Music Awards and it was Run-D.M.C, Houdini, Kurtis Blow, Jimmy Spicer. So we was all together and Run was the son of Kurtis Blow.
Right.
So this day, the son grew up and cursed the father out. We were sitting in the dressing room. So we had I'm the king of rap. I'm saying this 85. I'm the king. Kurt was known as the king of rap at the time. If you go look at flyers, and he was self-imposed king of rap because Mel was the king of rap too.
Right.
But Run leaves the dressing room and I'm sitting in there with Kurt. Kurtis Blow comes over to me and he says, now, you gotta understand, this is Kurtis Blow to me.
Right.
I don't know him like Joe. I don't know Harlem. Like, I've never been to 125th Street till I went to Rice.
Right.
So Kurtis Blow comes over to me and says, Kurtis Blow, yo, D, you gotta stop saying king. You're the king. Now, I would say I'm the king of rock, but my king of rock, they started calling me the king.
Right.
So he comes up, it's Kurtis Blow. Yo, you gotta stop saying you're the king. So I don't know no better. No, okay. Because I'm telling you, like, Kurtis Blow.
Right.
So Run comes back in and he's noticed my mood change, right? So I go, yo, D, what's the matter? And I innocently go, I'm trying to figure out who I'm gonna be now.
Oh, shit.
He's like, why? Because Kurt told me I can't say king. What? In front of every motherfucker, you can't. Yo, Run went in on Kurt. Like, don't you ever say that to my man. The character he was in Crush Crew, remember?
Right.
Yo, he did that shit in real life. Dude, you gonna say that? And then Run is funny. He said, scream that shit harder and louder now.
Wow.
But that was the whole. For me, that was the whole.
That was the changing of the guards, if anything.
Right.
That's what was happening.
Yeah, it was right, but he wasn't ready to pass the torch.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is my attitude.
And Melly Mel, everybody.
Yeah, my attitude, our attitude, collective, especially after I played the Cold Crush tape for Run. Right. And Run was funny. When he heard the rhyme, Run goes, I don't like Jerry D. Lewis, I like JDL. Not knowing it's the same person.
Right.
But we just saw they're rhyming and Chase is cutting while they're rhyming. So we said, that's what we're gonna do. So those moments were the game changers of Run-D.M.C's presence. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't about making it happen. We got crazy, major hit records because we were just doing routines. It was rap routines. The funky Force MCs were the Force MCs before they were the Force MDs. Stevie D and they had bars. Stevie D and they had bars. Right. So if you take Tricky, for example, which is a universal hit, whatever. Originally, that was supposed to be done over numbers. Boom, boom, jackoom. It's Tricky to rock a rock. Tricky is just, hey, Mickey. Oh, Mickey, you're so fine. You're so fine, you bowman.
Why did I not get that?
What the fuck?
It's right, man. You take the melody of the hot song and then you talk about who
Which is a form of sampling.
Yeah.
Or what does they call it when they redo the record?
No, cover, but this is, in a sense, it's an interpretation. Like you're doing your own.
We are called the Force MCs with DJ Dr. Rock. He DJs and you drop, ladies and gentlemen, you drop, impeach the president. Right. He DJs and we MC and we're gonna hit. It was all rhyme routines. The Cold Crush, it's Gigantor robot cartoon. So we was like, we're gonna do rhymes and routine. Here we go, it's just you put the tape on and you hear Mo D start the show. Ladies and gentlemen, cool Mo D to the highest degree, and the place to be on the wheels steals DJ Easy Lethal, and you go into the song. Right. So Here We Go came about because now we playing the Roxy.
In LA?
No.
In New York?
New York.
Okay.
We playing the Roxy, we playing fucking the Fever, we playing Danceteria, but we playing the Roxy. And what's special about the Roxy is Zulu Nation had it locked down every Thursday night, I think it was, or Friday night. So here's Run-D.M.C, and Jay had a broken leg too. So we playing the Roxy, and Run, he's like, yo, D, you go start the show. Motherfucker, you the son of a bro. You've been doing this shit since you was 15. Don't put my ass out there. I'm gonna come out. You start Sucker MCs. I'm gonna come out for my part and I'm going back to stage, man. Right. But he's like, nah, dude, you gotta do it. So we arguing on the side of the stage. And I'm not knowing like the stage is right there. So you go, you do it as he's coming at me, I'm walking backwards. So like this is
you walk out the stage.
I walk out and when the people see me, I'm like, oh shit, what the fuck? So it kicked into me. It was like, yo, just tell them who you are, like they do on the tapes. All right. So I just turned to the crowd and I remember certain introductions. There was an introduction of this crew called the Sure Shot Crew. But they used to do it with echoes. They used to go, the Sure Shot Crew, starring DJ Cool Cuts, Cool CC, Sugar Bear, and the 3 MCs that'll rock you on down to your knees. And they took Apache, my man Bill Blast, boom, back. Sean C, Vunk Vac, Raheem, Vunk Vac, New York, Vunk, all Vunk, you, Vunk, ready, vocal, and then they go into the routine. So I was like, do that shit, D. 1, 2, 3, in the place to be, as it is plain to see. And I pointed backstage, he is DJ Run, and I am DMC. And they're like, oh shit. And then Jay, I love Jay, improvision. He's, oh, I got it. He takes Big B and starts going, boom, boom, fat, boom, 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 fat. So he is DJ Run, and I am DMC, boom, boom, fat. Funky Fresh for 1983. I'm suiting out DJ, Jam Master Jay, inside the place with all the bass. He leaves without a trace. And I'm telling the whole Roxy this, and we came here tonight to get on your case, and we the motherfuckers from Queens.
Right.
It's a whole nother level shit. And we are, and I remembered cold crushing, motherfucking tough ass fuck. And we had Sucker MCs was Crush Groove 1. And then we did a song on the second album, Crush Groove 2. And then we did the film Crush Groove, but I remembered Cold Crush. And we are the Crush Grooving, body moving, record making, and record breaking. And it goes a little something like this. Run came out, it goes a 1, 2, 3, and here we boom, boom, here we go. Biggie probably was there that night because he got a rhyme where I was snatching change, I was robbing, I was in rock.
Running them and singing, here we go, yeah. Ooh.
So all of that shit was connected, but it was just me being prophetic and not knowing it. If you listen to the Jam Master Jay record, after I said, Jay, your name's Jam Master Jay, and I guess I was like the Kaz of the group. I'm gonna write a whole song about Jay to let people know who he is. So we did kick off your shoes, jump on the job, listen to the Jam Master as it rock the rock. His name is Jay, and he's on his way to be the best DJ, J-A-Y. So we made that record so that while we're opening for Parliament Funkadelic, we could tell the audience who the DJ guy is.
Right.
But there's a rhyme in there, and my therapist told me about this too. There's a rhyme in there, because even around that time, the whole Kurtis blowjob, when we was coming up, we was getting so much success that, number one, motherfuckers thought we was selling out. And number two,
they thought you were selling out?
They thought we were selling out because we, it's MTV.
Yeah.
And this,
and whenever you reach a certain amount of success, that's what's gonna happen.
Hammer. Everybody hating on Hammer. Right. Hammer should fucking he should have got celebrated during the hip hop.
Absolutely, absolutely.
He set the he had dolls, he had endorsements before.
And we want Hammer on Drink Champ.
Motherfuckers get deals and they don't even care. Motherfuckers don't care about the culture, but they do deals.
Right.
But there's a rhyme where I say, we're live as can be, never singing the blues. We got to tell y'all all the good news. The good news is that there is a crew. And I had wrote that rhyme when Joe put me in the group, but it was just pretend make-believe, because I was sitting in my basement one day and I said, what would I do if I had to battle by myself the Furious 5, Close 4, and Treacherous 3? So I wanted to be prepared. We're live as can be, never singing the blues. Got to tell y'all all, the world, all your fucking critics, and say, the good news. The good news is that there is a crew, not 5, not 4, not 3, just 2. 2 MCs who are claiming the fame, and all other things won't be the same. Because it's about time for a brand new group, Run-D.M.C, to put you up on the scoop.
Ooh, you went out.
I said,
the battle rap, goddammit.
When I said that, the industry started changing. It opened the door for L. It opened the door for PE. It opened the door for all of us. Right. When we got inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2009, they called me over. DMC, I got to tell you something. You guys was prophetic. What do you mean? In 1985, they told me, y'all made a record called The King of Rock. We had the balls and guts to scream that we were the King of Rock.
Right.
A video with Larry Bud Melman from the David Letterman show denying us entry into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. You guys can't come in here. This is a rock and roll museum. And then we scream, we go and trash the museum. They hit me with this. Don't you know that the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame didn't exist in 85? It didn't start till 86.
Oh, shit.
Y'all made that in 85. Holy shit.
Knowing since at least the 50s there's a rocker. It didn't start till 86.
Wow.
How could the whole video, it didn't start till 86.
The Prophets. The fucking
That was
puppet.
for the Mandela effect.
Man, exactly. It's crazy. So but I say all this because even when hip hop changed and became the music industry, and it's the thing that kept me running Jay did was nobody could outdo us on the show.
All right. To this
We
day.
opened for Big. We opened for Pac. We opened for Pac and Big, and it was crazy about them. They didn't know no better. Pac, there's no way I'm going on after Run-D.M.C.
All right.
And this is Pac in his fucking prime.
Pac knew better, you saying?
I think
Yeah,
it's crazy.
but hold up. Here's the
Okay.
beautiful thing about it. The promoters losing it because if Pac goes on before us, Pac's not knowing, half the crowd gonna leave.
Right.
Because half that crowd is there because of him. They don't even know my music. They
Right.
heard of us. So me running Jay had to go in the room and say, Pac, we're very flat and stuff like that. But we had to tell Pac, this is your audience. See those people? We had to tell Pac, no, we're happy. Pac, you know we have an arsenal, but those people are here for you. And he tells the promoter, all right, fuck that shit. The only reason I'm going on is after Run-D.M.C. is because they told me to.
Right.
And he went out there and been Pac. We opened for Biggie a couple of shows. Diddy would call us, Biggie, we want y'all to open for the Bad Boy reunion. This is when all the motherfuckers was together.
Right.
Biggie sitting there, ain't no way I'm going on after Run-D.M.C. to get my ass kicked. Y'all motherfuckers got Peter Piper and Dita. Big, yes, big, yes. You know that. But these people are here for you. So the reason why I say that, it's not about us. It's about that thing that they know is untouchable. Like, this hip-hop shit isn't old school, isn't old or used to be. It's eternal.
Right.
Every time we would show up, even in the new era, motherfuckers would be like, oh, shit, Pete Rock saved us. What's crazy about life is this. The very things that you do
Down
for
with the
people,
King?
Down with the King is it's such a
the
classic.
very things that you do for people, with people, whether good or bad, will happen to you. So what did people say Run-D.M.C. did with Aerosmith? We brought him back.
Right.
We walked this way over with Aerosmith, brought him back. Going into the 90s, everybody that had said Pac, Big, Naughty by Nature, this and that, we opened the door. It was their show. But everywhere we went, they were still worshiping us. Buying this cuz you're this and
As
that.
they should.
But we wasn't participating as much. We wasn't on the radio, wasn't on the charts, didn't have a video. Pete Rock comes along for the Down with the King record. I got y'all. Come over my house. We go out to Mount Vernon to Pete Rock's house. We go down in the basement. And this is Pete Rock. He goes over to the MPC. It's the Budden. That music comes on. It's the 90s now. Got all of the Cool G rap. Motherfuckers killed y'all, motherfucker. Like the dope shit going on. But we still Run-D.M.C., but we still 80s and pioneers. We still working too because we're doing a lot of the white rock shows. We ain't doing the new shit with y'all. Jay's there hanging, but we don't have a song for that. So we go in the basement. Pete Rock hits the MPC, and he hates when I say that. What Run-D.M.C. did for Aerosmith, Pete Rock did for us. He brought us back.
Wow.
Pete Rock saved our careers.
Wow.
Pete Rock, he hit the button, that music came on, he goes over to the turntables because he's a DJ. He takes Run's house. The part of my verse where I go, name is DMC, the all-time great, bust the most rhymes, New York State, reporters Clark, producer's job. You wanna be down with the king, the wanted man for the. He takes that, he's like down with the king, over that music.
I posted that this morning and Sony Music made me take it down.
What, down with the king?
What was the verse that just said?
Run's house first?
What was the verse that
they made you take it down?
Yeah,
Really?
they made me take it down. I was heated. They was saying, go ahead, my bad.
We make Down with the King.
Great record, man.
Then we make the video. Go look at the video. Redman King. Easy. We didn't invite his ass. He heard the mother.
Not everybody wanted to be a part of it.
Yeah.
Because let me stop.
Did you doubt that was something like that would happen where everybody wants to be? Were you guys doubting?
It wasn't a thought, but when it came, it was so humbling.
Right.
Whoever was in town came. Show love.
But I'm gonna let you finish. But let me just stop you for 1 second because all day you've been saying how much Stan Lee means to you and how much his superhero. Well, our show is about giving people their flowers, and I wanted to give you your flowers face to face, man to man, and tell you you my hero. You know what I'm saying? You are heroes. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So we wanted to give you your flowers like a man.
Wow,
tell you how to reach you all. Like, You know, we've been doing this for 7 years.
I mean, he's day one.
Yeah, going on 8 years. And let me just tell you something. Let me just tell you something. When I knew I had you booked yesterday, I couldn't even sleep. Like it was, I felt like it was Christmas. Like I felt like today was Christmas. Like I couldn't sleep. I woke up. I wanted to make sure I did everything. I worked out. I made sure I didn't drink. I made sure like I just wanted to be everything because that's what like I said it in the intro, and I said if it wasn't for Run-D.M.C, there probably wouldn't be a component of Noriega, which means there wouldn't be a N.O.R.E, which means there might not be a drink champs and so on and so forth with you know the legacy that you guys laid down. And I want you to know, face to face, man to man, is that it takes nothing away from me to tell you how great you are. You guys are great. You guys are legends. You guys are icons. And I just want to continue to support it. This is what this show is about. You know, so many people like they get 10 years in this game, or they get 12 years or 20 years in this game, and they say that they washed up. You know, that doesn't exist in no other genre of music. No other genre of music they says that. And you know, to celebrate hip hop 50 and to know that you guys got damn near 40 of the 50 years. 40 of the goddamn 50.
That's crazy.
Goddamn, let's make some goddamn noise for that. Jesus, man.
I mean, the same way everybody said that, that's how it started the comic books. I don't know if you know Riggs Morales.
Of course.
Yeah. Riggs
Dominican.
is my partner.
Riggs is a part of this?
Yeah.
Riggs is my partner.
That's
in the
amazing.
book.
So you are Dominican? No,
I can talk about it.
Shout out to Riggs,
the
man.
book came about, I went to Riggs for some music stuff, and when I sat down with Riggs, he was like this. And I was like, hey, Riggs, he was like, and he used these words. He said, yo, DMC, you are my superhero.
Right.
And he asked me, what was it like when he was a kid? And I was like, well, I used to just recollect and draw comic books. So we sat there, we didn't talk about hip hop or music. We sat there for 3 hours and talked about comic books.
Wow.
After he heard me say all this stuff that I was doing, he said, D, you should do a comic book. And I said, nope. Don't put me in that, no, hell no, I know what you're trying to do. And he was like, what? I didn't want to do a comic book and make the comic book culture think, oh, just because this motherfucker had a couple of hit records,
right,
you can do anything. Because it's a culture.
That's how much you cared about it.
Right, but then Rick said, no, D, you was comic books for hip-hop. And by you being hip-hop, this will work. So Riggs is the guy that made the Daryl. He said, you can't use Marvel. I was pissed off.
Right.
Why don't you use, gotta be Marvel. Can't use DC, can't use Image, can't use Valiant, can't use Milestone. What are you gonna call your comic book company? Now, this is the beauty of hip hop. Shit, I don't know. DMC. D's for doing it all of the time. M's for the rhymes, that or mine. C's for cool as can be. Run used to say, why you wear those glasses so I can see? And it still works to this day. D's for doing it all of the time. M's for the rhymes, that or mine. C's for cool as can be. Why do I wear contacts?
So you can see.
What do they start with?
Let's see.
So it's relevant. But then I go, you know what, Riggs? I'm gonna just be making comic books, and you know how Riggs is. I'm gonna just call my company Daryl Makes Comics. We're gonna get on, because thank you, Riggs.
Shout out to Riggs, man. You're a legend out there,
who was part of Shady Records,
and the Source, or the
it was
Unsigned Hype era.
And you understand, inspiration is a two-way street.
Right.
Why you telling me that?
Right.
Inspires me to still keep going.
Let me tell you how much of a legend you guys are. Halloween had just passed, right? And then my wife comes in the house, and she buys my son a fake Run-D.M.C. outfit, and I was like, you gotta get that out of my house. I was like, no, it had 2 stripes. I was like, you cannot do that to my son. But my wife, not knowing, she's thinking like they paying homage, but I'm saying they're paying the wrong homage. Right. Like if you're gonna do Run-D.M.C, you gotta go get the
jacket.
I couldn't let my kid go out like that. I was just like, but that's how iconic it is. Yeah, that's people dress up like y'all for Halloween.
No, that's crazy.
That's crazy. Did you ever see the fake Run-D.M.C. concert?
Yes, we tried to sue.
Yeah, you got to sue. I want to be down.
We tried to sue. We went to court, and all they can sell it because all they got to do is change one little thing.
Oh, wow.
Right.
Bullshit.
Wow.
There should be a law that if you know and the world knows where it's coming from, you like to check just the one little thing.
You're right.
Why do you think some of these cars look like the Benzes and the Mercedes? Change one little thing in it. We tried to sue. You crazy?
Right.
It's great, but what we should do is put an official Run-D.M.C.
Yes.
from
Have
our
to.
company.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
genius
but it
idea.
is. Yeah.
Because everybody will go by that.
Anyway, I mean,
Yeah.
all I get 2 things in the holiday season. Christmas, I can't go to the mall. Because Muslims, Jewish people, Chinese people, they scream in the rhyme Christmas and holiday.
Yeah, Christmas.
And on Halloween, just this Halloween, my text message, my emails, and everybody that sees me gets this. I'm in 7-Eleven, I'm in the super. Guess where I'm gonna be tonight? Right, it is. Yeah, you know. And then my text, but here's the beautiful thing. The kids going to school.
Right.
Their parents dressed them up over the last 36 years since that record. But now, kids that like it's tricky because it's hot on TikTok, they go to discover, see who are the guys behind this record that they don't know me like you. They just know the song. Kids are now saying, Mommy, I want to dress up like Run-D.M.C. That's the beautiful thing, connecting with that next generation.
You know what's even more beautiful is that you guys are timeless. Like that's what's even more beautiful. It's just you're timeless. Like we speaking to Trash from N.O.R.E by Nature, and I was telling them, I was like, yo, like most of the time, if I'm in a party and they're not playing at least 1 or 2 or 3 N.O.R.E by Nature records, it's probably the party I don't want to be at. And if they're not playing no Run-D.M.C,
and the Beatles,
if they're not playing Run-D.M.C at a party, I pretty much probably don't like the DJ.
We at that fucking Rolling Stone level. Which is
so let me ask you, right? I did an interview with my friend Brian earlier, and he had asked me this question, so I want to ask you this question. What was the moment when you felt like you made it?
Oh, the moment that I felt like I made it was 86, because of Walk This Way Now, took us to a whole nother level, and this is the crazy moment. I'm on the Grand Central Parkway.
Traffic.
No. Open road.
Okay.
The exit with Parsons Boulevard and
Parsons.
something. I'm driving right there. And I'm driving and not knowing, because I used to walk around as DMC because that's how everybody else was dressing, so I fit in. And unless you knew it was Run-D.M.C, my man Budden, we used to stand on the corner of Hollis, and my boy would hit me and say, D, that's the 100th time that car came around the block. And all he doing is looking and can't believe Run and Jay, DMC and Jay, because Run was a family man. Me and Jay was still in the street on the corner. So here's the time. I'm driving on the Grand Central Parkway in my 1986 Fleetwood Caddy.
Okay. For some reason, I thought it was a Saab. For some reason, my bad. Go ahead.
No, I had the black Fleetwood. With the woofers in the behind the seat and all that. And I'm driving, and I just look over at the car next to me, and they crash.
Oh, shit.
Because they're staring at you.
Yeah, I pulled off the highway and said, oh, shit, I can't walk around like this shit no more. Yeah, they saw glasses, hat, Adidas stripes. They didn't see the 40 I was holding, but I look over and they crashed. So then I knew, that's the day I said, oh, now I know what Mick Jagger and Michael Jackson feel like. It was 1986. The game, my Adidas, first non-athletic entity to receive a major sport like.
And those
hold on,
crazy tours.
Because I want to cover Walk This Way real quick, right?
Okay.
So the rumor has it is this was Rick Rubin's idea?
No.
Oh, wow.
Now, Rick is one of the greatest producers ever, but everybody will tell you he don't create anything.
Okay.
He comes in and brings the best out of you. What you got? Let me see. He ain't coming in with, he's not like writing and this and that, and I got a song idea. The original idea came about like this. We was finishing the Raising Hell album. So Jay goes, yo, we got to make a beat jam. So we was just going to sample Toys in the Attic. Yo, sample we didn't know it was Walk This Way. Me and Run was like, yo, get the album with the toys on the cover in loop number 4. Because the DJs would scratch the title of the records out, so the rival DJs, we just knew we wanted that, dead, dead. Remember how that shit sounded? So it's gonna be 3 minutes and 30 seconds of a loop of that. Because if y'all understand, Walk This Way, like I said, wasn't the first rock record. We had Rock Box. It wasn't the first rock rap record. We had King of Rock. Even on Raising Hell, we had a song called Raising Hell. And that was us making and us rhyming. So we was gonna loop Walk This Way, and we was gonna rhyme about how good we were. And I still remember my rhymes to this day. We had the whole rhyme thing done. It was gonna come on, and I was supposed to go, because we came out in 83, it's 86 now. I go, I'm DMC in the place to be, been rapping on the mic since 83. I'm the greatest MC in history. There will never be an MC better than me. And then Run was supposed to go, I'm DJ Run, and I'm number typical Run-D.M.C shit. So we had that going on. Rick Rubin, who was our producer at the time, comes in the studio. And he says these words, yo, y'all should do Walk This Way over. So we thinking from a limited hip hop perspective.
Right.
Motherfucker, what you think we're gonna do? We're gonna sample this shit, we're gonna rhyme over it. He says, no, do the record over the way the band originally did it. So that was Rick Rubin's beautiful idea. And me and Run said, no, hell no. But Run was funny because he used to always hold my books up and go, he got rhymes. He got rhymes. Why the fuck you want us to sing this? And we had never heard the lyrics.
Right.
Because the DJs never let it play that far. So Rick tapes the vinyl off the record, go in D's basement, put the record on, take a pen and paper, let the record play, and write down the lyrics so y'all can learn them. So we leave Chungking House of Metal. We drive from Chungking back to my basement. We put the record on. You gotta understand the anticipation. We never heard what was gonna happen next. That shit said, back choke level in the hot, we getting on the floor. Oh, hell no. Hell no. We go, no, fuck that shit. No, we ain't doing this. It's hillbilly gibberish. This and Russell screaming at Joey motherfucker, this and that. Run arguing with this. Hell no, hell no. We hang the fucking phone up and hide out.
I hated the record at first. Oh my God.
Well, what it was, we didn't want to do that. We don't do that. Back choke level.
He wanted you to just do it over, right?
But you understand, it's our first time hearing it. It didn't digest. It was just, that shit ain't fucking, people seem to think that to be an MC, you need a closet full of clothes and iced out jewelry, pocket full of dollars, walkers every flavor, stuck up attitude and other kind of behavior. I'm sorry to say that's how it was before, but people ain't going for that no more. You gotta give a performance, because by now you should know that you're giving a party, not a fashion show. Another Grandmaster Caz, though, that wasn't mine. I just, those industry moments, Caz always had around. I'm Caz, you know my shit better than you. So we go, no, we didn't let it digest. Back shoulder, love behind, however he was doing it. No, hell no.
So Aerosmith was rhyming on that?
Let me show you what happened. We ain't doing that shit. That's corny. We want to fucking rhyme, man. Run was like, Jay, motherfucker, you heard King of Rock? You heard Rock Box, this is what we do. So Jay's trying to convince us, and we arguing, no. Yeah, so then Jay goes, slow the fuck down. Listen, he uses these words, and this was the game changer. Listen to Steven's flow. Backseat lover, I need to cover, talk to me. Now we hearing it. We wasn't, before, it was gibberish. But Jay, listen to his flow. Oh, I understand that language. Backseat lover, oh shit, we can do this shit. So we learn the records. Now, this is funny. Y'all can go to YouTube and hear this version. We still didn't want to do it. So the original demo of Walk This Way, Run went in and took the whole first verse. Backseat lover, underneath the cover, talk to my daddy, say, ain't seen nothing, did it? Go, you go, D. And we went in and just did the lamest version of that shit at all. When we tried to leave the studio, Jay was fucking standing at the fucking doorway with his hand, like, if you don't go back in there and do this Run-D.M.C shit, I'm gonna shoot your mouth. Okay, shit. Fuck. So we go hard. So we go in there and Jay said, yo, let's flow it. He said, don't do it like Steven did it. Do it like Run-D.M.C would do it. That's another game changer. Oh, we can switch off. Like, we didn't know. So that's the version that you heard. So it was Rick Rubin's groundbreaking, universal, brilliant idea to do it over. Now, here's what's crazy. It didn't end there with Rick. While we were doing that, Rick's on the phone. calling Boston. My name is Rick Rubin. I know you know who Run-D.M.C is. We want to do your record over. Do you want to do it? Huh? Hold on.
This is to Aerosmith.
Just to the people.
Okay.
Who is this? Imagine that back then. This is Rick. My name is Rick Rubin. I know you know who Run-D.M.C is. Do you want to do the record over? Hold on. Some guy named Rick Rubin on the phone, and they want to do it. Yeah, and Steve and them say, yeah, we know it's Run-D.M.C. What record we want to do Walk This Way over? So Rick got them to say, yeah, we'll do it with you. He got them to come to New York to do the record with us. So we walk in the studio one day, and they in there. In the front, I'm more of the rock guy.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But I'm not sure because I only know rock from the radio. I didn't have the album. So when I walk in the studio this day, I see Steven and Joe Perry, and the first thing out me and Run's mouth was, oh shit, it's the Rolling Stones. So, you know, that people is like, you know what I'm saying? But that was like an icebreaker. Steven Tyler said, no. We're not the Rolling Stones. We're Aerosmith. Those are the other guys. And then we laughed it off. But let me tell you something was crazy about Rick's decision. If we would have did it over our way, just rhyming over it would have just been another Run-D.M.C. rock song. Would have been cool. You probably listened to it on the way to work or something. Yo, I remember that came out. If we would have did it over the way they did it without them, it would have been, oh, okay, cool. But the only reason it was groundbreaking is because Rick made them do it with us on MTV. Right. So now their fans is going, what the hell is Aerosmith doing with the rap dudes? And our fans is going, what the hell is Run-D.M.C. doing with the rock show? But if you look at that video, I've been to South Sudan to perform. The war zone of South Sudan.
That's Africa?
Yeah, where they at war, chopping hands. Like the 1 week I go there, they ain't fighting. Why? They love Run-D.M.C, they love N.O.R.E by Nature, they love Pac, they love Big. When I left, they went back to fucking
Jesus.
war. But I'll bring that up. I've been to South Sudan, I've been to Russia.
How about the publishing? Did you guys get publishing on the Walk This Way?
Nope, it's all theirs. That's a great question.
Yeah, because
great business credit, it's all theirs.
Oh, wow.
I only get money when I show up in performance. Okay. Or they get all that writing.
100%.
On their original, yes, and that version.
So they was doing that back then. I
thought, all their
I thought that was a new version that they was doing.
Well, no, but you guys didn't rewrite anything on the record.
Only thing that's not live on that record is the drums. We use the drum machine.
Yeah,
but it's
they didn't write the lyrics. They just read the
patterns, everything. They recreated everything. But people tell me from Ukraine, I've been to Ukraine to perform, I've been to Russia to perform. Shout out to Ukraine and Russia, beautiful people in all those countries that walk around wearing N.O.R.E by Nature, Public Enemy shirts, crazy shit. But everywhere I go, they say, DMC. Don't you know when Steven Tyler took that mic stand in that video and knocked down the wall that was separating y'all, it didn't just happen in the video, it happened in the world.
It did.
So that's the power of hip hop, that's the power of music. It really has an effect on that. But it was Rick's brain. Now, the reason why I say that, if Rick didn't suggest to do that, it wouldn't have been what it is.
What year did that record come out, Hass?
86.
86?
1986. And it gave birth to Limp Bizkit.
That changed it.
Gave birth to Rage Against the
That was another shift.
All of those dudes.
It was the first time I remember being in New York City that I remember a record, hearing a rap record playing on KTU, playing on the pop stations, playing on, you know what I mean? Not just because I
crossover that changed.
I believe at that time we only had WBLS. I don't even think we had Hot 97 or Power 105.
That was the record that. That record was so dope that it was hip hop and rock that did it, but it allowed all music to cross over. That shit wasn't happening until.
And did Aerosmith? Did they know and appreciate what you guys actually did?
Yeah. It's funny. There's footage of this. You could look it up. During the session, Jay shows them what he used to do as a DJ. He's cutting up fucking Walk This Way, and Steven Tyler on camera goes, when are you going to hear me? And Jay stops it. That's it, Steve. We know. And everybody just laughed.
Right.
And then Steve was like, yo, teach me to DJ. Jay actually taught Steven Tyler how to DJ that day.
Get the fuck out.
With his own record, Because they knew about hip hop, they knew about Run-D.M.C, and it was cool for them because they say we brought him back, but what we did was, this was happening for them. And my joke is they could have made a record with God, Jesus, and Moses for real and nobody would have cared.
Right.
But they took a chance. You know, what do we got to lose to do this for Run-D.M.C? It didn't just, it changed the world. That's what I always tell kids, man. Always be open to try something new because it might not just change your life, it'll change the world. But that's the Walk This Way story because of Rick Rubin. And when Rick was working with us, we had all the records on Raising Hell done. I'm gonna tell you the coolest story about Rick. When we was doing Peter Piper, I didn't like my part when I come on and
Peter
go,
Piper by rappers.
right, we did all that energy. But there's the part where I break off and I go, Jay's like King Midas, says I was told everything that he touched turned to gold. He's the greatest of the great, get it straight, he's great. So I didn't like that after we sat back and listened to, you know, we had Hit It Run. I didn't like the way that sounded on a Raising Hell album.
Yeah.
I was like, Rick, I got to do it over this and that. And he's telling me as a producer, no, leave it. And I couldn't see what he was I couldn't see or hear what he was saying. So I'm like, Rick, I got to do this over. So speaking of cocaine,
Like cocaine.
Chunking House of Metal, it's like 3:30 in the morning.
The Chunking House of Metals, that's the one that was in Chinatown, right?
Yeah.
In Chinatown,
yeah, on Center Street. Yep.
Okay.
So Rick goes, it's 3:30 in the morning. 40s, coke, high as hell.
That was the first Red Bull.
Yeah, 40 ounces, 100%.
Yeah.
Wake up in the morning, you gotta do it, give me a 40.
Yeah.
For sure. So Rick goes, all right, do you want to change it? Show up at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. All right. So I probably didn't go to sleep. I think I went to the World or some shit like that. To the club where you come out in this morning and shit.
Right.
So I come back to the
space out here.
studio, right? And I'm telling Rick, I gotta be right with Run-D.M.C. It's gotta be right. It's gotta pepper. I don't like the way I sound like this. So he says, okay, motherfucker, go in there and lay the verse. So I go in there. Jay's like King Midas, since I was told, like, with the, So I come back in, and this is, Rick's the coolest producer ever. So he comes back in, he says, I'm gonna play what you did just now. And he plays it. Now I'm gonna play what you did last night. And he plays it. Jay's like King Midas, as I was told. He says, which one is better? And I go, oh, the one I did last night. And he says this, you don't have to work hard to be you, and you don't have to impress to be anybody. He said, you're so dope on the mic, and I have a soup now, that you are showing no effort, and you better than half the motherfuckers on the mic. Now, get the fuck out of here. So he was, you know what I'm saying? But what he was saying was, you didn't need the whole Piper of Peppers, or, you know, Little Bo Peep, Cole lost his sheep. He said, nah, you taking them somewhere else. And that's a producer. You know how guitar players or singers, you gotta go, I'm just a rapper. I'm not Freddie Mercury. I'm not Mick. But he was like, you take Jay's like King Midas, as I was told, everything that he told. And he said, the music is open right now. He said, watch how hard that should be. So I'm thinking you gotta be, a lesson for young people, I'm thinking you gotta be violent to be hard.
Aggressive.
Nah. You can lay back and be stronger than everybody else. So Rick Walk This Way in my Peter Piper rhyme. Thank you, Rick.
All right. So let me ask you, I've always been wanting to ask you, who is Mary and why she was bugging?
That's another Rick thing.
Really?
Run was taking Mary off of Super Disco Breaks. It's a monkey record. It's the Monkeys. Mary, where are you going to? Mary.
I didn't know that.
That's the Monkeys?
That's the Monkeys.
Hey, we're the Monkeys.
Hey, here we come. It's the Monkey song, which was on Super Disco Break Volume 3. It's on the break piece.
Wow.
So Run was taking that, and I Can't Stop. We was trying to think of a routine to make.
Okay.
So we sampled it. Rick comes in the studio and he says, you know, to the booth, you know, we push the button. Don't say, Mary, where you going to? Say, Mary, why you bugging? Okay. Boof. Go.
Mary, why you bugging?
I Can't Stop.
So Mary not a real person?
No, she's not.
All right, cool.
I'm taking a peep, guys.
Okay. All right, I'll wait for you to come back for Great Time of Slide. All right, hold on. Cool. All right, you talk too much. Is that
you
about?
Never shut up.
Is that about a snitch?
No, it's not. No,
It's not about a snitch. Okay.
No, it's just it's more of Run-D.M.C's comedy comedic side.
Right.
It was just a record that we thought we got sued for that too and had to pay because we never heard the record. That's why these lawsuits are going to be getting crazy. We never heard the record. We didn't know. There's a record from the 50s that goes, you talk too much and you never shut up. I said you talk. We didn't know that.
Get the fuck out of here.
We were just trying to be funny. Hey, you over there, I know about your con. You're like the independent network news on channel. So it was just us trying to be funny.
So there was nobody at your crew that talked too much?
Run. He ran his mouth. Once we made the record, that was Run's record. Run would never shut up. Eric B prophesied, Run, one day you're going to be a reverend. And look what happened. Yeah, Run will tell you that story. Eric B was like, this motherfucker, one day you going to be here. So that's why we call him Run, because he ran his mouth. I was a quiet Run. Yeah, and he became Run because of Rush. Because Rush it was movement. But me, if you listen to my rhymes, when I perform, many hearts are warm. I'm better known as the quiet storm. I don't talk too much, but I got beef. When I kill MCs, I cause grief. Devastating my control is my main goal. My name is Daryl. His name is Joe. So if you notice, until the group broke up, people never heard from me unless I spoke on the microphone. Run was always the voice in the lead. So he ran. And I was the quiet storm. Like so many Easter eggs was always there.
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
All right.
But Run ran, he was the talkative one.
Holy moly guacamole. The record Jam Master Jay.
Mm-hmm.
You spoke about it earlier. You said that
it was made to...
Because usually people make records like that when someone passed away. But it was like you was making this record about him as he was alive.
That's correct.
You was actually giving him his flowers.
Right then and there.
Right then and there. Was that something you planned, or was that because, like how we spoke earlier, because the DJ was kind of like one of the main attractions?
Well, right. That comes from this. Mm-hmm. There's show business, entertainment, music business, motherfuckers that rap.
Right.
Right. Which comes from our culture of hip-hop.
Right.
And I can say this. Because people say, we know y'all didn't create it, but Run-D.M.C. created hip-hop. So I guess I have the right to say this.
Right.
I've been saying it. Not just saying it now because of conditions and what's going on.
Right.
I've been saying it since '83.
Right.
It's not hip-hop if there's no DJ there.
Wow.
It's not hip-hop. It's somebody rapping over something recorded in the studio for record-making purposes.
All right.
Now, you can say, but it's hip-hop. Yes, but I'm telling you it's not. But it can be. It's just like, I never thought hip-hop would reach the point where it would be, and this is nothing against it. You have Britney Spears, and you have Sheryl Crow. So Britney needs choreography. She needs a writer. She needs that.
She needs therapy, too.
Yeah, she need all that. Yeah, after
see her online, she a little loose.
But then Sheryl Crow just needs the guitar and the microphone.
All right.
So I'm talking from an elemental standpoint. You know what I'm saying? You can't say you're a painter and you're not using a paintbrush.
Like my friend Sonny, he thinks he's a stepfather. He thinks he's a father.
Now you can be an artist and do artwork.
Right.
You can be an artist and do artwork. So you can be an artist and rap and do imitation of the hip hop culture. But the reason why we made records about DJ is the entertainment business is not in the business to keep anything holy and sacred. They just got to move them records.
Right.
So soon as they said something about who's that, we was letting people know hip-hop, right, it starts with the DJ. Starts with the DJ. Then the MCs come. Or it starts with the music first.
Right.
So the guy rapping his hip-hop music, he's doing hip-hop, but I'm talking about it ain't hip-hop with a DJ really doing that thing.
Right.
So we made the Jam Master Jay record to let the people know it's DJs and MCs coming up next, the one and only Jam Master, back up from the rope punks. So that is so that the hip hop has done pushed the groups out, the picture, and they done pushed the DJs to the back. But the DJs is the foundation of the culture that when I show up, you always gonna see one. You ain't going, Jay never push button. Like I said, technology is an assistant to make it easy. But now I don't have to carry 1,000 records in a crate. I just have it on a hard drive. Last night I was in
You DJ?
Atlanta. No, not no more.
Okay.
Not no more.
Okay.
I write rhymes. And
You was in Atlanta, go ahead.
But last night I was in Atlanta at this event, this education conference. Because of my book, Daryl's Dream, everybody go get one. It's a story about me in the 3rd grade that really happened. I do a lot of education conferences.
You remember what you was doing in the 3rd grade?
Yeah, I remember everything.
I had Miss Ebanks. She left me back. That's all I remember.
Really?
Yeah. Not just playing.
And I was talking at this event, and there was a DJ there with the CD deck thing, right? And this is funny. You could ask my son. Before he knew I was leaving, he'd go get your father, and he just had to tell me that. And this is what I love about hip hop. Like it's all hip hop, but when we say real hip hop, we just mean hip hop, that this music business is not
the essence of it, right?
They're not. You can't comment on it. Matter of fact, you can't even come to the party. But this DJ just had to show me. Come here, DMC, and he just showed me a picture with him at 2 Techniques, because he didn't want to be considered not original or authentic.
Right.
So for us, it was important that the group is Run-D.M.C and people have a habit of, and we have Run-D.M.C, these 2 people, somebody in the audience will interrupt or I will interrupt. It was 3 people, oh yeah, that's right.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna get,
but me as a fan, when I hear Run-D.M.C, I think of Jam Master Jay anyway.
Right, but because you with us, but overall,
right.
Here's why I'm so passionate. If you look at all the Run-D.M.C covers except for Tougher Than Leather, that's the only one that Jay was on the cover of.
Wow.
On a Run-D.M.C album, he's on the back with us.
Right.
On the King of Rock album, this is crazy about the industry, he's on the back with his head down because he wasn't signed to Profile Records. So they could not put him on there. All right, you're not going to show our DJ, so we're going to talk about him on every record. Right. Go back and look at the albums now.
Oh, wow.
And what's crazy is, on the Run-D.M.C
so Profile
album,
only signed actually
Run and DMC
Run.
was only signed to the group as Run-D.M.C. And we wasn't signed to Profile, we were signed to Russell. Russell was signed to Profile as Run-D.M.C to deliver the Run-D.M.C record. We were signed to Rush Productions. But if you look at the album, I'm doing this because Fantastic Five's incredible when Theodore's on the scene. With the golden voice, we are the people's choice, and we rock with the gangster lean. We prove to the other MCs that Fantastic's #1. And when we step on you, you're just like a roach. Our foot, it weighs a ton. He's Theodorean, he's a ladies' man. So can't you understand that I'm done? So it's always the DJ.
Right.
We call him Flash. Grandmaster Flash, Disco B, Easy Mike, and I'm the MC. You walk in the place, you listen to the bass, you see Melly Mel with a smile on his face, king of the throne of the microphone. You should know by now, I should be left alone. Like, when Mel came out with the diss to Eminem, he should have just went to fucking, rappers might be willing, but they ain't able, cause I was their king straight from my cradle. Screamed and hollered, shook my rattle, dreamt I defeated them all in battle. There was no food in my silver spoon, but I grew up hard and I grew up soon. I'm a righteous king and I'm hungry too, and I eat up punks that rap like you. And I mean, he should have did that to Eminem and just called it a rap. To you, Mel, don't try to get new standard to know. Nobody never know. These motherfuckers don't know you do that. I do. Motherfuckers don't know that Mel rhyme like me and Run and Rock him. This is shocking. This shit should go viral. Y'all don't know Mel, Scorpio, and Raheem rhyme like fucking Big Daddy Kane. You just never heard it because they were making records. They wasn't fucking they got bars that will out-bar all these guys. You see, you like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
He said rappers might be willing, but they ain't able because I was their king straight from my cradle. Screamed and hollered, shook my rattle. I dreamt I defeated them all in battle. There was no food in my silver spoon, but I grew up hard and I grew up soon. And then Mel said, I'm a righteous king and I'm hungry too. He should have told him, and I eat up chumps to rap like you. I met this shark, his name was Jaws, started writing the rhymes like, yo, right, yo. No, started biting my rhymes like, yo, bite yours. I started writing my rhymes, the shark grew and grew. But I was writing more rhymes than the shark could chew. Then the shark got sick, and then he exploded because he didn't realize that my rhymes was loaded, flew in the air and into the sea, and the whole universe knew the king was me.
Oh,
He done won the battle.
God,
You know what I'm saying? And what I'm sweating now.
Did Eminem come? Eminem didn't go back at him.
No, he didn't have to. He killed him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But everybody happened. They
Even though,
can't
but
kill
even
Mel,
though
'cause Mel is Mel.
he got a lot of heat for that. But I thought it was hip hop what he did. It was
No, it's
dope.
cool. He came back, but I'm saying, me and Cass said he should have went like.
Right.
I was sitting on the corner just wasting my time when I realized I was king of the rhyme. I got on the microphone, and what do you see? The rest was my legacy. I was born to be the king of this hip hop thing. Like that, they had this. So when I came along. Like, what was good about Pete Rock is when we came back with Down with the King.
Down with the king!
Right, after he did that, it was like, yo, we making that shit. And it's funny, when Jay heard that shit, Jay says this, that's the name of the album, and that's the single.
Right.
And that was that was one little thing. You know, Bruce Lee says, I'm not afraid of the man who fucking practices 1,000 techniques. I'm afraid of the man that practices one. I'm living breathe with that work, because when we went to the studio, yo, we making that shit, this and that. So Pete comes to me, and he's like, yo, you ain't gotta be Kane, you ain't gotta be Rakim, you ain't gotta be Jay-Z, you ain't gotta, I want that DMC shit. I'm confused. I'm like, because I'm thinking I gotta write differently now,
Right.
shit, and do, you know, motherfuckers done named the shit that we do, ad-libs and fucking metaphors and shit.
Right.
I just think of my rhyme and say it over the beat. Give me that DMC shit. And I didn't know what to do in the 90s. I'm fucking 35 years old, and hip hop
still
has
young.
changed and shit like that.
Yeah.
No, but what I'm just saying, I'm
At that time
we the
where you were at
OGs.
mentally, right?
Another water?
So Pete Rock says, he just asked me, what the fuck are you doing right now, DMC, with your life? Because remember, I wrote I'm DMC in the Place to Be, a true thing about me. Son of Byford, bro, DMC from Hollis, Queens. I was like, well, I'm on tour. Well, write about that shit.
All right.
So I was like, okay, I'm taking the tours. I'm wrecking the land. Hip-hop could change, and it could have all the metaphors and shit, but I keep it hardcore because it's dope, man. And just the raw old shit that I was doing in 76, when it's my turn to get on the mic, I'm going to do that shit now because this audience never seen it. So I'm going to stand out.
All right.
I learned that. So I'm taking the tours, wrecking the land. I keep it hardcore because it's dope, man. These are the roughest, toughest words you ever wrote, and it's not meant for, and I don't usually use profanity, but it's not meant for a hoe like a slow jam. Sucker MCs could never swing with me because of all the things that I bring with me. Only G.O.D. could be a king to me, and if the G.O.D. be in me, can a king out me? P. Rock was like, rhyme of the fucking year.
Yeah.
And then I just went in DMC, and everywhere I go, Cool G rolled up on me, Q-Tip rolled up on me, Bumpy Knuckles rolled up on me. Hold up, you said if the G.O.D. be in me, then the king of the microphone is branded when it's handed to me. Or what I say, a microphone is branded when it's handed to me. I've been standing on this planet, and I plan to MC. The MC fiends always seem to agree that, because Rakim told me, the microphone fiend said, nah, D, your shit. Rakim, Cool G Rap, and Bumpy. Imagine them three telling you the dopest motherfucker ever.
Right.
I was so fucking
I mean, absolutely are.
But Down with the King, like I said, Down with the King brought us back, and because of Down with the King, we was able to go tour. We was back on MTV with the video. We was back on the radio. That's what hip hop, that's why I say hip hop is, it's not old school isn't old.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You might know what I did in 86, but the 12-year-old kid now don't. So when he see that shit, he's new. Kids always ask me now, shit, yo, OG, you put it down harder than them youngins. But I'm putting it down at 59 like I did when I was 12 years old. I'm not thinking I'm going into the studio to sell records. I ain't thinking about chart position. I'm thinking, how can I make this fucking dope? What did you do when you was in the room in 15? So that's how I approached this craft of mine.
Goddamn, let's make some noise.
And it's fucking fun.
Right.
It's fucking fun, man.
What's one of the places that you've been to the tour in the world that you was like, what the fuck am I doing here? I know you said Sudan earlier, but
during the war.
Yeah, it was definitely South Sudan.
Yeah.
Because everybody was walking around with machine guns. And then the student, the person that brought me out there, the police and the National Guard are the two warring factions. So at any time,
shit could have popped up.
All you got to do is just say one little wrong thing about the tribe or some shit, about the king. Because South Sudan has all the oil. North Sudan has all the reserves. So it's constant fight over money and shit like that. But it definitely was South Sudan, because this is scary. So we get in town for the sound. Oh, let me shout out the guy that brought me this, guy named Emmanuel Jal. He was a child soldier. And when he was 9 years old, the rebel army came into his village and killed all the adults and took all the kids and gave them guns to fight against the government. So at 9 years old, him and his 40, they come into your village and kill
all the parents, all the adults.
Guts, and he's the most well-spoken person you would ever see.
But was a child killer. Was killing shit at 9 years old.
To arm, to cap, all that shit.
Yeah.
So when he was 9 years old, he was fighting, him and his 40 friends, and they was out in the wilderness fighting. So they got tired of killing their own people. So they said, we're going to go AWOL and escape. Now the problem is when you escape, the soldiers you running from are going to kill you first shot on sight. And then the other soldiers from the government are going to shoot you, because even if you say, I'm coming in, they think you got bombs or whatever. So they ain't trusting you. So what they would do was when the people that they AWOL from would go raid a village, the kids would go in there and eat the scraps. But it got to the point where the other soldiers wasn't leaving nothing. So long story short, his friends were dying of starvation. So it was just him and his boy. Right? And imagine me and you, N.O.R.E, all our boys are dead. It's just me and you, 38 died of starvation. And I turn to you, because I'm dying, and I look at you, and I'm your boy, and I say, N.O.R.E, if I die tonight, it's okay if you eat me. Imagine it. So Jah said his prayer to God wasn't deliver me this and that. This serious prayer to God. God, what's the pros and cons of if I eat my friend? And what's the pros and cons if I don't eat my friend? So that's where he was at. Right then and there, he gets saved by the UN. They take him from
So he didn't have to eat his friend?
Didn't have to eat.
Okay, all right, cool. God bless.
They take him to Nairobi, to the rehabilitation center. He's a wild kid that was illin'. So they trying to educate him. He's a fucking beast. He said he was getting in beef with other students. You ever see the horror movie shits and said, the students say something to him, he taking a pen and putting it through the hand, like, he's that kid. He's wild. So one of the counselors.
And it's the promoter that brought you out there?
Yeah, to him. But he said, I'm going to tell you what happened.
Rehabilitated.
Yeah, he's rehabilitated in a big way. But check this out. One of the counselors is playing Run-D.M.C, Naughty by Nature, Public Enemy. So he hears it. What's that? What's that? So the counselor's like, oh, so you like this? What's that? What's that? He said that was the only time he felt something that was good to him. Oh, you want to hit it? Yeah. You know, imagine crazy African killer machine hears Naughty by Nature stuff the counselors play. Okay, here's the deal. It's the deal, man, you know. Start going to school, this and that. Just to hear the tape. Okay, so he hears the tape. Goes to school, show me some. Becomes a straight-A student. Makes it to the university, goes into the university, majors in communications and music, starts to become a MC from Sudan, who gets to open for Nelson Mandela, this and that, whatever. So he does, because of hip hop, he said it was the only thing that made him feel like he was and he could relate to it.
Right.
So then he does all of that, he does all of this great stuff for his country. They bring him to New York City to get honored by the Hard Rock. This is before Hard Rock changed ownership.
Okay.
Because the Hard Rock was in the big philanthropy stuff like that. So they bring him in, and one of the ladies from the hard work movie, they was like, DMC, we have this kid, tells me a story. Come tomorrow, we want to surprise him with you. Cool. So I come to the luncheon, and it's a bunch of people in there, like, he does incredible shit. So they said, D, just go sit at the end of the table. So sitting at the end of the table, and he's speaking, he's meeting all these people, and then nobody announces me. And then he looks and he sees me. He just starts crying. And he comes over to me and he just cries on me. And he's like, yo, Run-D.M.C, N.O.R.E by nature, hip hop singer. And he just tells me the story. And I'm like blown away. So then he goes, will you come to my country? And this is what I'm answering your question now. So I'm thinking, yeah. I answer yeah immediately, not knowing what Sudan is. I'm thinking it's Japan and London. You know what I'm saying? So we fly out to South Sudan.
When you say we, Run and...
No, just me, my DJ, Eric.
Okay.
And my security. And well, what's funny, this is...
So this is DMC, this is not funny.
When they show me the brochure of where we're staying at, it's like, oh shit, a pool, an air-conditioned building, but we get there, it's just huts. No toilet bowl.
No toilet bowl?
No toilet bowl.
Oh my God.
Hold up. The cut is fucking bugs everywhere.
Right.
To the point where it's so many bugs and they so big, you just get, it's a waste of time and energy.
Get used to it.
Fuck it. Okay, showtime, like, you know, to that point. So that was my wildest place, South Sudan. But the beauty of it is that they know our hip hop.
Right.
And they value it. So we go to sound check. And if you look him up right now, he's the vice president of Sudan.
This guy you was talking about?
Yeah, he wears cowboy hat and cowboy boots. So we ain't seen none of this the whole time. All of a sudden we look up, we see Range Rovers, we see Escalades, we see Mercedes-Benz, and we see BMW. And it looked like something out of a Tom Cruise Mission Impossible movie. They moving like that. We just see this entourage of cars coming up to the place and shit, right? Pulls up to the shit in the movies, those stunt drivers, the motherfuckers exist. They pull up, boom, right? Security gets out, right? So the vice president of South Sudan gets out. And we in the sound check, and the vice president walks in there, and this shit is scary, man. Motherfuckers with machine guns, this and that. And, you know, the vice president, he's different. Where's the rapper? I come to see the like with that Idi Amin shit. Where's the rapper? I go, hide. My DJ, his fool, he's right here. So I come, the guy comes to me and he's literally taking me like this. He comes, I want to see the rapper. Oh, this the rapper. Oh, it's the rapper. I see the rapper. Yo, no,
mad strong, DMC. It's okay.
He's doing that shit to me, and it's fuck yo. He's like, it's the right. He's shaking me. It's the rapper and shit like that. So then I want to see your show, and then he sits down, and it's showtime, and he's sitting there. Now what's funny about this story is that he's fucking the war and like the Idi Amin shit, like it's
warlord.
I want to see your show, and he's sitting there. So I'm thinking, yo, if I ain't dope, this motherfucker might kill me. Right? You know what I'm saying?
Last battle you won.
But he's sitting there, and everybody's around him, and all the people. It's about Eric. What did you say? About 250 people. They all in the back, like this.
His soldiers?
No, the regular.
Oh,
people.
okay, the regular people. Okay, the crowd.
You know, first when I was there like this, they like, oh, it's DMC. But when he came,
when he came, okay.
It's like kind of like some scary dictator shit. Like I'm thinking, damn, if I ain't dope, this is gonna be crazy.
Right.
So then my DJ, Charlie Chan, he just go, yo, D, just do what the fuck you do. So I said, yo, all right, he's
intense.
I'm thinking, kill him. If we. So y'all come up to the front. We pull the people up the front. We performed like 45 minutes. We had those throw your hands.
And they knew the records?
Knew the records.
Okay, wow.
Knew the records.
Wow.
So, but that was my craziest experience ever. But, Russia's cool. We went to Moscow. They know.
Right.
They fucking know Mobb Deep there.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They know underground and shit like that. But South Sudan, what was beautiful is they knew pop, they knew big, they knew our hip hop. But it was the scariest trip of my life.
Let me ask you, because you mentioned Pac and Big a couple times, right? And you said that you was on tour with Pac and Big together?
No,
They opened up for him.
You opened up.
Separate,
Yeah.
right. We opened up for them.
So two-part question.
Yeah.
You saw their relationship, that they were cool at one point.
No, I never seen them together.
Oh,
What I mean is
okay.
we opened up for Pac and Big at two different times. This was after they split. When I first met Pac, what was crazy about Pac, we played, what's the biggest mall in the world? I think it was Minnesota or something like that.
Yeah.
Mall of America.
Mall of America, yeah.
Yeah. So we was doing a show there. We was open for Pac, and let's go to the mall. You know, that's what you do when you go to church. So we go to the mall, and it was just crazy I saw this happen. When we walked in the mall, I don't know if the guy singled Pac out, but the security, the police officer just walked over and said, "You take your hat off." Like, we walking in the mall, you know what I'm saying? Jay got his hat, but the police officer, and then Pac, like, what the fuck, see, man, this is what I'm talking about. Yo, Pac, calm down, this and that, boom, 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 whatever. And Jay's like, yo, man, how you gonna tell Pac that you ain't tell me to take mine off? So I don't know if it was a Pac thing.
This was after he shot the police, or no?
Probably was. Yeah, it
Okay.
was. Yeah.
Okay.
That's probably why.
That's probably.
Yeah, that's probably why. But I saw that. But overall, Pac was brilliant. He was cool. He was funny. And all he could fucking talk about was the fuck. I think he even made a whole record about it. His whole shit was trying to convince me that I'm legit. Like you know what I'm saying? Which is beautiful. But yeah, we hung with Pac. We hung with Big. Big was like, who could I describe Big, right? Big was just like fucking, he was just lovable.
Right.
And I'm saying he was just a funny, lovable, like him and Jay really got along because Jay's fly and shit.
Right.
Me and Ron,
Jay smoked a lot of weed too.
and shit. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, they had blunts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So where was you at when you kind of like seen, their like this is like I want to say there's always been beef in hip hop because like there's always been like the battles and stuff like that, and those battles kind of like sometimes it morbided off into something.
Of course.
But this was the first, like,
this is different.
This was the first different.
This was crazy different.
Like, how did you feel? Like, you know what I mean? You being one of the architects of hip hop and these people taking it this far. And
well, I kind of understood it, but I don't think the media and I don't think people like us, we didn't get vocal enough because what was happening in the beginning of it, it was almost like the two rival high school teams, the players settled the beef on the field. But if I see you, fuck you, this and that, this and that. So there was no describing that this should just stay on record. But then it was different. It was more deeper because Pac felt something personally was done to him. But with the East Coast, West Coast war, we never seen it.
No, that was a media contrived thing.
Right. We was going over there, but see, it's a little different.
yeah, Tresh told us the same thing. We just interviewed him, and he said he was never affected by the East Coast, West Coast.
Wasn't
Like,
never.
he said he was, yeah.
If you don't hear another cool story, Suge Knight was going to buy us. Suge Knight was going to put Run-D.M.C. on Death Row Records.
Death Row proper, they were starting
Death Row. He was going to put
Not Death Row East.
DMC. No, he's going to put us on Death Row. We had a meeting with him at the Beverly Hills.
Big Daddy Kane had a meeting.
Oh, we had the Beverly Hills.
Would you would have rocked the Death Row chain?
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
No,
I don't think we would have had to neither.
Okay.
We had a meeting with Suge. This was like when Death Row was
Right
at their height.
Before the downfall of it.
I do remember these rumors. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And we sat there with him, and he said, "I'm gonna buy you off what's that? Yo, Run-D.M.C. I mean a lot to this culture." And he said, you gotta understand something about Suge Wright. Suge Wright, he had right intention because every time I see him, remember Eric? He used to just show up and come and sit down and say, "Man, when y'all used to come here, huh?"
He used to eat your cookies?
No, this was in a sushi restaurant.
Oh, okay.
Or it was at the Mondrian Club or whatever.
Okay.
And he said, yo, we was just amazed. And he said, Suge said this, we was just so amazed that when y'all cats came here from New York, and he said this, we were just so amazed to see how y'all stuck together. Because remember, Run-D.M.C, LL, we moved together. It was just something about, I don't know.
Boys? Was Beastie Boys a part of it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
But and he talked about that. But he said he was going to buy us, bring us to Death Row, because he says, Death Row, we at the top right now, and y'all should be with the top row. You know, that whole shit. And then somebody else had told me, nah, that motherfucker was doing that shit so he can fucking take the kings from the East and throw it in their face. Yo, I don't even got your Run-DMCs. Nah, I didn't think about it like that.
I don't think so.
Boris,
though.
I hate
You know what I'm saying?
Because he did that with Hammer too, where he brought Hammer. I mean, yeah, Hammer's on the West, but I think he genuinely appreciated.
No, he did the 2-3 times that I sat with Suge personally, with no rah-rah, I didn't see all of that. He generally was they wanted to have the thing I talked about that we were doing with hip hop outside of the business. So I think Suge wanted to have Run-D.M.C as the holy grail.
It's like the ultimate trophy.
Right.
If you're a hip hop head and you have power and money, what's the ultimate trophy?
I got Run-D.M.C. and I gave him a lot of money.
Yeah.
And I remember the night Pac died, we was what was the club that they had in Vegas?
Was it?
Oh, Vegas?
Yeah,
I'm thinking of Biggie. 626 or something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
So we was hired by them to perform at the after party.
For the Tyson fight.
For the Tyson fight.
Wow.
Shit brought it. This is when the Luxor was
The Luxor.
new.
I got married at the Luxor.
Yeah, that's when the Luxor was new. It was fly shit. So I'll never forget. Suge brought us there, paid for everything. We used to hire entertainment.
So y'all was there that night in Vegas?
Let me tell you what happened.
Holy shit.
So we get a call. It's Suge. Yo, this is a funny J story. Yo, me and Pac coming to get y'all. You're gonna ride to the fight with us. Cause remember, who was in the 750 with them? Nobody was in the back seat.
Right, nobody.
Me, Run, and Jay was supposed to be in that back seat.
Whoa.
He calls Alexa, yo, I'm coming to get y'all. Pac, we want y'all to ride to the fight with us. Y'all go ahead and without us. Why? What's the problem? Jay's getting dressed. Huh, what are you talking about? Just Suge, don't understand that. When Jay would get dressed, Jay would have all his clothes out there. It's worse than your wife or girl getting dressed. How does this look, this and that, for like 3 hours? The reason why we didn't ride to the fight with Pocket because Jay was getting dressed. Jay would spend hours. And he's seriously like, yo, B, how does this look? And I would tell him, no, that's cool. Okay, hold on. And he would, it would be a fashion show. Eric, am I lying? Jay's getting dressed.
Well, in this case, this is a blessing.
Right. So,
a huge blessing.
So we say, we'll meet you at the after party. We get to the after party. Hammer's there. The whole crew, everybody's there. Mel, everybody's there, this and that. So, yeah.
Did he have one of those pants?
No, he didn't have the pants on.
Oh, my bad.
Another Hammer.
This was the suit, rich.
Okay, yeah. The tuxedo joint. Okay, I remember it.
Hammer. So we in the club waiting for the fight to end. All of a sudden, one dude comes in. It's about maybe 100 people in there. They all leave. Empty club, music off. A guy comes in with a briefcase. To me, Run and Jay. Everybody leaves. Guy comes with the briefcase. Put the briefcase, opens it up. It's all cash. 200 grand in cash. Yeah. Y'all getting paid tonight. There's no show. Go home.
Wow.
Shit, yo, we got to pay. Like, we didn't know what's going on. So next morning, I had an afternoon flight. I'm in the gym on the treadmill, and then CNN. Last night in Vegas, Tupac got shot. Oh shit, that's why it happened. So I didn't find out Pac got shot till the next morning. And I find out that's why. Yo, I'm talking about we in the club like this, 100 motherfuckers. One dude comes in, the whole club. Whoa. Guy comes in like shit out of the movies, briefcase, paid us some cash. Y'all go home, no show tonight. I didn't find out till the next morning that Pac got shot. But the reason why, you could ask Eric, we coming to get y'all. And I'm like, oh shit, I'm hanging with Pac and Suge. No, you're not. Why, Eric? Because Jay's getting dressed.
And you was at the Luxor as well.
At the Luxor.
Because that picture with Pac and Suge is in front of the Luxor.
That's at the Luxor.
The one in the car?
Yeah, that's in front of the Luxor. That's where I got
that night.
Yeah.
They left and we had to wait for Jay to get dressed.
Yeah, that was my favorite hotel at the time.
Crazy.
Yeah, hell yeah. That shit
I
was
love the Luxor.
that came out there.
Yeah, exactly. We did it at the same time. That's crazy.
Wow, I would have never put you guys in that scenario.
No, I wouldn't
That's
have.
crazy,
If you would
right?
have never said that,
Yeah.
I would have never.
But you know, it's like, yo, who we going to get to put Run-D.M.C?
Right.
It's like, oh shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
Wow.
that's honorable. It's like,
Yeah.
for them to say, you know, say they could have went, Pac could have did the after party.
Right.
They wanted to.
Word.
Death Row wanted us to, so they can sit there as the audience. That's fly shit. Like, what?
Man.
Wow. Do you want to go back to the Dominican thing?
Oh, the Dominican thing is the craziest thing
So,
ever.
all right. So, where did I hear that you was Dominican? Where was this at? On MTV or something?
Yeah, because I did a special, My Adoption Journey.
Okay.
When Down with the King came out, right? Put us back on the road, back on the charts. Video, the very next day after the video, I woke up and I wanted to kill myself. And I didn't know why. I don't know. I just woke up and said, I don't want to live no more.
Wow.
God bless.
And there was this void in me, and I didn't know what it was. And I sat there, why am I, what the fuck? And I sat there and it was like, yo, you back at where you was, this and that. That's not enough. Something's missing. It was just something missing. And I was like, okay, let me look at my life. Darryl McDaniels from Hollis, Queens, New York. Banner's my mother, Bifer's my father, Alfred's my brother, Run's my pal, Jay's my DJ. This hip hop thing, I went first to go gold, first to go platinum, first on the cover Rolling Stone, first with the sneaker deals, this and that. Now I'm back with you. Said, why am I fucking feeling like this? And I didn't know what the fuck that shit was. And the feeling just stuck with me, and I'm living with it, functioning. And what was crazy at this time was, in 1990, I got diagnosed with acute pancreatitis because I was drinking a case of 40s a day. And I want to drink a case.
A case of 6 or 12?
12.
And it's 40s.
Yeah.
I put a refrigerator in the back of my truck so I didn't have to stop at the grocery store.
And this is OE or St. Ives?
OE.
OE, okay.
St. Ives was fake.
All right, cool.
I told you earlier, I hate fake shit. That shit, when that shit's so Cuban, that's fake shit. You don't even take that conversation. So,
malt liquor.
But it's got to be old gold.
Was it old gold malt liquor too? Or no?
Yes,
It was
old
okay.
English 800.
Okay.
The Beastie Boys Brass Monkey is, because we wrote Slow and Low with them, Paul Revere. We wrote Slow and Low for them. We wrote Paul Revere for them. And their Brass Monkey opening rhyme is from my Old English rhyme. I had a rhyme that was about Old English. I got this rhyme that's more than real. When you drink Old English, here's how you feel. You reach in the freezer for a 40 ounce or 32 ounce, whichever counts. You fill each bottle for the one that's cold. It's gotta be cold when you're drinking Old Gold, but you might get the one that's hot. You gotta get it hot, that's all they've got. $1.35, that is the price. That's not too much if you wanna get nice. You pay your money, walk out the door. You say to yourself, I remember that store. You look around for a place to stand and with a quarter Old English inside your hand. You crack the quart, you put it to your lip, you tilt it slightly and you take a sip. Now by now you should know the deal, because that one sip you already feel. You're feeling bold, so you try to guzzle and you do it again because it ain't no puzzle. So I had this whole old English rhyme that they just said, we got this rhyme that's more than real. When you drink Brass Monkey, it's how you feel. So I was drinking a case of 40s a day, and I got acute pancreatitis. I was going through, I didn't have no, well, I guess this is a symptom of depression. I can't drink no more. But then Down with the King comes out. So when that elevation came, it pushed me further down. So I got to the point where I didn't want to live with this feeling in me, right? So I said, I'm gonna kill myself. But before I go, I got records, I got videos. I think there's 2 books on this. I want to leave a book because I want people to know Daryl, the guy behind the King of Rock. So I came up with an idea, just in case I kill myself tomorrow, I want to write a book and I'm going to go, yo, what's up, world? I'm Darryl McDaniels. You know me, DMC, from the groundbreaking rap group Run-D.M.C. First to go gold, first to go platinum, first on the cover Rolling Stone, first with the sneaker deals. Everything that hip hop is doing, they say it's because of me running Jay. But I'm really just Darryl McDaniels, no different from any boy or girl on the face of the earth. I was born May 31st, 1964, and I was like, I was born May 30th. I realized I didn't know no details about the day I was born. So I called my mom's up. Now, at this time, for anybody listening, I should have said, Mom, I want to kill. Like, I should have let it out. But guilt, shame, not wanting to be vulnerable. Plus, I'm a rapper. I got to be cool, and I'm a black man and all that shit. And I don't want to bother my mother with this stuff. I'll handle it by myself, which is the wrong thing to do.
Right.
But I said, Mom, I'm writing this book, and just to make it more interesting for the reader, I want to know 3 things about the day I was born. How much did I weigh? What time? What hospital? So she tells me, I love you, son. I love you too, Mom. I hung up the phone. Hour goes by. She calls back with my father. At this point in my life, I'm an alcoholic, suicidal, metaphysical, spiritual wreck who's thinking of killing himself, who can't drink no more because I wanted to drink to help me deal with the emotions and stuff that I was feeling so I could suppress those emotions. And the phone rings and my mother says, it's my mother and father. So I'm 35 years old, down with the king is killing, and I'm suicidal. We have something else to tell you. So I'm thinking she's gonna go, well, when you was born, there was a power outage in a hospital who gave birth to you by candlelight. No, she hit me with this. We have something else to tell you. What is it? You was a month old when we brought you home and you're adopted and we love you. Bye, click.
Well, they hung up like that?
Because they didn't know what to... But I got it, when she hung up the phone, I know my mother and father. Honey, he's asking it. We got to tell him right now. So they rush to the phone. You tell him, no, you tell him. I can see my mother there. Yes, it was my phone when you did. Bye.
When we took you home,
I was 35 years old at a month old. I found out I was adopted at age 35. Then I found out that I was a foster kid. So long story short, that made me really want to kill myself. Because of that revelation, I started drinking again. Now, I'm not supposed to be drinking. And my wife, love my wife, Zuri, she keeps it real. I say I'm drinking. I was making excuses. I'm drinking because I'm celebrating a newfound part of my identity that I didn't know about. She looked me in my eye. I love women. Motherfucker, you fucking drinking because you can't handle the fact that you just found out that you was adopted. Because think about my whole career. Christmas time in Hollis.
Since you don't go there, don't stop doing my interview.
So, I was 30. I found out that I was adopted when I was 35 years old.
Okay.
And then the Dominican thing came. They call back. They call back. Ring. And this was funny. Are you okay? You know what I'm saying? Because they just released the interview. And then they go, well, all we know is your mother was in Hamilton Heights, right up there above Washington Heights. Who's in Washington Heights?
Dominican.
Yeah, Dominican.
And we think you're Dominicans. So this is my mother and father. I'm dealing with all this angst and emotion. They tell her, I'm Dominican. So from that day for 5 years, I'm running around the world telling everybody, I just found out that I'm adopted Dominican and Dominican. And I love my wife again. My wife's
like, Diablo me.
Yeah, for 5, no, you want to know? I went out, there's a Dominican rapper. Anybody know his name?
Alpha?
It's a fake, no, he's an old
Omega?
school. Somebody, Diego.
No, Diego's from Puerto Rico.
Diego's from Puerto Rico, but they thought he was Dominican
there's
too,
a Dominican rapper who's famous. So I go out and buy all this Dominican rap music. I go out and buy Dominican cookbooks.
Yeah.
Cooking platinos?
Daddy Yankee tells me, and I believe in it, say, I'll do it. You should be the Grand Master of the Dominican Parade. Hold on, I'm going far. I'm telling Bill Adler.
Shout out to
from
Bill
Def Jam. Yeah, I'm telling Bill. You could ask Bill. I'm calling him, telling him, give me everything on Dominican art. That's Bill Adler. And all of this stuff. And I love my wife. My wife, Zoe, she the whole time, Daryl, don't you think you should find out? No, my mother and father Byford in bed. They know what. So going on. So long story short, I do a search and I find my birth mother. I grew up in Queens. She was in Staten Island all this time.
Wow,
which is crazy.
A barrel kind of like over.
Right over. And the reason why she was in Hamilton Heights, she was living in Hamilton Heights at the time she was pregnant with me. No, she was living in Hamilton Heights before she got pregnant with me. Her father moved the family to Staten Island, but her boyfriend was there. So she would always leave Staten Island, go back to Hamilton Heights to see her boyfriend. And the thing was, she was, 18 years old. She was like, yo, don't fuck around and get pregnant.
Right.
So she went around and got pregnant with my first brother that I didn't know I had yet. And they was like, yo, don't do this shit. She got pregnant with me. When she came over with me, there was no way they could keep me. So they gave me up. So to answer your question, so I figure out, I see my birth mother and this and that, boom, bang, it's good to meet you. And she, I go, who's Dominican? And I said, I'm Dominican, right? She says, no, who told you that? Nobody in this family Dominican. And I'm like, uh-oh. I think I'm right. Because the month before I meet my wife, there's a Dominican publication that I just ran into this guy walking down Broadway by Astor Place. And he was like, yo, DMC, we want to venue for hip hop. And I'm like, yeah. And I'm Dominican too. I did this whole interview about being Dominican. Yeah, so when my mother, I said, uh-oh, I had to call the guy up. Yo, we got a problem. We got a big problem. So what's that? I just found my birth when I found out that I ain't Dominican. You should have heard this before. Uh-oh. That's not good, bro. Like that whole thing. But then we squared it up. But the cool thing about it was he got back on the phone and said, I told my whole audience and stuff like that. But he said, no, you're down with us anyway because you're DMC. You know what I'm saying? But right. I thought I was Dominican, N.O.R.E, because I found out at age 35 that I was adopted, and it blew my mind. Wow. And after me and my mother had those two conversations, the next thing that happened was this. The phone rang for a week, because it's all my cousins that I grew up with, who are now 35, 40, 50
Well, not your real cousins.
No. Right, they're not my blood cousins.
Okay.
These are,
this is families in regard.
I'm thinking I'm one of them. They call and go, oh, gee, we're so glad your mother, we held that in for 35.
Oh,
they knew?
Yes.
Oh.
Derek, Samantha, Eve, Craig, Sharon, Sonia, all of them, when they, Christmas in Hollis, right? In my house in Hollis, Queens, if it was Christmas, Thanksgiving, graduation, wedding, it was always at the McDaniels family house. Everything my mom's put it on, yeah. So my cousins revealed this to me. And I'm talking about since they were little. Every time we're going over to McDaniels for Thanksgiving, we're going over to McDaniels for Christmas, we're going over to McDaniels for the birthday, we're going over to McDaniels because such and such graduated. Kids, come to the room. Sit down. These kids for 35 years. What's the rule when we go over to Mr. and Mr. McDaniel's house? Nobody let Daryl know he's adopted.
Oh, my God.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
So,
oh my God.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to do a movie about, not a biopic. I'm getting ready to do a movie about that situation.
Yeah, no, that's.
And the thing about it was, it's just two things. When I met other adopted people, I love my parents for not telling me because they were afraid that it might do something to me. Because my brother, who's their biological, Alfred, he says what happened was my mother had other foster kids that went back to their families. Because I remember cousins that I had that I didn't see no more as we were growing up. Right. Those were kids that went back. And my parents officially adopted me when I was 5 years old. But my brother Alfred said, we had this other kid, what was his name? His name was Oscar. I remember the day he left. And I just remember my brother's 3. And I think my brother was 6. And I just remember my brother telling me, Oscar's mother's here to get him. And I'm like, okay, my aunt's here to get Oscar. I'm going to see him next week. Never saw him again. Then there was other little girls and stuff like that. But my brother said this would happen. And this is what's crazy about all the comic books and all the shit, and this has to do with Riggs too. So every kid went back. And I'm in there playing with my toys in the porch in Hollis, Queens. And my mother, adopted mother, looks over at my father, and this is funny. What are we gonna do with this one? It's like a pet, take him back to the shelter. My father says this, my brother says, oh, you know what? I think we'll adopt this one because you never know. He might grow up and do something that'll change the world.
Wow.
So
they said it in front of you.
In front of my brother.
Oh, okay.
Because he was, I'm little. He heard them say that. And then, he even called Daryl. I'm so glad Mom would tell you that because I didn't want you to find out on their deathbed. Because a lot of times the adopted that don't get told, we cleaning out the house. And I go, what's these papers? Yeah. That would have been really crazy. So at least they got to get it out before they passed away. So my brother, what I was going to say was, here's what's crazy about all the superheroes. When I was growing up, the only people that I felt I could connect to were the superheroes and the comic books. And if you think about it, most superheroes are nerdy, geeky, awkward people struggling in their regular lives. Right. But then Riggs hit me, but they turn into these people. When
Isn't Spider-Man an orphan?
I was just going to say that. Okay. Let's talk about Riggs. So Riggs, we have the comic book meeting, and we doing that, and boom, bang, bang. About 2 or 3 weeks later, Riggs discovers my adoption story that's out. So I come back in the office and he's doing this. And I'm like, hi, Rick, same way when we met. And he goes like this, yo, D, this is fucking crazy. And Rick says, yo, D, you are really on some superhero shit. I was like, what are you talking about? Yeah. He says, yo, most superheroes are adopted.
Yeah.
Or have a family issue. Or Superman came from somewhere. That's what my mother and father did. Clark, there's something we need to tell you. You're not really from. We love you, but you're not really. He goes, what? You have this thing. That's what my mother did. Spider-Man. Yep. From Queens that had to be raised by Aunt May.
Yep.
Batman, what happened? Seeing his parents get killed in front of.
That's right.
So everybody has those issues. But all of that led to me, when I first met Riggs, he goes, D, you like my superhero. Yeah. But going back to that, when I found my birth mother, she goes, I know you're dying to know why I gave you up. My birth mother's name is Bernsenia. My adopted parents thought I was actually Dominican because of the whole Washington Heights, Hamilton Heights. But when they was doing the adoption transaction, they just remember, they thought my mother's name was Bernarda. So Bernarda and Dominican, the area, that's what they thought. But my mother's name is Bernsenia. But she says, I know you're dying to know why I gave you up. And I was like, shit, lady, that's an understatement. And she hit me with this. I gave you up to give you a chance. So then all of this, it went back to the void. When Down with the King went back up, when Down with the King went up and I went into the depression, that was, it's like when the god Zeus says, Mercury, fly down there and reveal to him who he really is. Right. When I went into the depression, when I met my birth mother, she said, you was going through a depression right that time? 1993, Down with the King. She said in 1993, her secret that she knew she had given me up, her best friend turns to her. No, her daughter turns to her. My sister, Jahida, turns to her. They're watching an adoption thing on TV, and my sister turns to my mother jokingly, you don't have no secrets out there. My mother says, yes, I do. And Jahida goes, what, we gave this kiss? So they never knew it was me. I found I had a sister and 2 brothers I didn't know about. My older brother, Mark, to this day, looks like the 86 DMC. Glasses, goatee, and this is gonna blow your mind, he draws. So his whole life, from Rockbox to Down with the King, his whole life he got this. Mark, come here. That guy DMC could be your brother, 86. Mark, come by 88. I know motherfucking DMC could be my brother. Come to find out, DMC's really How crazy is that? So, yeah, I found out that I was adopted. I thought I was Dominican because I was trying to grasp on any identifying information to fill the void.
And all of this is how you segued into advocating for mental health.
Yes, exactly.
And can you talk about some of the stuff you're doing in that?
Yeah. So out of that whole, hold up, this is just crazy. It didn't end there though. Alcoholic, suicide, and metaphysical wreck, who just found out that he was adopted and was a foster kid. Jam Master Jay gets shot and killed. And then it didn't end there yet. I remember my father, 3 months later, my father died. I remember the night Jay died, my father goes, why would anybody want to kill Jay? This is such a... Then my father died. So imagine what I was dealing with. But then I met another adopted person who said, D, there's something that you need to do. I was like, what's that? And when I found out I was adopted, remember I had pancreatitis. I started drinking again, and so I'm drinking and stuff. But then somebody said, D, you need to go to therapy. At first, I ain't going to no fucking therapy, this and that. But man, and then I said, okay, fuck it. Would Tony Stark or Peter Parker go to therapy? I had to depend on my kind. So I went to therapy, and I found out therapy is really cool. And I wasn't ashamed to talk about it because hip-hop has taught me you'll keep it real. So how the work started was I go to therapy, and in therapy, the therapist doesn't help you. Therapy helps you. The therapist doesn't help you. So a lot of people don't want it to do, no, you gotta go. Because the therapist is just a decoy to do 2 things for you. Because you haven't done it with yourself. 2 things happen. You say stuff to yourself that you said before, but you didn't listen to. Or you say stuff that you need to hear you say to yourself.
Right.
But you don't want to say it to you in the mirror. That's hard, facing yourself. So I went to therapy, it's cool. I got clean and sober and whatever. So when I get out of therapy, the reason why this book happened and the reason why I do what I do is for a very funny reason. My partner, Run, during that time, had Run's House. Very successful show, 10 seasons of it.
Was in the bathtub with a BlackBerry.
Yeah, remember that? So the first season, people would watch it and they'd go, I know at the end finale, DMC's gonna show up. I didn't show up season 1. I know this shit. I didn't show up season 2 to 3. So after I get out of therapy and rehab, I get this question, N.O.R.E, everywhere I go. Why you ain't on Run's House? What's the beef? The whole social media shit. And this and that. They DMC's poor and they don't care. Russell and Run got Bentleys and this and that. No. The reason why Run-D.M.C ain't together is because Jay's dead. I forgot about that. We can't replace our fucking drummer. I forgot about that. So where you been, DMC? And then me keeping it real, I go, well, I was gonna kill I tell people this, but I just told you. So these people are coming at me on the celebrity DMC shit. They see the mighty king of rock who walked his way in his Adidas while telling the world how tricky life could be. But now I'm saying, I was gonna kill myself. I was alcoholic, and everybody was going 12. When I say the 40s, 12, 40, and then 2 things. 12 fucking 40s, yeah. Over the phone, yeah, this and that. But every time I would do that, I would get this reaction. These people would stop, look around, like the CIA was around. And they would whisper to me, I've never told anybody this, D. Me too.
Wow.
Now they didn't tell their workers, family, they struggling like I was. But because I'm DMC, Adidas, and I just revealed that to them, now they safe, they would tell me. But this is one that hurt me. This is what got me working. If it wasn't them, they would look around, and this is what stigma exists. People are guilty and ashamed and afraid. But this is the one that I hate the most. They would look around, and if they didn't say me too, they would go, I've never told anybody this, but my mother, my daughter, my father. So that hit me. You mean for the last 8 years, your daughter's home, smoking meth and struggling, and you're worried about how people gonna think about you for having that daughter? So I said, let me get more vocal about it. So I just started going to wherever I was invited. Once people heard my story, I would show up and I'd tell my story. I would go to high schools, I would go to middle schools, I would go to group homes, I would go to foster care agency, I would go to hospitals, I would go to fire departments, I would go to police stations, because a lot of police are having mental issues across the board. Every time I talk, I realize what this world has been preparing me for through the hip hop. The king of rock shit was just a setup for what I was really put here to do. I found out that I'm a billion times more powerful telling people when shit isn't going good for me. My whole career was Christmas time, Hollis, Queens. I'm the devastating this, and I always reported to y'all my goodness, and it was very inspiring. It's even more inspiring when I admit that I'm vulnerable, scared, afraid, weak, and confused, because then those people go, you know what? I'm gonna go get help too.
Yeah, you become relatable.
So that's why I do the work, because of, and my joke is because of Pete rocking Down with the King. I talk about mental health because that was a catalyst. You know what I'm saying? Because in '88, if y'all remember, in 89, we put out a flop album.
Thank you.
Okay.
We put out a flop album called Back from Hell. Y'all don't remember that?
I don't remember that.
You remember the Av? No? Do y'all remember Pause? When we was doing New Jack Swing?
Okay, yeah.
That was part of my depression. I talk about his book. Jay was fly and he was doing that. So Jay had us doing these New Jack Swing records. And then Pause was good. People say, oh, that shit was cool and this and that. I didn't want to do it, but I did it to please them. And it made me drink. Because when Jay said, let's do it now, there's nothing wrong with New Jack Swing and all of that shit. I just don't like it.
This wasn't for you.
I don't want to rap over that shit. But when I was in therapy, my therapist said, motherfucker, I was diagnosed with suppressed emotions. All the drinking I was doing is because I didn't want to tell people the truth about how I don't want to do that record. I don't want to go there. I did so much people pleasing that I was suppressing with the alcohol. So when I got out of rehab, my When I got into rehab, this happened to me. My therapist, I was 36. So my therapist probably was like 46, 48, white guy. With a white doctor thing and a clipboard. So he comes in for my first therapy session in rehab, and he sits down and he says, Daryl, during your career with Run-D.M.C, did Run J, Russell, or anybody at the record company do anything to get you upset? And I'm sitting there and I lie, no. And you know, he's the doctor and he got his glasses and I go, no, he looks up at me, I need the glasses. And he does this. Takes his glasses off. Starts unbuttoning the white coat. So I'm sitting there, what this motherfucker gonna fight me or some shit? And he sits down and it's crazy. He had on, I wear him all the time, he had on an AC/DC shirt. I guess he did that to break the ice. He sat down, he looked at me in the eye, and he said, you a goddamn motherfucking liar. And when he said that to me, yeah, man, in 1983, remember did this, 1980, I started remembering that Russell did this. I started remembering everything. Profile, it all poured out of me. So when I got out of rehab, this is funny. He says to me, from now on, D, be hip hop, keep it real, always tell the truth. And he said, it might upset some people. They might not like you for that moment, but they'll fucking get over it. But I also got to be ready to receive it too when they do it. But then he says this, he says, from now on, speak your truth, tell the truth no matter what, right? And I go, even if my wife asks me if she's fat and this true story, not that one. Your listeners out there, this is life. Not that one. But now, you ask me my opinion, I give it. Truth. I don't even want to say truth, set you free. He just said, from now on, my manager, Eric, hates me sometimes. They want to give you $500,000. Who is it? What is it doing? Where they from? I don't like it. Nope, he think I'm crazy. But I'd rather make $100,000 5 times and take the $500,000. Right. I'd rather make $150, do the math, to get I'd rather make $100, 10,000 times to get the million than taking the million and that's what I was doing my whole career. And the reason why I bring up the Back From Hell album, if you listen to the Back From Hell album, the only guy that knew something was going wrong artistically with Run-D.M.C was Dante Ross.
Well,
right.
You know Dante Ross? Yeah, absolutely.
When we put Back From Hell out and Pause out, he was that motherfucker must have been in therapy. That motherfucker, what the fuck is Run-D.M.C doing New Jack Swish's bullshit? Like, he went
He'll say it too, he'll say it.
No, he kept it real, kept it real. But that's what I should have did. And it could have went like this. Yo, then y'all do the records. Y'all, I have no problem. I don't even want to be on the record in the first place. I was going to be so I'm already there. But then the whole thing was, I remember when I lost my voice, Russell even told me one day, you got to show up. The motherfuckers ain't buying Run. They buying Run-D.M.C. So you stand there, shut up. I did millions of shows and I couldn't rhyme.
Wow.
Imagine that.
And you was lip syncing?
Well, Jay was playing the vocals and rhyming over with me. Oh. So in the moment, people don't know.
Oh.
Right.
But that went on for probably like maybe 2.5 years, maybe.
Wow.
So imagine how I felt.
Wow.
And then I didn't realize those are part of the suicidal thoughts. I talk about it in the book. I'm thinking I was only put here to rhyme. So if you can't
your superpower.
The superhero loses superpower, what happens?
Right.
But then you realize who you really are. I didn't have to go get the operation for my voice. It just came back. I was hanging with Chuck D one day, and I rhymed with him. And Chuck D, it's like that superhero. I started glowing and shit. Like, it was there.
Wait, so you didn't get an operation?
I didn't
nothing.
Get an operation.
So you're just sitting there with Chuck D.
Well, the mental health thing it's all very mental. When I was in therapy, my therapist said, don't let nothing define you or your situations or your operations. And I was like, what do you mean? How do you do that? She said, you've been doing it your whole life. And I never knew this. She said, she brought up we're live as can be, never singing. The good news is that there is a crew. It's about time for a brand new group. All other things won't be the same. But then she said, don't you know all of your most powerful lyrics, like the one that I just did here with you, start with this is crazy. And I'm not religious. I think religious divides. I think politics divide. The arts is the only thing that succeeds where politics and religion fails.
I agree.
Politics and religion fails us.
I agree.
I'm saying it, yeah. Yes, you holy motherfuckers. That shit fails us. But the arts succeeds where politics and religion fail. But she said to me this, she said, don't you know most of your powerful rhymes start with the 2 words, I am? I'm DMC. I'm the son of Byford. I'm the king of rock. I'm the devastating mic controller, DMC. All my I ams manifested into, I was imperfect. I didn't need nothing else. But when I forgot about that, and I went to a bunch of voice doctors. One doctor told me, and this is before I knew it was mental, there's nothing physically wrong with you. Your voice is a little red, your throat is a little red because you're out there every night pushing it, but nothing's coming out.
Straining, right.
And Obama had wrote a book, and in the book, he said, your voice isn't how you sound. Your voice is who you are. So when I'm adopted, there's my birth mother, screw in the missing pop. Pop. It was all mental.
Right. You ever spoke to Beanie Siegel? Because he lost his voice.
I haven't spoken to Beanie Siegel. I knew, what's his name? The DLC. He was in a car accident.
Yeah.
But I was diagnosed with the thing called spasmodic dysphonia, which is involuntary spasms of your vocal cord. But my crazy diagnosis was, you even have one or the other. It's abductor or adductor. Like in the gym, they have an abductor machine for your legs and an adductor. The doctor diagnosed me with both of them. Wow. And then they gave me the Botox shot with the needle. The needle's about this long. I went to Mount Sinai, and they put Botox in your vocal cords to stop the electric impulses from your brain getting there. So they did it to me, and I passed out. And it was like every number of days, the voice never came back until I found my birth mother. It's crazy. Wow. So now I think what's healing me is therapy is addressing your issues. Because when I speak, one dude was like, DMC, I ain't got no money like you. I can't afford a therapist. So what do you tell somebody struggling with an emotion or condition, suicidal, whatever? I said, sometimes you don't need money for therapy. I say, in your darkest hour, when even if you can't smile, there's somebody that you think about that brings a smile to your spirit. Right. That's the person you go to and do what people was doing to me, but I had to get it out of. You go to, I said, it might be, you know how you grew up in the neighborhood and you love Mr. Hooper, who runs the store. I've known you since the barber that cut your hair. Right. Those are the people you go up to and say, yo, I've never told anybody. You got to start like this so they understand where this coming. I've never told anybody this, but I want to kill myself. Right. There's nothing wrong, and when I speak, there's nothing wrong with a person saying they feel like killing themselves. And they go, what you mean? No, it's not a good thing, but it's nothing wrong with it. For instance, if it's hot in here, could I tell you not to feel hot? If it's 100 degrees in there, can I tell you not? If it's cold outside, can I tell you go out there, N.O.R.E is 10 below and not feel cold? No. Can I tell you not to feel hungry? So I'm realizing it's a feeling that they have. What you have to do when you approach with that, sit down with the person, and even if it's chemical, there's a catalyst, a who, what, when, where, and why that causes that feeling. Find out who, what, when, or why it's doing it, and you remove. My strength of not drinking again, and I went to rehab, and when I was in rehab, I was in there for 30 days. I was going to do this at Leo's thing, but I don't need you to speak. Just come on stage with me. Motherfucker, I done prepared a whole fucking speech about your ass that ain't got nothing to do with this fucking music bullshit. I got happy you came. Yes, you know, yeah. Thank you for coming. Because he's calling Eric and wanting me to come, and I gotta speak. I'm gonna speak about him and Kathy, and you be in my role. I don't need you to speak. Just come on stage. I went ahead in the back, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't like to be here. But I gotta come in. Leo, because Leo is part of the people that saved my life.
Right.
Because when I was going through this, Leo actually paid for my rehab for me to go to the rehab.
Wow.
Daryl's drinking, he can't fucking die. We can't have Daryl die. Kathy, and it was Kathy. I love Kathy. Kathy
the sister.
Simeonitis.
Yes.
I was disappointed she wasn't in LA, Leo.
Yeah.
Fuck is up with that?
Well, he had
But it was
Kathy's
Kathy.
daughter.
Well,
That's
okay.
working for
It
him
was
now.
blood
Yes,
there.
yes.
So Kathy went to Leo, and Leo was, I paid for it. Daryl, go to fucking rehab. You know, I went to fucking rehab.
Look.
So I gotta come in, and I tell Leo, it wasn't because of this music shit. I was gonna need you at a die. The reason why we met was much deeper than this music shit, but it's good that the hip hop brought us together. So I got out of rehab, and now I did a book called Daryl's Dream, which is a story about me in 3rd grade getting teased, bullied, and picked on because I want to say my poem. And other kids don't think it's cool, but then I say my poem, I get a standing ovation. Now all the motherfucking kids want me to teach them how to say poetry. All of a sudden, I'm cool. Just like N.O.R.E, all the motherfuckers that was, come here, motherfucker, run, all the bullies and the hard rocks. Oh, now you want to be my friend, motherfucker. Like, they waving at me now. You know what I'm saying? You the motherfucker that took my sneakers over there. You the motherfucker snapped me up, you made me rhyme. Now all the hard rocks want to be, but it starts the same stories.
Okay. So now, you know, every year since my childhood, it doesn't feel like this holiday unless I hear this record, right? And I will also give it to Mariah Carey as well. Every year. So let me ask you, every year at Christmas time.
But we cooler because it's hip hop.
Yeah.
Yes,
do
we got
y'all go
edge.
platinum every year at Christmas time?
No, because all the money goes to the Special Olympics. Publishing, album sale, all the money.
Oh, y'all was trying to be good niggas back then.
No, we didn't want to do that shit either. No, let me tell you. That's
He said no.
Another walk in. We didn't want to do that shit when they approached us when they want you to do it. No, that's corny, fake. There ain't gonna be no Christmas rapping elves. Like, we thought it was gonna be corny shit.
All right.
No, we didn't want to do it. It's for the Special Olympics. Let them find somebody else. No, whatever. Bill Adler, shout out to Bill Adler. He comes to us. Y'all can do what y'all want to do. Bill comes and plays us the music, the Backdoor Santa sample. Because at first, me and Run wasn't going to do it, but when we heard, we could do that shit. Give me a pen. So me and Run, we went and wrote our rhymes. But every year, we don't see no money from that. That's all Special Olympics. Wow. From start to end.
Well, let me just tell you,
do this shit.
If I don't hear that record, it's not.
No.
Christmas.
Here's where we are with that. And this is so cool about hip hop. This was about 4 years ago. I don't know if it was a journalist or was doing an interview or whatever. They said, who would have thought in the existence of this universe that hip hop would do something, would continue to do something phenomenal after all the phenomenal stuff that it's done. That's why I believe this. 50 years of hip hop, we just getting started.
Yeah, absolutely.
Still got more to do. Innovation, creativity. We got Hollywood to take over now and conquer. Different stories, so much to do. But they said Christmas used to be just this, N.O.R.E. The black guy, Nat King Cole, singing chestnuts roasting on an open fire, right? Or the white guy, Ben Crosby, actually singing I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. Remember, that's every Christmas. Who in a million years said that's just going to change now? They say for the rest of the existence of this universe, it's Nat King Cole, Ben Crosby, and Run-D.M.C's Christmas and Hollis. That's like... That blew my mind. I was like, whoa. You mean I'm like Perry Como now?
Right.
But it's a hip hop shit. We don't, like, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's a huge achievement. Even the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, I want people to understand something. People always go, D, you don't know who you are. I do know who I am. Right. That's why I act the way that I do. Right. You know, I don't want free shit, this and that. Right. But I don't want free shit, this and that. But the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, y'all got to understand something. We did the video about us being denied entry into the place that don't exist. Right. Now, when we're allowed to get in, ain't motherfuckers mad. Gene Simmons, all these motherfuckers is mad bitches and then.
They were mad. Gene Simmons.
Gene Simmons was mad. Yeah, from Kiss. Yeah. He was mad. He respects us now. Takes pictures, but he was just making a point.
Y'all got him.
Well, he was hating the point that we don't play instruments. So he's denied entry into the Rock and Roll of Fame. My thing is this: you gotta understand. I think this is my most valuable award, and let me tell you why. Because it's from you, my my genre, my culture, this and that. But the Rock and Roll of Fame is cool, but me having a trophy is not great as this. Right. And I want people to understand this. My victory, our victory, anybody's victory, but more importantly, hip hop's victory, let them all bicker and beef and have the criticism that they say that, first of all, the blues is the roots, motherfucker. Everything else is the fruits, number one. They got it from all the black blues, all this music, rock, alternative hip hop, the black blues artists. And if you sit down with Keith Richards, sit down with Mick Jagger, sit down with Steven Tyler, Aerosmith, you sit down with Eric Clapton, you got white people, and when you talk about rock music, they mention the blues artists, which is why all of these artists in hip hop should know who the fuck Spoonie G is. A jazz motherfucker knows who's Miles Davis and Coltrane. Right. But our victory is this, N.O.R.E and E. The trophy's cool, but I already won when I was just considered worthy enough for the nomination. Because that tells you your work is done. Right. So we looking for, just to be considered worthy, you don't gotta take it home, but you know, that's your victory. So they can say it's not a genre, this and that. When we had Walk This Way in Adidas, we do press conferences. Excuse me, Run DJ, where do you think you'll be in 3 years? They thought we was a fad. They thought we was old, you know what I'm saying? So it ain't about what other people think. It's about what you know. You know, a great philosopher once said, I don't fuck with people that talk and say, I believe. You don't hear. And that's what's really crazy about religion. You believe that shit, you can believe what the fuck you want. Right. One person says, I believe this and that, I believe it. No. Do you know? When I speak, I say, I know that. I know this. I know. How do you know? Because I experienced it. Right. And y'all calling me legendary. I got hit with this about a couple of months ago. I forgot what I was watching, and they say, you know, one person isn't legendary. The people calling you legendary don't know that they're part of the legend because they were there. It's not about who, it's about who experienced it all. The person that's calling me yo, N.O.R.E, you a fucking legend, they're talking to themselves. The guy said a legend means the people who were there to experience. The legend of Billy the Kid. Right. It only exists because the saloon guy saw it and passed it.
Right, the original term of that word is passing on that story from someone who saw it, right.
Yeah. So I always say we are reluctant, and since it's the 50th year of hip hop, it should be demanded that we talk about the pioneers before recorded rap.
Yeah,
they need to be mentioned. They need to be talked about. Hollywood, you're coming out of this strike.
DJ Hollywood?
Oh, no. All of them.
Okay.
DJ Hollywood.
Oh, you was talking about Hollywood coming out of the
Hollywood, when we come, we don't need no more. I was a drug dealer, now I'm a rapper. Story. I was a gangbanger, now I'm a rapper. Think about this, N.O.R.E, from 74 to 70, from 71 to 74, there's so many stories of our people. And okay, they were DJing and breakdancing and doing graffiti. What was happening economically? What was happening politically? What was happening? We got to go into Hollywood now and tell all of the stories. Yep. You know what I'm saying? And hip hop is 50 years old. Now we just getting started. We got to dominate the airways. We got to dominate the screen. We got to dominate literature. Now we can start telling all the other stories that need to be heard, or else they're going to get lost.
Right.
Let me ask you, because you were saying this earlier, one of the first people to have a sneaker endorsement. Do you guys have a stock in Adidas?
I think Eric said he's working on that for us right now.
That needs to happen.
Yeah,
Adidas
that
needs to
happen.
pony up.
Adidas need to.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, because like you were saying it earlier.
No curls, no braids, PZ heads still get paid. I'm one of the good reasons why Yeezys can get made.
I'm about to ask you if you get free Yeezys. This nigga really writing my. He's really just.
No, Adidas need to write the check.
Yeah.
Nah, they do.
We gave them promotion and marketing, and we solidified them. See, we took them to lifestyle and fashion. They were just sports, and we took them to
But what made
lifestyle.
y'all? What made y'all? Because like you were saying earlier, you was like everyone was wearing Pumas at the time. What made y'all?
It was an economic decision to select Adidas.
What do you mean economic? You mean like it
I'll
was
explain it to
cheaper?
you right now. No.
Oh,
Pumas was dope.
all right.
And now Pumas and Adidas is connected. Do you know the story? Two brothers of the Dawson family had an argument. Fuck you, I'm gonna go start my own company. He went and started Pumas. He left it to start Pumas. So Pumas and Adidas were simultaneously going up in New York City.
Okay.
But here's the problem. The suede Pumas, somebody step on them, you fucked.
All the rain.
Still
All the
catch it,
rain.
you fucked. The leather ones were cool, last a little longer than the suede ones, but they would bend and they would start to crack. This is an economic decision. Do I spend my $35 on the Pumas, somebody step on in the rain, or do I get the shelter that all I need to do? Why do you think I carry rags with me? At the end of the night, when I get back to my room, I just wet it and wipe it off. These look brand new. It was an economic decision. They're more durable. I didn't know I was going to get a sneaker deal. So my first pair of Adidas, I don't play ball, so mine can last 3 years. So it was an economic decision that we did Adidas. The shoelace thing came out because of this.
But hold on, before you get to the shoelace thing, let me ask you this one thing. Have you ever owned a pair of Nikes?
Yeah.
Recently?
2000.
He knows the year.
When did Nelly and them put out?
My new Air Force.
What year was that?
You mean to tell me Nelly got you?
Yeah, what year was that? Well, it was Nelly and Jay-Z, because Jay-Z was infamous for rocking the Air Force One, right?
Why?
What year was that? So here's the story. I'm in New York City, the Foot Locker on Broadway by the McDonald's.
Not 34th Street, right?
No.
Okay.
Astor Place, McDonald's, Broadway before Houston.
Okay.
With Adidas store on the
downtown,
corner.
okay.
There's a Foot Locker right by McDonald's, where Profile Records used to be.
Okay.
So I forgot I was going to an interview. This was like 2000. It was when Nelly and Jay's, when Air Force Ones was popping.
Yeah.
So I go in the Foot Locker. I got on a blue T-shirt. I got on blue Levi's. And I got on white Adidas. So in my crazy mind, I need Adidas with the blue stripe. I ain't right. And I had a new white Superstar with the white stripe. But I'm very OCD. It was hurting me.
Right.
So I go in the Foot Locker on Broadway. And I go in there, I looked everywhere. I need the white Superstar size 13 with the blue stripe. Go in the back. We don't got them. Could you do 12? No, 12 hurt my feet. So over there on the podium, I told this story at Adidas recently too. Over there on the podium is an Air Force One spinning with a blue stripe, and it got lights around it. It's a true story. So I look. Give me those.
Did the store just stop and everyone was like,
No, because you know why? Because the workers were young.
Okay, so they didn't get it. Okay.
Who the fuck I am? You know what I'm saying? Manager was young too. You know, I walk in Foot Locker thinking everybody gonna know, but like a lot of times, if they're young, they don't know. So I put them on. I walk out the door, and I'm walking down. As I'm walking, a garbage truck. True story. Bum, 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 bum. Yo, what's up? What the fuck? And that's all the driver says. What the fuck? And I go, keep walking, right? I get to the corner, Broadway and 4th Street where Tower Records used to be. The bus driver, bum, 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 yo, D, man, come on, man, that's wrong. What the hell you doing? I get to the corner of Broadway and House. Police officers standing there. I come over, and one, guess he probably was Puerto Rican dude, you know what I'm saying? You know, they stand there and beat. He comes up to me.
Don't beat me up again,
But then I go, he didn't hit me. He was like, yo, man, what are you doing? Man? What's up? why you got on Nikes? And he's hurt. I turn around, I walk back.
I would have told you the same thing. I saw you.
I walk back to the Foot Locker because you got to understand, I left the white on whites in there.
Okay.
So I ain't one of them. Yo, take these sneakers, give me my white on whites back. Do you want your money? No, you can give them to somebody. I never will attempt to put on anything else because the people won't let me.
Yo, that is such a dope story. Yo.
That is just like a fellow to the people.
Bus driver, garbage man, and police.
Right.
Going for that. I can't wear anything else.
Right.
I'm married to them motherfuckers for life, so they really got.
Yeah, they got a pony up. They got to pay.
And you don't pay for Adidas at this point.
Oh no, not at all.
When's the last time you paid for a pair of Adidas?
About a week ago. I'll buy.
You were just in a rush?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Call it off. No, I don't want to go for that. I'll buy.
Okay.
And they tell me no, don't do it, but I'll get them because I want them.
So, if you had to pick Adidas right now, Pharrell's or Yeezys?
Superstars.
Yeah, he's sticking with the original.
Oh, you ain't fucking with either one of them?
Care about them.
Oh, shit.
No, because I'm not just like people say Run-D.M.C created the sneaker. It was a culture that already exists, but Adidas created it. Everybody who tells the convention writes about it. It started that. It was there, but we identified it.
Okay, so if I'm dressing my Run-D.M.C attire and I have on the sweatsuit, but I go to the store and it's only Stan Smiths there. Does that complete my
No, you gotta.
He said,
You gotta go find the superstars if you got the sweatshirt on.
Okay, all right, cool.
Yeah. We was in the Stan Smith documentary. I hang with Stan Smith all the time, and even Stan Smith said Run-D.M.C needs a lifetime deal if he got one. He said that.
Wow.
But the Stan Smiths are, you got to go watch the Stan Smith documentary.
Oh, definitely. I'm watching it tonight.
Check it. It's crazy. They had to interview us in it.
Right.
But Stan Smith is more of the casual. It doesn't represent what the superstar represents with the sweatshirt.
What was Stan Smith? Was a tennis player, correct?
Yes, exactly.
Holy
So no, you can't put the Stan Smith. That's like wearing slippers to the grocery store. Yeah, it's wrong.
You can't say that's Miami people. They wear slippers to the grocery store all the time. All the time. Notice everybody was like, wait a minute, what did you just say?
Well, now I'm noticing they do that shit in New York now.
Relax.
Yeah, motherfuckers is wearing Crocs now and all that shit. But no, but the Stan Smith, it doesn't complete, it doesn't mean, you could do it. You could put your Adidas with Stan Smith, but it's not that thing.
Okay, so you've never wore any other athletic gear?
Apparel?
Yeah, I mean, I could tell you, I think the year Jay died, what's Orville's last name, Eric? Orville, who used to work for, Orville Hall used to work for Adidas. When he left Adidas, he was with, remember Lecoq Sportif?
Yeah. They still popping.
Oh, really? You think so?
Yeah,
I got pictures of me doing all
Come on, the alligator?
with the peacock.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I did with the rooster.
That's lacrosse, the alligator.
With the rooster. I was repping Lecoq Sportif for like 3 months.
Okay. When you was Dominican?
Not wearing it.
When you was Dominican.
That's when you was Dominican?
He was
Right
like,
after
Diablo,
that.
me.
No, right after that.
Okay.
Right after that. But I did it for my friend and stuff like that. But then it didn't feel right. I said, Orville, I can't.
Okay.
You know, I did it for him so he could get the check and shit like that. But I did. There's a couple of pictures with me with it on and stuff.
Okay.
So I did Nike. I did Lecoq Sportif. Oh, shoot. Yeah, damn. Back from hell. We was wearing Ewings.
I'm about to ask you about
On the cover, we wore Ewings for like a whole fucking year.
This when
We wore Ewings.
This when Ewan was sweating at the foul line.
Yeah, we wore Ewings when the Ewings first came out, and we wore. They on cover. That's crazy. I'm so happy. No people don't know anything. 'Cause y'all don't. I asked y'all know about Back from Hell in your Ave? I don't know. Let's just keep it out.
Yes.
On that album, we got on fucking. We got on a fucking
the Ewings. They got a 33 on the back.
Yeah, we was rocking Ewing.
Strap.
First game. But see, that kind of gets a pass because that's when Ewing left Adidas, started his own sneaker.
Right.
So it's kind of still in the same family. So it was more of a New York thing, but that was wrong too.
All right.
My wife always told me she hated them sneakers. What the fuck? My wife was funny. She younger than me, 10 years. She would put the fucking Adidas on.
All right.
I'm like, no, I'm doing this for Jay and Patrick Ewing. That's funny. Me wearing Ewins was part of my depression. I knew I didn't want to wear them, but Jay was like, yo, we got to be a fly. And then we was wearing April
Never
Walker.
wearing my Ewins again.
We was wearing April
We got
Walker.
Green Champs Ewing.
Never wore those.
Jay had us wearing April Walker apparel and shit like that. Like, my shit is like, this shit is cool,
Walker
but
wear.
not for me, Walker wear.
Right.
Like, you know, everybody was wearing it. I didn't want to wear that shit. I just want to wear my fucking suit.
That was during Down with the King era. I remember. Yeah, I remember.
Like, right, yeah, exactly.
But like, I know there's a Biggie Smalls line where it says, you know, you ever think that hip hop would make it this far? Like, did you ever think, like, because honestly, like, I was born in '77. I can't remember where Adidas is not related to you guys. Like, I'm born in '77, 46 years old. Some people call me an old man, right?
Right, exactly.
But what I'm trying to tell you is, I can't remember a time where Adidas wasn't attached to Run-D.M.C.
I know.
You know what I mean?
At all, right?
So,
Exactly.
so to me, it's like
Anonymous.
yeah. To me,
Anonymous.
To me, whenever I see somebody wear the suit,
Run-D.M.C.
like I'm not thinking Adidas.
No, you think
like I think y'all.
exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
You know, 100%.
So-
You think hip hop?
Yeah,
For sure.
and I
Exactly.
think-
No,
yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
100%.
I think that
That's
was like,
why I made the song My Adidas. I told them.
Ma,
I think your Adidas are our Adidas. All the mother shits is yours. These are mine. That whole look, that whole... And every fashion designer, every fashion week,
Right.
all you have to do is put on the Run-D.M.C tracksuit
right.
with the Adidas and walk down the runway. It never gets old. Or you put on a leather blazer with the leather pants,
Right.
golf, and walk down the runway.
Is it true?
Timeless.
Is it true that that you guys were trying to do a deal with Adidas, but then you guys had a show in Madison Square Garden, and I believe you or Run
Run told me take it off, and I held it up.
Take it off, and you held it up.
So what had happened was they didn't understand
Which is
why.
fucking awesome story, by the way.
Yeah, they didn't understand. They're checking the weekly sales of product, and the shelter was in the closet, in the back of the closet, but they couldn't understand why it was outselling everything. And you know how they do the graphs?
Yeah.
They didn't have enough room on the wall to do the progression of the growth of the sale of the sneaker. So word has it that there was an intern there.
Right.
Dude, you don't know, Run-D.M.C made a hip-hop song about your sneakers. So Adidas is like, hold up. What the hell is a Run-D.M.C?
Right.
And what the hell is hip-hop?
Right.
So the dude was like, yo, this coat, what is this true? Now, you know how, exactly, is this true, JB? This must be true. So they sent a spy.
Mm-hmm.
His name was Angelo Anastasio. He was the head guy of Adidas America. Like they have a head dude over out in LA.
Mm-hmm.
So he calls the office, snooping, yo, I want to come to the Run-D.M.C show. Can I get some tickets? Sure, come to the show. So he comes to the show. It's the Raising Hell at Madison Square Garden. We 7 records in. Run says, take it off, D. I take it off. Hold it up. I hold it up. 29,000, I think was the capacity of the garden. 29,000 people. Woo. Held up them brand new Adidas. Angelo looks, goes running. It's true.
No
It's
Instagram, no
true.
Twitter.
This is it. Yep. And
No
they
MySpace.
Said, they gave us $1 million deal.
Got that makes
Crazy.
noise for that. That makes noise for that.
And the year that we put out the Cadillacs, El Dorado, and the Fleet it was the first time, in addition to the Run-D.M.C shelter, it was the first time in the history of the company that they changed the color of the box. Because the box was always light blue. When we put out the El Dorado, Fleetwood, and the El Dorado, Fleetwood, and the Sedanville, they made the black box, all black box with the Run-D.M.C logo. It was the first time in the history of the country. Company.
Wow.
So, game changing. We changed fashion, we changed marketing, we changed advertising, we changed music. Like,
Yeah, you
it's
changed the
crazy.
culture completely.
What's left for you to do?
Change Hollywood. That's my next mission. I don't want to, everybody, I get calls all the fucking time about, I don't want to be an actor.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I want to get behind the camera. I want us to stop telling the same stories. Hip hop has a habit of telling the same stories, but Hollywood does too. They just tell Cinderella over and over and over and over.
Right.
There's new princesses and kings and adventures and entrepreneurs and school educational situations to tell. So what I want to do in my position, especially since I'm here, I could have committed suicide.
Right.
I didn't OD. I didn't kill myself. I didn't get shot. So I feel that I have a responsibility. So what's left for me to do is take this,
turn those into
and make this cartoons and live action films, just like my idols, Spider-Man and the Hulk and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
So it's 50 years of hip hop. We just getting started. We have a lot of creativity. So I want to be part, just like I was here to do the records, do the sneaker deals, this and that. I said, man, if I could do that, I could do the same thing in Hollywood. And the good thing about me is I can call and get those meetings.
Yeah,
but I don't want to go into meetings and have Hollywood say, no, it'll be better if you do the no. We don't have to be Negroes and don't have to be gangbanging. There could be so much other stories to tell. Like, who would have thought this Catholic school, comic reading, glasses wearing nerd would grow up not to be just a part of hip hop, but one of the kings of hip hop, who was able to change every associated genre or entity that we came in to connect with.
Right.
Who would ever thought about that? So those are the stories that
which changed the world. Let's be honest. Changed the world.
I mean, Busta said it, man, these motherfuckers didn't just change music, they changed, Busta, they changed everything.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? And the beautiful thing, Kaz always says that hip-hop didn't really create anything.
We recreated
everything.
Yeah.
So we're not, but I don't want us to get, and I especially don't want this generation that's looking at this celebration, don't get caught up in the 50th celebration being over. Because if we change music and we change fashion, that means we can change. When we say Jam Master Jay, everything that he touched turns to gold. Everything that we touch turns to gold. So like when you said, I really meant that. I was like, yo, this is like me coming on Soul Train.
Right.
I know I went on Soul Train.
Right, of course.
But for me coming here, this is me being here with, you guys are my fucking Mike Douglas's, Merv Griffin's. Y'all guys are my Johnny Carson.
Yeah.
So the kids need to see that.
Let me ask you something, because you said it earlier. I think you said your father said it. You said, why would anybody hurt Jay, right?
Yeah.
Me, as a youngin, I didn't understand that at all. Like I couldn't
comprehend it.
I couldn't comprehend it. I couldn't understand. I couldn't identify. Because every time I seen Jay, it was just always love. It was like, especially in Queens. What happened in Queens, it was like very shocking to me, and especially in his studio. You know what I mean? Exactly. And then I watched the Jam Master Jay documentary, Who Killed Jam Master Jay, on Netflix. And I'm still kind of confused, you know what I'm saying? So I just want to ask your perspective of that, you know what I mean, or that night when you got the phone call.
Right, when it first happened, first thing that happened was 10 o'clock news. Channel 9, Channel 5, and 11. Not Channel CBS, ABC, and 11. 10 o'clock news, Channel 5, Channel 9, Channel 11. Breaking news, Master Jay shot in the studio consumed. Now when I'm hearing this, I'm going, okay, somebody did get shot.
Right.
But it's not Jay.
Right.
So hour goes by, and here's what's crazy. The next day, we were supposed to go play, Run and Jay was supposed to go perform at the Washington Wizards halftime basketball show. So I'm packing.
That's when Jordan was on there?
When the Solange, I don't know if Jordan. No, this was after Jordan.
Okay, cool.
But we were supposed to play halftime, remember it? So 11 o'clock news, Channel 2, Channel 4, Channel 7. So now by this time, I'm seeing the pictures of the body bag being, and then again, all right, it's Hollis. Fuck, somebody did get shot, but it's not Jay. Eric's daughter, Erica, calls me, crying. They killed Jay, whatever. Whoa, this might be serious. I tell my wife. My wife goes next door. We give my son, who's here with us, he was a little baby, to the babysitter. So we jump in the car and we jet to Queens. We're living in Jersey right now. Jet to Queens. I pull up to the studio, which was by the 169th Street bus terminal. By the New York Public Library on the other side, in the bus terminal. So I pull up. This is when I knew it was reality. I get out the car. I see Chuck D, a Public Enemy, and Ed Lover crying.
Oh, man.
And I know It was for real. So I get out the car, see Ed Luck crying like this. Chuck D crying. All happened so fast. The police come grab me. The precinct is right across the street. Take me to the precinct, sit me down. They start asking me all of these questions, this and that, boom,
As
boom,
if you was
boom,
there.
boom, boom, as if it's there. And also, did you see this? And what was they like? This and boom, boom. I don't know. We toured this and that, boom, boom. Just a whirlwind. So that's how I found out. And then as time went on, I remember might have been on MySpace or something. But somewhere, you know, it was coming up, everybody was disappointed, whatever. And then I just nonchalantly and innocently posted, I'm not mad at the guy that shot Jay. Should have never did that. Man, the whole world cursed me like crazy. So I said, okay, let me elaborate on what I just said. I'm not mad at the guy that shot Jay. The guy that shot Jay personally isn't my problem, and that's not my fight, my struggle. And people understood this. My struggle is the mindset that would cause an individual to do those things. And not only for Jam Master Jay, but for Pac, for Big, for Scott LaRock, for Freaky Ty, but not only for them. What about the Jam Master Jay, Pacs, and Bigs that are getting shot in our communities all day? So we as hip-hop, we got a assignment. And then people, okay, we understood what you said. I know I feel about that, about the guy and stuff like that, but that's not my fight. It's not the individual, because we have the ability to change those perspectives. But speaking on that, it is what it is. The dudes, they did, or whatever they did what he did. But what hurts me is this. Jay could have had a studio in Manhattan around the corner from Diddy's.
Yeah.
He could have had a studio in LA. He chose to put his studio 5 minutes from where he came from. He opened a door to let everybody else in. And you could talk to people. Jay was like, if you can't rap, you can't be secretary. He was a master of creating opportunities, you know? And then the whole thing was, look, all my friends are either dead in jail or they stick up kids and they're drug dealers. So I'm connected to drug dealers because I know a lot of them. Right. Am I dealing? Am I around it? Am I involved in those transactions? No. Right. But all my friends are drug dealers. But Jay was 5 minutes from where he came from. He opened that door for us. So it's a shame that the very thing Jay escaped from is the very thing that killed him. Because he was trying to deliver other people's from. Right. So it's still confused to me. I only get reminded about it when people bring it up. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn, that shit is crazy. But even the OGs, like everybody across the board was like, we don't care what that shit was. You don't shoot Jay.
Right, that's true.
You know what I'm saying? And I was like, wow, that's like that, you know.
So and then and for years it was like we didn't see Run-D.M.C. together.
Right.
Was that like the major reason?
Yes, I said it. We can't. But the only reason I said that Run-D.M.C. we can't replace our drummer. Right. But then time went on, and then we started getting requests to do festivals. So we was like, okay. But even now, I mean, you was fortunate, and everybody was fortunate to see the show at Yankee Stadium. Because we looked great, it sounded great, and it was flawless. You know what I'm saying? But leading up to that, even at that show, you're not seeing Run-D.M.C. as Run-D.M.C. Jam Master Jay. You're seeing the two members formerly of that great band. It's like, what I'm trying to say is, it's still gonna be phenomenal. It's like seeing Paul McCartney and Ringo.
Just not the same.
Right. It's not it's Run-D.M.C., but it's not Run-D.M.C.
And then who was the DJ for y'all that night?
We had two DJs, DJ Charlie Chan, which is my DJ, and DJ Ruckus, which is Run's DJ. Because when we came back together, we had to compromise. Yeah, you ain't using, I'm not just using your DJ. You little kid shit, you ain't using my because you both, okay. So we both used our DJ so everybody could shine.
But y'all on the same record, so I don't get that part.
They take turns.
So when it goes to your part, your DJ goes on your part, and when it goes to
they alternate. They alternate.
Alternate song. That'd be crazy.
They cut the same beat.
That's crazy, man. No, it ain't that bad.
Creative, they cut the same beat.
That's really innovative.
Yeah.
That's really taking it. But it's like, now, if Run-D.M.C. was to record again, if we was to record again, we couldn't record as Run-D.M.C. Why? Because when in the overall picture of musicianship, in the overall picture of musicianship, what we would do is we form a new band.
Right.
When you look at Audio Slave, they was Audio Slave, and then they was what's the other band they became? Oh, you look at perfect example. Oh, David Grohl didn't keep Nirvana going.
Right? Yeah, I was thinking that. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So you have bands who changed the name with some of the original members. You know what I'm saying? So me and Run would have to figure out what we gonna call this recording entity, because we can't come as Run-D.M.C. It'll be Run-D.M.C and the Champs with feature. You know what I'm saying? We would have to give you another. When you see us now, that's Run-D.M.C doing Run-D.M.C. But for us to record new, we can't, because it wouldn't tarnish the shit, because we dope anyway, but it's more respectful.
You just wouldn't feel right doing it, is what it is.
Right. To form a new band, which is really kind of cool too. Right. Soundgarden. There was Soundgarden and Audio Slave. You morph into, if me and Run say, we're going to record. Now, we said it was the last show at Yankee Stadium. It's the last show. Everybody ever said you got the last show in New York at Yankee Stadium. We can do Run-D.M.C's last show in LA.
Right.
We can do Run-D.M.C's last show to
Australia.
If that comes up. But for us to record, and for me, for my adventurous creative spirit, I would want to do it under a new name.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Run, we're going to be Angel Dust.
Right. Right.
But the last tour of doing all the last shows would be kind of ill.
Right.
Everybody said
And how about a versus?
Huh?
How about a versus?
Oof.
Who would Run-D.M.C verse against?
No, the verses.
Oh, I don't know.
Public Enemy.
Well, the PCs definitely don't want to do something, because they can't do it without MCA. See, I was a little, me and Run could do it because Jay wasn't a
MC, right.
You know what I'm saying? Like De La Soul. Shout out to True Goy. I got a record on Spotify and YouTube called Kingdom Come, where I pay my respects to True Goy, because every time I was around True Goy, he just looked at me like I was the greatest thing in the world, and he was like, and he would tell me, "Oh no, you don't know, D." And then he was like, "You don't know." Like I loved him.
Right.
Like I love True. Like
rest in peace.
Yeah, rest in peace. Shout out to Talib, who's been.
So who else?
But in the verses,
EPMD.
EPMD. Yeah, they. But they're a little too hard. We would have to Run-D.M.C. We would have to go up against like Taylor Swift or somebody.
No.
No, I'm just we would Run-D.M.C. Who would Run-D.M.C. in the verses? Because you got to understand, Run-D.M.C. is just a little unique because
a lot unique.
You know what? A lot unique. Because one of the things that we always did, Pete Rock did it in a way that is fucking, they said we was the kings, but Pete Rock made the world bow. But one of the things that would always piss me and Run off now, and I get upset about now, is we would always get those instances where people was like, Run-D.M.C's over, they falling off. So the first time that they started thinking that, we did Here We Go. To let motherfuckers know it ain't about these fucking records in the studio, Dre drop, Big Beat. You know what I'm saying? I'm from Hollis, Queens, in the games we play. See it. Here We Go. Go listen to Here We Go right now. From start to end, it's one of the most perfected performances of hip-hop. A DJ in bars. Turn your fucking record off, motherfucker, and let's go down to the park and see who can perform for an hour. A lot of motherfuckers can't do that. So Here We Go. Then if you remember, y'all forgot Redman and De La Soul, shout out to them, when they did Party People, Get Your Dreams Have. Me and Run made that shit because motherfuckers was popping shit thinking that we ain't dope, motherfucker. I'm dope eternally. So we did Party People, Your Dreams Have Now Been Fulfilled. Get out your seat and let's get ill. That's right, y'all. We're not just rough, we're more than tough. And when it comes to rise, but then we got enough. We're ill, we're chill, we're scared. So dope that this suit me up too. Y'all know I did a song with Biggie, right? Don't get it twisted. My downfall.
My downfall. That's right. That's
On
right.
that
That's right.
record.
That's right.
I'm at home just being DMC. I get a call. Yo, Biggie want to make you a verse and chorus and shit. He can relate to that shit. That's not all. MCs have the gall to pray and plan for my downfall. But my rhyme was, I'm not running. I'm just stunning, smart, not stupid, because I'm so cunning. MCs regretting. I'm upsetting. My recitals take titles in dollars I'm betting. But we made Together Forever. We said, yo, just put the 808 on. Because think about it, New York City was doing that 808 before the South. The South got it from us. Dumb, 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 dumb girl. Ask Jermaine Dupri. We was fucking 808 and our asses off. But we put out Party People. We had to shut y'all up in there. Then when we was doing Raising Hell, Run came along. Run came with UBLing, which was just all him.
My notes.
It's in your notes?
That was
So
crazy.
Run came with UBLing. Which he wrote, he came with UBLing, which was his version of a Prince song. He was inspired by Dove's Cry.
I can see that.
See?
I can see.
That was Run. So he comes into the studio during Raising Hell. I got this idea, so him and Jay lay it down. And then me and Ray did the ad-libs. So Run leaves, because Run always had kids. He was like, I think he was 3 kids deep by this time.
The first Nick Cannon.
Married, yep, exactly. Didn't make those numbers, but you know, he was in good running.
Right.
So when he left, Jay, this is why I love Jay. I'm just sitting there now. That could have been just Run's record. Jay turns to me and he says, D, so what are you gonna do now? And I'm like, what do you mean? Jay, this is why you gotta love Jay. Run got his record. Where's your record? And I was like, thanks for asking, Jay. Because I was always writing to be writing anyway. I never wrote for records. I was just always writing. Put the beat on, let me figure it out. So I say, Jay, motherfuckers is trying to say that we ain't on that Kane, Rakim, KRS-One level. I beg to differ. So he said, what do you want to do? I said, I got these rhymes. Now, I didn't know what the song was going to be. I said, I got these rhymes. And he's like, let me hit a rhyme. I'm the devastating mic controller DMC, and can't nobody mess around with me. I'm the king of rock, rap, and of rhymes. So I could just end the conversation right there. I'm the only king of rap. I'm the rap, and you want to call it whatever it is. King of rock, rap, and of rhyme. I deal what I feel, and it feels fine. If it's okay to Jay, then I will play around with sound with put down for the rhymes I say. Then I went into you jock watching clock while I rock the spot. Better known to the world as the king of rock. I like to speak my piece when I'm on the mic. I'm the best, or at least I'm the one you like. So I had these rhymes, and then Jay was like, yo, here's what we're gonna do. In '85, when we was touring with the Fat Boys, watching them tear down Coliseums, Run used to do this thing where he would imitate Buffy. I would holler, hit it, Run! If you listen to Hit It, Run, that's Run imitating Buffy, which was a joke that Run always did on his tour. So Jay goes, yo, that thing Run used to do on the Fresh Fest, which is hip-hop's first tour. Before Raising Hell, Fresh Fest 1, Fresh Fest 2. Run-D.M.C, Kurtis Blow, Houdini. Jermaine Dupri was a dancer with Houdini. So Jay says, we're gonna make Hit It, Run. So I said, Jay, just give me a beat that is fucking pulsating. So we went and we made Hit It, Run. I had to write Hit It, Run, so I don't want motherfuckers thinking that we just fucking, it's tricky, it's like that, motherfuckers. So at every cusp, at every transformation of hip hop, we were in a position to do all of that stuff. But we didn't have to, because like you said, we found a niche with making records like Tricky. But we also had Sucker MCs. We had Down with the King, but we also had Mary Mary. So our presentation and presence in hip hop was very versatile. That's why Chuck D, y'all kind of were like the Beatles, because when you think of Run-D.M.C, you think of all the songs. But most of those songs, which y'all don't know, were just rap routines that could have went on cassette tapes in '79. So is it '79 or is it 2004? I got a song out right now, produced by Bumpy Knuckles, that is me, Ice-T, Chuck, and this shit is killing. You know, and I love Rick Rubin saying, your old stuff ain't better than your new stuff, and your new stuff ain't better than your, it just is.
It just is.
You know what I'm saying? So.
Let's talk about this one record, Beats to the Rhymes.
Forgot about that one. That was before its time.
It's been sampled a lot.
Yep. That record was like, the current hip hop people didn't understand it, but every producer, every MC, every
When you say
DJ,
current, you mean current at that time?
At that time,
Okay.
yeah, because it was like beat, but everybody was like that. When Beats of the Rhyme came out, everybody in the industry was kind of like, when we walked through the door, they move out the way, like, oh, like. Beats of the Rhyme was just that shit. Beats to the Rhyme and the Rhyme was just party at the door. Whoa, back up, like. It's that shit.
Right. Nah, man. It
Beats
is.
in the Rhyme. It's that like shit. Go listen to Beats in the Rhyme, everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
Listen to it right before you got
Yeah,
here.
that shit is crazy. What I say, hardcore rhymes galore. And like I said before, my beats were played and made rhymes laid. JDJ'd and I got paid. Made something out of nothing. Yo, D, that's true. Yes, my brother, I'ma do it for you. I roam in the zone of the microphone and I hold the throne, but I'm not alone. Got bone of steel and not of stone. I'm known to be prone to make your mama moan. Time for the rhyme and let the shot shine. Came with the game in the name campaign. Run, having fun. Let me give you a ring. Joe gotta go now. Word from the Beast in the Rhyme is that shit.
Yo, let me just say something, DMC, man. I'm so honored.
And I like being not being in your top five.
Who?
You know when they do top five.
You like not being in it?
Yeah, I like to because I'm in a class by myself.
Absolutely.
You can't put me in it. So I'm better than the top five. That's why I don't come up. You can't put me in that shit. That's limiting my presence and my abilities.
So, like, I know I asked you this a little earlier, but we got the single. We got the this is a cartoon as well.
Yeah,
I mean
a song and a comic book.
Excuse me.
Based off the song.
Collaboration is the key to transformation.
And then the kids book, and then another comic.
Book, yeah, the kids book I did with collaboration with Nickelodeon. It's the first book in a series of books. I'm gonna do like 10 books. The first one's Daryl's Dream. Next one will be Daryl's Decision. Next one will be, it's all gonna be dilemmas.
That's the children's book.
Is this going to turn into like a series like Chris Rock? Everybody Hates Crits.
Ooh, it could be.
Live action.
I gave you the.
Yeah, hell yeah.
A sitcom. That's
why.
what
As soon as I look at it, I feel like everybody's.
Well, it's definitely gonna be a cartoon.
Yeah.
It's needed
Nickelodeon.
in the kids space.
But
sure.
I didn't think of that.
Yeah. Nah, hell yeah. I think that the hip hop, we should get everything from hip hop. Like if you're gonna watch cartoons, you're gonna do comic books,
that's where we're at now. Yes, for sure.
If you're gonna order a meal prep, I think it should come from
hip. No, well it is. It has to.
If you're gonna hire a trainer, I think
everything
you should
is
hire a
hip-hop.
trainer that's hip hop.
No, we at that point
Like,
now.
We are that it's so hip hop that you don't even realize it.
Right, exactly. It's like it's like when our parents was able to go see Temptations and Four Tops.
Right.
It's like look, the Stones, Kiss. We at that point with us right now, and it's good because the OGs and the elders can now get work without even trying for it.
Right.
Because it's just a thing where now I read an article where now we are starting to sell tickets again.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
And
Outselling the
people
younger, young artists. Yeah.
Nah,
We at that point right now.
yeah. Nah,
You know
it's
what I'm
dope.
saying?
It's dope.
That's the good thing. I am now what I saw on American Bandstand and Soul Train. We are now that.
Right.
Crazy.
Right.
Crazy.
Right? Think about that.
I know it's a cliche question, and I'm not sure if I asked you this earlier, but did you ever think that hip hop would make it this far?
Nope, I didn't.
You did.
I didn't answer it. No, I didn't. Jay did. Jay would answer that and say, yes, I knew it would because it was so big when I first heard it. And then I read, whoa. Like all the shit that I do when I rhyme the Cold Crush shit and Mo-D shit, that should have been a signal to me, but I didn't think that. I thought it was just going to stay in our region.
Right.
What I thought it was going to do was, I thought it was going to stay in our region. I thought we was going to have great records, do some chart shit, Grammy shit, but I thought it would eventually become, last night in Atlanta, I spoke with somebody in DC about that, what go-go is. The one thing I can respect about go-go, they didn't let the industry determine the life or death of their genre.
Right.
It's their thing. Even at the height of go-go, we were speaking to the guy last night, 86 to 88. We was coming through there, Run-D.M.C, Dougie Fresh, I'm talking about all of us. But at the end of the night, after the Raising Hell tour, after all LL did it, we did
go-go.
Yeah.
Bye, y'all. Go back fucking home. They go-go.
And they be fishing.
Shit alive. Exactly.
Really,
And then
they make that shit look cool. I'm like, I've never seen Fisher look so cool.
And then they combined it with the hip hop, you know what I'm saying? But for me, I thought hip hop would be just go-go. It would just be our cultural thing, like, you know, how different cities have, New Orleans have their thing, this and that. I didn't think it was going to do this type of shit. Right. But Jay always said this. I knew it would because it was so big when I first heard it. So imagine what Jay is saying is that's what the kids in Germany heard.
Yep.
Right.
That's what the kids in Africa felt. That's what the kids in Japan. When we first went over to Japan in '86, we get off the plane, I would say about 60% understand English, 40% didn't. But when we was talking about the fly again, the communication, communication is a cool thing, and sometimes you ain't even gotta say a word. The kids, the audience over there would go, Run-D.M.C, you know, in the Japanese dialect, and they wouldn't say a word, they would just do this. With the suit and the hat, and we would go.
That was the language.
That was it. We was communicating. Yeah. So when Jay hit, I didn't think, like Biggie said, did you? Some people might say, yeah. I don't know if Kaz and them ever did. Kaz ever answer that question?
He said no.
He said no. He said if he would have, he would have.
Yeah, he would have
trademarked hip hop.
Oh, I saw that in the video. Right. But I didn't think that. Me and Run always said this. Me, Run, and Jay always said this. If it didn't have industrial successes and commercial successes, we would be the guys, you know, 40, 50 years old, the post office dude, the self-employed businessman, and the teacher. No. Okay. Coming to the cookouts and the parties, putting the turntables up and rapping.
Right.
In front of our little kids now, looking like, exactly.
Well, let's talk about these cookies before we get up out of here.
Daryl makes cookies.
Okay.
I like doing stuff to make people happy.
Are you making these yourself?
I have a baker.
Okay.
Who's doing my recipe.
Okay.
So, it's like my comics. I'm like Stan Lee. Think of the ideas, think of the heroes, but then I go get artists, inkers, pencilers, colorists, and writers to write it for me. So my company I'm Daryl's producing the cookies.
You're the creative director of everything.
They look good. I'm taking these home.
No, you got to try them. They're really good.
Like, you know.
So that came about.
Nobody jack our shit here, please.
Yeah, that came about from from day one, I'm always on a movie set. There's always a craft table. I'm always at an event, a show, whatever, and there's always like munchies stuff like that. So about 7 years ago, I was at an event in the city where a lady from Harlem was debuting her baked goods. And I eat a lot of sweets. People ask me, what's the secret to my weight maintenance? I eat a lot of sweets. Sometimes I eat sweets and don't eat regular food. But
organic sweets?
That I want to do, no.
Chips Ahoy type shit?
Chips are fucking
Oreos?
I hate Oreos.
You hate Oreos?
Yeah,
Damn.
Chips Ahoy, red velvet cake, apple pie.
You ever had the red velvet Chips Ahoy?
No.
Red velvet Chips Ahoy. I ain't gonna lie. I be destroying it, and my kids be like, "Where's the cookies at?" I'm like, "I don't know."
Why you asking?
I be sneaking. I'm like, "Why you looking at me?" I'm like, knowing my back of my teeth is mad red velvet cake back there.
You did it. But I eat a lot of sweets, which makes me go to the gym. So it's a balance. I'm gonna eat them. I gotta do the work thing. So the cookies came about was this lady from Harlem was showcasing her cookies and her cakes and the cupcakes and all that shit. And I'm always around kids and families. So at this particular time, I was like, oh, these cookies are good. And then I said, I'm gonna make cookies. I'm gonna call my cookie company Daryl Makes Cookies. And I just said that. And everybody in the room stopped and said, we'll buy them. So moving ahead, fast forward ahead, I said, you know what? I'm doing good with this comic books. I could do Daryl Makes Cookies. I could do Daryl Makes Chocolate. I could do Daryl Makes Candy. A lot of cool stuff that, like, I can't drink, so I can't make my own liquor.
Right.
I don't think Adidas is my company, so I don't need to make a DMC clothing line.
Right.
So I decided to do the cookies because I'm always around kids, families, and I go to schools all the time. So I want to have a product that's affiliated with something that I'm really part of.
Right.
And so Riggs told me this. He said, D, you can do with this book what you've been doing with your music all the time. What do you mean? Inspire, motivate, educate while you entertain. put smiles on people's faces. So I'm just trying to come up with products that could really make me iconic in lifestyle, other than what everybody's already doing. So comics is you know what I'm saying? I don't
Real
have
by
to be,
yourself, yes.
Yeah, I don't have to be in another
lane, right.
competition. My competition is what's, coming in. Cookies. Okay, nobody really has cookies. So now I can move
Only
to
marijuana
candy.
cookies they have. That's it.
Well, hold up. Here's what I can do. I can put Daryl makes cookies, marijuana cookies, inside the dispensary.
I'll be a endorser.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
Yo,
We're
Burner, if you're listening.
We're doing it
Burner.
because I was speaking of that. But everything's good. See, I didn't just come here to
Daryl
do your
makes
show.
THC.
Whatever you want, we're gonna really do
See,
it,
you're
and you're
still
gonna
there.
enjoy it. No, I can really do it. Dag, I lost my train of thought. Daryl makes cookies. You endorse it. I want to do stuff that I'm able to do that is not what everybody else is doing. So I can't do Jam Master Jay's kids. Speaking of them, they got T-shirts for you that they
Yeah,
can.
I got one.
But Jam Master Jay's kids do the pre-roll joints called JMJs that come in a cassette thing.
Oh, Jam J's.
How fly is that? Right, exactly.
That's fire.
But yeah, the cookies is just another thing that I want to do that makes people happy. And here's my train of thought. When I did the cookie things, everybody at my gym is like, yo, what's up with the protein cookies? So I'm doing these cookies. The next cookie is the protein cookies. But it's not a healthy cookie. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
It's a
It's high in
cookie with
protein.
protein in it that for your protein and things.
Just don't make no kale cookies.
No, never that. I'm gonna make vegan.
Yeah,
for the
vegan,
people.
but not kale.
Yeah, not kale.
Yeah, I had kale chips and shit ruined my life for a second. Like,
So I'm trying to put that in this comic. My whole thing is this. And when me and Rick started the comic book company, this ain't just a thing where I don't want 5 years or 10 years or even 20 years that people go, yo, remember that comic book DMC had?
Right.
100 years from now, 200 years from now, when people talk about Fred Flintstone, Spider-Man, Superman, and you don't even gotta like my hero. You don't even gotta like my character. I want you to connect with the character that you feel closest to you. So just like my cookies, I want my cookies to be right up. Oh, you got Nabisco, you got Keebler, you got Tate's, you got Petra's Farm, and kids 50 years ago will be able, their parents and their grandparents would say, yo, this is this hip hop guy, this is good for our culture and our cultural existence, like you were saying.
I'm gonna tell you something. What I want DMC, the comic book to be.
Wow.
I want you to get with Snoop and have Snoop's own version of that. Right, so it'd be Snoop,
Crossover.
like, you know what I mean, and then you get with, like, for instance, the minute I thought of that, I thought of Kodak Black, right? Kodak Black is this new guy from this new generation, but he's a superhero too. You know what I mean? His superhero strengths might be different from a Nas superhero strength.
No,
you know what I mean?
no, I know
But
what you're
what I'm
saying.
saying is, I think you should go to give each individual, like, because to me,
Generationally-
every artist has a version of their superhero.
for sure.
Like how he said. So why not
Wu-Tang
exaggerate?
did that.
Oh, come on, Wu-Tang.
Wu-Tang's be
Come on,
crazy.
like off top, like, and it's crazy. I would think of You God, like that character of You God,
sure.
like You God, and make a whole little a cartoon out of that. That's something that I'm just being honest with you, because that's something that me and EFN
Well,
already
when
said.
I get my network on Cartoon Network,
Okay.
that's what I'm going
Oh
for.
shit, damn.
See, that's what I'm thinking of. I even want to do DMC TV. You know what my tagline is? And everybody loves to do that shit. DMC TV, what MTV used to be. And show videos and no reality and show bands and new shit, young and old talent. I said that the other day and I'm like, whoa. I might have to go sit down with like an investment company saying, let's do this shit.
Absolutely.
And advertisers will kill to be on DMC TV.
Absolutely.
With all, the diversity of our culture musically,
Right.
singers, new bands, all that shit. Like there's so many De La Souls and Slick Ricks of this generation, they're just not getting their opportunity.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So us as people who walk the walk and talk the talk.
We walk this way.
Moving, yeah. For all of us who walk this way in this very tricky business, no pun intended. Now I'm trying to encourage
it's tricky to rock
kids.
Around.
Yes, it is. It's tricky, very tricky to rock around. This shit ain't hard. And we made it for that. Yo, this shit ain't easy. This shit is hard. You know what I'm saying? But now, hip hop is 50 years old. We just getting started. Not only do we need more artists and talent, ownership and stuff like that, we need more suits behind the desks in the corporations. So if we include everything that hip hop is capable of, we can accomplish those things to the point where we can be so potent that, damn, nobody's buying Louis anymore. All the Louis people, and I'm talking about generationally, the old 86-year-old lady walking in stores that we created with our designers and buying those pieces for those same price points. We can do that. And all we got to do is turn that focus of that energy, give the appreciation and intention of why you buying it for in the first place to the people that's right here in our communities so that we can become the next Horace Dosslers. Like, I don't need to start another sneaker company. I need to be a partner and an owner in Adidas moving forward. So we are all of those things. And I think this is just a start. But me and Riggs only did this to give, if you're a comic book artist, and now, you know, you got to go through the. You
got to sign me too, Super Thug.
Like
got y'all. Don't worry about it.
You got it?
Super Thug, yeah, I got y'all. Don't worry. The deal is done. Deal is done. Don't worry about it.
That would definitely fucking go.
Super Thug. Not superhero.
Here's how deep hip hop we are. When we have artists do the work.
Yeah.
You know why it's fire? Because after we finish the whole book, we invite a graffiti artist to come tag the universe.
Wow.
So, you know, a lot of times the artist will do the graffiti. No, you did the artwork. Now, I give the book and the art to graffiti artists, and they go into my universe and really tag it. So that's how delicate and fine-tuned we got to get with this hip-hop shit. You know what I'm saying? And that, I believe that's where we're headed. No, I don't like believing. I know that's where we're headed. Because if I believe it, it might not happen for everybody else. But if I know it,
no, that's where we're headed.
It can happen for you.
Yo, man, I'm just being honest with you. This was such a pleasure. This was such an honor. This was such a fulfiller for me, man. You know what I mean? Like, you truly are a hero. You truly are a legend. You truly are an icon. You truly are a titan. You truly are, you know, everything that you deserve. So we wanted to really give you your flowers, man, because...
Bro, I got them.
You know what I mean? We wanted to... I mean, you know, that's physically, but even, you know what I mean? Verbally and physically, because, man...
I'm happy you didn't do it when I was dead.
No. Well, that's the purpose of this.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. But, you know, you are the definition of longevity. You know what I'm saying? Like, so many people, you know, I don't want to say I laugh at people sometimes, but sometimes I see people coming in this game and they got a hot 1 year. And boy, are they the nastiest people in the world to all of the people that came before them. And then that next year, you see them go away.
Right.
You know what I mean? So in order to be here for this year's, you had to see, if I see it, I know how many people you saw come and go. And I see how many people. So what we wanted to do is praise our legends, man. And you are one of them. You are definitely...
Well, you know what? You did something that needed to be done, because when I was thinking about all, like, hip-hop, you're doing what needs to be done while setting an example. Right. Because the beautiful thing, what I noticed, when you speak to Mick and Keith or Joe and Steve from Aerosmith, it's an interview about them, but they go into the Black blues artists.
Yep.
As big as huge as the Stones is, as rich as the Stones is.
Right.
So you're doing something that Bum talks about a lot. I hear KRS-One talks about it and LL's just been saying he's doing wonders with Rock the Bell.
Yes. He came on.
He was like pissed off, man. When you see Miles Davis, you ain't thinking about his bank account.
Right. Yeah, I heard him say that.
Because the richest #1 selling artist that had their little one-hit wonder that is a celebrity and really famous, still, they'll get on Entertainment Tonight before them. But L is saying, nah, this shit right here that we have, that's beautiful, that y'all taking upon yourselves to acknowledge that, but not only talk about it, you showcase it.
Yeah.
See, it's one thing, you know, you could just have your podcast, and at the end of every record, shout outs to the legends. Y'all bringing them on.
Absolutely.
Nah.
That's
and we giving them and because you know what it is, you know, that's one of the beautifulest parts of this show.
Right.
Is, you know, sometimes we'll interview an artist and then all of a sudden I just look at their Instagram and they out every weekend after that. And you know what I mean? Like, it's just like...
That's the best part.
And that's the best part because what it is sometimes it's just an unforgetting hero. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of us, and then...
Yeah, you don't want us to be like the veterans that fight these wars for us.
Right, exactly. So I want to keep us alive. You know what I mean? I want to keep us...
It's just a reminder to the audience how great.
They know about me now while I'm living and not finding out about you talking about me. Yo, one of our legends, DMC, I know what he did. He died. Oh, shit, okay.
So I want you to know this is your house.
Yeah.
Anytime you want to promote, I don't even care if you want to promote eyebrows. It's okay. You can come over here.
I can come over here.
Anytime you want
with
to.
your new eyebrows.
Really? With the new eyebrows.
Absolutely. It's your house.
With your little toenail. It don't matter what you want to promote. I don't care. You know what I mean? We here. This is your house. You know what I mean?
All right, cool.
This is Run-D.M.C's house. You know what I mean? Yeah, so I want you to know that, man. I want you to know how important you are.
You're like Big Daddy Kane and Bismarck to me.
Who?
Because during my drunk run, my 40 drinking run, I would always go to Kane. I'm surprised y'all didn't ask him. There was crazy shit.
No, Kane only drink red wine now.
Yeah, well, but back then, he wasn't drinking the 40s. He would invite me over his house. I would go over his house and empty out his refrigerator and fill it up with 40s. And he called his mother, Mom, you would have no idea what's going on. That's how alcoholic I was. DMC, yes, Mom, that DMC just came in and took all my food and shit and filled the refrigerator with 40s. Rest in peace to Bismarck.
Yes, rest in peace, bro.
Right before he passed, his wife was calling people for words of encouragement.
Okay, I heard about this.
Yes, so she called me and said, I need you, you know, he can hear us, this and that, boom, he can't respond, but we know he can hear us. I need something for you to tell Bismarck. And she said, wow, that's like, I feel like crying. I said, tell Biz, and he's going to know what I'm talking about. Just whisper in his ear, DMC says, thanks for letting me in. I would be in a drunk stupor, 3, 2 in the morning, no matter, and I would go to Biz's house, and if it wasn't his family member, it's DMC at the door, let him in. Biz would always let me in
Long Island.
No, not in Long Island, when he lived in Jersey, I think it was.
Okay.
Didn't he have a house in Jersey?
Okay.
3, you know, 1 in, and to the point where he would be on the road. Hold on. And the people would let me in his house. No, but Bismarcky would always let me in, and Kane would always let me in.
Rest in peace to Bismarck.
I love Kane.
God damn, let's make some noise for that, Like DMC.
Thank you, man. No, thank you for having me. Let me just reveal one thing. I never thought I would be on this show.
Oh man, we've been trying though.
We can do this without drinking.
When my managers brought little Eric Blam was saying this and that. It made me, really? They want me?
Yeah.
Like, just for some reason, I didn't think I was cool enough to
get out of here.
Really?
We're not cool enough for you to be.
Yes. Thank you. That's exactly what I was
that's a compliment to y'all.
No. The compliment is all to you.
I'm honored and humbled to think that I was on your mind.
I'm going to be honest with you. Like I said earlier, I wasn't saying this because it sounds good. Like, in a lot of ways, you was the first like commercial success for coming out of our barrel. Like you was, I want to say national, but I want to say worldwide. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like before that, we had records in Queens and things like that. But like the first time I seen Walk This Way, that was on MTV. This was
Superstar.
This was like,
Superstar.
You guys was in between like 5 different, like, you know, white category videos, and this is the only black people that I could see.
That level of
that shit was crazy to me. And like, and then it's from Queens. You know what I'm saying? I know him being a DJ. You know, with Jam Master Jay,
Oh,
I know this guy wears Adidas to this day because of you guys. You know what I mean?
I don't wear anything else.
So this means the world to us. You know what I'm saying? Big up. First off, I want to say rest in peace to Jam Master Jay, his family, my condolences. And also, you know, big up to I'm gonna call him DJ Run. You know what I mean? Big up to DJ Run. And big up to the whole Run-D.M.C family, because in all honesty, like I said, if it wasn't for y'all, I don't think this show would even exist. I don't think I would exist as an artist. I don't think he would exist as a DJ. And that's no exaggeration. It's real talk. We love you, man. Thank you so much for stopping by.
I love y'all too.
Like I said,
we love
your show. This is your show. Anytime you want to come through here, it doesn't matter what you want to promote. My brother, let's make some noise for DMC.
Take the pictures in the drop. That's easy.